If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, Sometimes a dream is just a dream. Sometimes it can change right in front of your eyes. Ooh, you're not mine. You may never be mine, but I think I'll be okay. Yeah, I think I'll be just fine.
The sunlight beats in, shines light on my whiskey eyes, pain in every pore, at my core there's a war. Time is a melody, mind's in a minor key, and you could be here with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. The darkness lives strong, a trait I don't wish on anyone, but there's life under these roots, something more, more. Time is a melody, and mine's in a minor key, and you could be with me if you really don't
descending upon me. Then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me. But then I realize it's okay. La 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 la. I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the toes in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
Hey, come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. We'll dance together. Stay up all night.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home, turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe, she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far far side, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please. Give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
Keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I Don't you dare leave me here standing, longing for a dance. Walk right up, your eyes are asking. Time to take the chance. Don't you dare end this night early. Life is short, my dear. If you're thinking of retreating, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If we move a little slower, the music might stop. If we get a little closer, my heart just might pop. If they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. Don't you dare leave me here thirsty while you sip and drink. I don't want deep conversation, I don't need to think. Don't you dare look toward the door, tonight is young, my dear. Don't you whisper a word of leaving, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If you're wondering how you're doing, well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light and the sound of the band, if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again.
Let the time go by.
We won't sleep
Leave our
tonight.
cares behind.
Not till morning light. Who needs sleep when I can be with you?
Others come and go.
You're the only
Dancing
one.
to and fro.
Night has just begun. Don't you dare leave till I say so.
If you're wondering how you do,
Well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light.
and the sound of the band.
If you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again. If we move a little slower,
Music might stop.
if we get a little
Her
closer,
heart just might pop.
if they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too on the weekend. All the time. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know what, I just don't know what we get. All the time. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know what, I just don't know what.
Everybody get on down, let's rock the night away. Everybody get on down, let's rock the night away. I hope you know to take my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through, and I meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright. Yeah. Everybody get on down, let's rock the night away. Everybody get on down, let's rock the night away. I hope you know to take my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through, and I meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright. Yeah.
If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine, to be mine. But I think I'll be okay. Yeah, I think I'll be just fine.
The sunlight beats in, shines light on my whiskey eyes, pain in every pore, and my core there's a war. Time is a melody, mine's in a minor key, and you could be here with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. The darkness lives strong, a trait I don't wish on anyone, but there's life under these roots, something more. Time is a melody, and mine's in a minor key, and you could be with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. Time is a melody, mine's in a minor key. You could be with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. The end of the world.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la.
You know, we like to do some things sometimes. All these beats and rhymes. You know, we get it in. So we're gonna start it like this.
Wave waters, we a pair of erudite men who grab the pen and then we Eric right. Meaning we do it easy above you parasites. He in a mic 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Jesus is an artiste with smart speech. Move smooth as a car thief and start beef. Black Panther with sharp teeth. We keep the movement moving while our music's pumping like a heartbeat. We did it once, now we checking in with a second win. When it comes to lecturing, they call me Malcolm Excellent. My record spin of veterans is dark water. Competition is wishing we set the bar shorter. Seems like they can never get ahead of us. We be catching flights, stay on the mega bus. Take it to Maryland, you'll recognize my rep strong. You a pillow, you soft to get slept.
Yeah, we coming to a theater there. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater there. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here. Wave waters, brothers yelling black pride. Take offers, budget on the black side. Your girl can act shy, she been looking. Sleep, get your ones, fives, and tens took it. Real gains take labor, I've been pushing. Still turning haters in the pin cushion. Catch me in Brooklyn, mainly Columbia. You better lace up quick, baby, we running ya. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
Thought it was over, but I'm right back at you. And I'ma flip the whole scene over like a spatula and get it french fried for the extra crunch. And all you suckers that's hungry, take that for lunch. Cause I'm off the clock. I clock miles though, and I see them Angela Davises wanting miles though. That's why I keep it stepping with the samurai precision. I'm trying to change the color, David Banner, my decision. Blow it up and make it all green and break it all down and share it with the team. So I ain't got time to sing Kumbaya till I'm cooping two-seater, just blew by y'all. Travel at a high speed, it's me, you in my rear view. Still wanna sing, but honestly I can't hear you. Unless you talking as loud as the bass hit. It's Krilla and the boy Frank Nick, yeah.
We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. Welcome back. It's been a little while, but we finally returned to bring League of Legends to your screens. My name is Munchballs, and I'm joined by the international superstar MSI caster, Dan Orcs Harrison. How does it feel to be back in the best region of the world once more?
It feels pretty good, and we got hard confirmation that, to no one's surprise, we are still the best region in the world. You know, it's a good feeling. It's pretty nice.
Hashtag MSI World Champions, Carlos? MSI going the way of RNG. First off, let's start by just congratulating RNG. 3 times now they have won MSI, and that's 2 back-to-back as well. Magnificent performance coming out from them. And it has to be said, once more in spring, RNG level up over the course of playoffs and MSI. Like, the team that we saw going into playoffs versus the team we saw at the end of MSI feels like a complete evolution.
Yeah, and I mean, 100% deserving. Obviously, T1 came in to, in a lot of people's opinions, as favorites to the tournament with their sort of strong streak they had in the LCK. But RNG, as you said, completely leveled up, put on an absolute masterclass. And, you know, we're going to see them all year round, which means we're the real winners here, Munch.
Yes, we are. Us and the viewers at home. Let's take a look at the matches coming up today, though, because RNG will not be playing in our first day. We've got even better teams than RNG, dare I say it, because Weibo are playing. Well, at least for me, in my heart. IG vs Weibo to start us off, which should be an interesting one. First off, because these two teams like to do some crazy stuff. But second off, because it's the Shy against his old squad. Now we'll be jumping into a playoffs rematch of FPX versus EDG.
I'm super excited for that second series, honestly. I feel like seeing Mapeko and Viper on this new patch will be super hyped, which, I mean, I guess this is our next talking point. We are on a new patch, and there has been a pretty significant change.
Yes, we'll get into the nitty-gritty of patch 12.10, because it's definitely going to affect absolutely everything in the LPL. If you don't know, LPL like to play fairly fast, like to play fairly aggressive. They like to dive towers. And on patch 12.10, that's not necessarily as easy as it used to be. So let's bring up our graphic and talk through some of the changes that are coming in on 12.10. In case you've been living under a rock, everybody is a whole lot tankier.
Yeah, everyone has gotten tankier, and to compensate, they lowered the healing and shielding, because obviously that would be stronger if people had more resists. And HP, percentage HP and true damage really looking solid on this patch, which is why things like Cogmore have been so effective. Squishy champions are the biggest benefactors, because if you make everyone tankier, it's gonna affect the squishy champions a lot more. Tanky champions with low damage aren't gonna be able to just solo kill your AD carry as easy. And I think the big talking point for me for the LPL is enchanters have been seen a lot more. Some regions have kicked off already in sort of like the ERLs in Europe, and a lot more enchanters being played. I've heard about in scrims there's more, and something LPL sports don't tend to like is enchanters. So it'll be interesting to see the LPL take on the meta.
I feel like this is going to be a learning split for a lot of LPL supports, but the most important one to me is that bottom bullet point there. Tower damage massively increased, and I mean massively. The towers on 12.10 annihilate health bars, so dives are going to get messy. They're so strong to the point where Riot on 12.11 actually reverted some of that damage. It's still stronger than it was, but it's definitely going to be a spicy patch.
Yeah, originally the intention was like, if everyone's tankier, tower dives might become a bit, you know, easy to pull off. So they're like, okay, let's bump the damage numbers up. And now it's like, especially when it's ramped, you will die in like 2 tower hits if you're trying to dive, like, you know, early game. Your AD carry will just get nuked if they ever catch tower aggro. So it does give room to a lot of bot lanes who typically the response would be to set up those dives. But also it's going to be interesting because I don't think this will stop dives from happening. I simply think we'll see a stark difference between some teams who are going to executing them and some teams who maybe aren't.
Yeah, I don't think we'll stop the dives. I just think it'll be less successful. Let's take a look at some of the picks to watch, though, because obviously with a new style of gameplay, we're going to see some different champions coming on in. These are the picks, not necessarily that have all been directly buffed by the patch, but have become the strongest in their roles.
Yeah, I think a big talking point for me is the Olaf, which obviously got a rework by himself. I often see him in the top lane running Ghost, so he can just charge down if he lands those repeated axes. Expect to see him popping up. Gnar as well, someone who benefit pretty heavily. The big answer to Gnar, counter matchups like Aurelia, was to get on top of him, burst him down when he's mini Gnar. That's now harder to do, and he has that percentage HP damage on his W, which is obviously super nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Into the jungle as well. Viego's still very, very strong. He's been strong basically since release, but with the percentage damage that he does, obviously with everyone being tankier, that's going to benefit him. But Lilia coming in, being a really, really strong jungler. Talia, though, I think is the biggest one to talk about in the jungle, because incredibly strong in the jungle, also a flex towards that mid lane. So very, very powerful champion right now. Could be first pick.
Yeah, probably will see that more mid lane. And you may have noticed we didn't put any mid laners on this graphic. That's because, mid lane is being just exploded in terms of what you can pick. I've heard so many stories of like such a wide range, whereas like the other lanes, it feels like there's definitely a few standouts. For mid, you can expect to see basically anything. There is definitely more control mages, and assassins have struggled a bit, but there is a very wide berth of what we can expect to see.
Yeah, apparently it's just a flex roll, essentially. So I'm excited to discover that, because, I'm coming in fairly blind on this one. There's a limited amount of research that you can do coming in when you don't have a lot of competitive games to look at for what the meta is. So we're going to be discovering this across the course today. And finally, those bot lanes, we didn't really talk about. These duos, we've seen them before. It's kind of that rotating door of what's strong in the meta. So we'll discover that across the course of today as well. But those powerful duos on red side could be very, very strong to get as first and second pick, but we'll have to wait and see how it all pans out. Let's talk about our teams though, Orcs, because it's IG versus Weibo for our first match of the summer split. And Invictus Gaming, a lot of people will know this roster from back in 2018 when they won the World Championship, and they'll think of the Shy, they'll think of Rookie. This is not the same team anymore. They've had these new rookies, pun intended, that are really starting to make a name for themselves on the squad. Zuka and Nani, both incredible top laners. Shun has really been the star of the show for me. Mole moving over to IG as well at the start of this, or halfway through the spring split. He's yet to really get that much playtime on the stage, though. And it feels like some of these names are starting to step out from the crowd, but we still have a lot to be discovered from IG.
Yeah, and I will mention that Lucas has renamed to Shinlu, so just bear that in mind. It isn't a new player, it is still him on the roster. I will say I really enjoyed watching Invictus Gaming Spring. It wasn't the best performance over the split. Obviously, they didn't make it to playoffs, but I think the main thing was that they were very aggressive. They try to look to make plays happen, and I prefer a team who does that rather than an inactive one. And, there's a lot of space for them to develop over the course of this year. And I think that's kind of the intention. It's no longer that sort of World Championship roster with players like the Shy and Rookie. It is developing these newer players, and particularly Shun, as you said, I agree, is a highlight for this lineup. When the ball gets rolling, it is often because of him.
Yeah, and quite often we've seen players like Zuka, both Zuka and Nani, I think, have had incredible debut splits into the LPL. They've both had massive moments. But not necessarily the most consistent players. So we'll have to wait and see which top laner they're going to run. And down to that mid lane as well, I believe it's going to be Yuakai stepping forward to start the day off. But I'm really curious with IG whether they decide to play Mole across the course of the split. Because Mole, individually, in terms of like laning, in terms of team fighting, exceptional player, but never quite seems to be able to find the team that he can mesh with incredibly well. So I'm curious how that's going to evolve over the course of the split. But then also bot lane, you've got 2 supports, 280 carries. So, this is going to be a journey of discovery with IG on what the final roster ends up being and how they place in the standings, because they didn't do so hot in spring. So plenty of room to be improved on there. Let's talk about Weibo though, Dan. Because Weibo coming in, no changes whatsoever. Oh, in fact, they brought one new player in alongside the Shy in the top lane. Decade going to be joining the roster. Sword Art's still there as well. But realistically, you expect the names on the top there, the Shy, SOFM, Angel, Huanfeng, and On, to be the mainstay roster.
Yeah, and I think this lineup, did peak early in spring, kind of dipped a bit towards the later end, and then actually had a bit of a resurgence in the playoffs. Did end up getting taken down by JDG. Ultimately, I think with the roster they have, the fact that is most of that former Suning roster plus the Shy, you expect them maybe to have made that top 4. And the goal for this roster absolutely will be to make it to Worlds. And I think it is on paper a roster capable of doing so, but still some issues to work out. And the big question is going to be how they fit to the meta ultimately, because obviously spring, I feel like it was very much about those proactive mids. We had the Shy playing things like the Gwen very effectively, but then it was just banned permanently since then. So it'll be interesting to see their take and how it lands, especially On in the support role, what he can do. potentially leaning on those enchanters.
Yeah, that'll be a big question because on a player that we've seen a lot of Leona, a lot of Nautilus, kind of similar for most supports around the world over the last year or two. But whether or not he's a good enchanter player, we're going to have to discover over the course of the split. Plenty of discovery to be done. It's interesting, though, to see IG versus Weibo, where, obviously it's the Shy versus his old team, but it's also, I feel like Weibo somewhat stolen that old identity of IG, where you think of IG as like massive individual players. Well, Weibo, these names are starting to become household names within the LPL. Obviously, the Shy, goes without saying, but SOFM, probably one of the most famous junglers from the entire region, right? Huanfeng, an AD carry that has consistently been at least in top 5 AD carries in the LPL, but very regularly like top 2 even. There's a lot of players on this roster that are starting to become stars in their own right. So I'm curious to see how that develops over the course of this year and whether they're able to convert that into a top performance. Like you're saying, it's possible this is a team that makes it to Worlds, but let's be realistic. There's a lot of competition in the LPL. Making it to Worlds from the LPL is no small feat.
Yeah, I feel like it's really hard to call because I think the top 4 we had last split, obviously, I think all 4 of those teams definitely are going to be strong contenders. It goes without saying. But I think EDG, the meta should be hitting really right. We'll see them later today. I think Weibo, a roster people have a lot of expectations for. LNG, people are hoping to have a resurgence. I think those world spots are going to be hard to contest. And it really could come down to just maybe you drop the wrong series during the regular season so you don't make it as deep into playoffs and you don't get a second chance, right? Maybe you end up losing out in one series in playoffs and you miss out. It will be really down to the wire. And I think a big thing starting the split at this point is seeing what the teams are working with now, how they're reading the metaverse and how they develop, right? Even if we see teams struggling at the start, it's how you finish the split. And I think that's kind of really important for Weibo, who did start off strong. One of the only, only 2 teams took a series off V5 in the regular season, and Weibo was one of them, and then just didn't kind of finish the split on the same level.
Yeah, it felt like quite a disappointing end to the year, especially after Weibo beating EDG in playoffs as well, right? Moving forward, got to 5 games against JDG in playoffs. They were so close to making it into that top 4, ending up top 6 off the back of a 5-game series, which is a bit of a heartbreaking end for them. But, I don't want to paint a bad story here where, Weibo definitely had issues in the spring. There was some clear things they needed to improve on for summer. And on this new patch, I would argue that maybe Weibo are going to be in a better position, right? If the game pace does slow down, if AD carries especially are the kind of highlight of the whole game, well, Huanfeng is certainly one of the players that you can rely on to be one of those big hyper carries.
Yeah, and I think that's what we've started to see is a lot more scaling hyper carry picks in the AD carry role. There's definitely some picks that are more aggressive early, things like Lucian Callisto showing up. But the fact that Kog'Maw Lulu is very potent on this patch definitely favors these team fighting AD carries like Huanfeng. It's harder to dive them, it's harder to shut them down. If you get them to those later stages, they will just shut everything. And as I said before, Squishier champs benefited more from the durability change. It's very hard to punish a Kog Lulu with all the CC, all the peel, and the fact that they are now just tankier.
And also on the current patch, if you can't go for dives, things like Yuumi can be an option available to you. It allows you to go for an incredibly terrifying late game. And, people love to spam off when On doesn't have a good game, and he's usually on a tank, so he has to go in and, things can get... But it's kind of hard to have a bad game when you're playing on Yuumi. So hopefully,
you say that, Joe. You say that. I definitely seen some bad performances from Yuumi. I mean, even MSI Finals Game 5, where a little bit of a mistake in the laning phase allowed Ming to find the all-in. So I think that's the main thing, is that something that's kind of been seen before. There are exceptions to this, but a lot of the LPL supports have been brought up on this meta of these tank engages. That has been the meta for such a long time. And I still think they're viable, particularly Nautilus, who benefit quite a bit from being bulky, as he tend to get blow up more than his counterparts like Leona. But I feel like there's a lot of LPL supports that would definitely have rough games on enchanters, I would picture in my head. And also, there's even players who I think are very good on enchanters, like Ming, where I feel like the team needs them to be on that primary engage for them to function. So it'll be interesting to see whether teams try and adopt it. Maybe you see some mistakes, but they work on it, or some teams just go, now ain't interested, and then that could be a liability down the line.
I can name some teams. I mean, top esports, they have been known historically for refusing to acknowledge it. In fact, not even top esports, Carsa specifically on V5. like has gone on record in interviews saying, look, I don't really care what the meta is. The meta is whatever the most successful teams play, right? I'll play what I think is good, and has very regularly kind of ignored what everyone else is playing. So who knows what things are going to shake out like in the LPL. There are so many teams where you can just imagine they just make it up themselves, whatever has worked for them in the scripts. I'm here for it too. I'm along for the ride. I just get to buckle in and put my hands up and scream at the right time.
Yeah, and honestly, that's how you play Yumi. You just buckle in and you have to win with your teammates.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Well, we are getting ready to head over towards the stage in just a couple of moments. We're going to be heading over to our opening ceremony for the first game of the LPL 2022 Summer Split. I cannot wait to get everything rocking and rolling. I cannot wait to get on Summoner's Rift. I cannot wait to see what Summer has in store for us, because I feel like this summer has been a long time coming. I feel like the gap between spring and summer felt so long to me. And it was probably quicker for you getting MSI and everything. But we're going to head over to the stage and we're going to kick things off for summer 2022.
AD 在上路的呀，
位置太危险了。
我们这是给个大招，炸样后排效果还可以，反往进来要看西前期的斯卡进去，超前爆闪开出来。
小欧影这边的凯撒砍的瞬间倒地，哇！
哇，三种打击脚飞了，一般。这样的话，相机在前面很能顶，
建模在前面很好了呀。
哇，露露狂野身上顶断了，声大登场，我的妈在狂野，
收割了，了，但这边有个金身带绝地，还有波甲，这里远程架局，巨道要杀多狗，多狗这边套了个及时救难
啊！一道激光打出飞机第一条命，鳄鱼能不能行？G3C 清扫战场没有任何的。
往下走进草丛里面，发现很多人直接被收下了，
死了！卡塔这一招立了大功啊！对于 V5来说，还拉死，我今天可以直接把中单辅助全部拉死。机会夜景，我的家上来直接杀来了。
I love the Ming, then Nautilus like shot at the end there, and beautiful hype up cinematic. I'm ready for the summer split to begin. Orcs. I mean, these kind of videos always give me chills, but I will say it was awfully Inception-y. I feel like I'm having dreams about the situation.
I have been dreaming about the LPL. I won't lie. In the short break we've had since MSI to now, I've just been Honestly, quite bored and waiting for it to start up again. And I feel like we have some pretty good games today as well. So I am honestly excited. I'm happy. I'm vibing.
The
In
only
my lane.
reprieve was the fact that the new TFT set came out. So the last few days have had something more exciting to work on until LPL begins. Let's see how it's going to go down, though. I'm ready to get onto the stage. I know chat is ready for things to kick off. Invictus Gaming up against Weibo. It will be Zucker starting up in that top side. It will be Yuakai, Wink, and Xinliu there. Xinliu being previously Lucas. That's not a new player. He has just renamed down in that bottom side. So sticking with the roster that they played for most of last split.
Yeah, so still looking to develop some of these newer names. Over to Weibo. It is that roster we saw for pretty much the entire split. Obviously, Sword Art did step in for a couple of series, but for the most part, it was on. And a roster that people have high hopes. You know, I feel like there's varying decisions, but this is a roster who should be looking to go to Worlds at a bare minimum.
Yeah, that should be their goal, is to make it back to the World Championship. We all saw what happened when Suning made it to the World Championship. They were not the first seed coming on in, but they made it all the way to the finals against Damwon Kia. Bin grabbing his famous pentakill during that final as well. We'll see if Weibo can recreate some of that success that Suning had in the past. But IG will be their first obstacle. IG will be standing in their way. And I'm really curious what IG are going to be bringing to the table, because, you know, we talked about how this is a very young roster. It's also a very exciting roster. The way that they like to play, they love to be aggressive. They love to get in the faces of their opponents, and Weibo prefer to play a little bit slow. So I feel like we have very opposite styles going head-to-head to start the split off.
And I feel like in terms of the team strength from what we saw in spring, Weibo are favored here. I feel like in terms of the meta we're seeing, where, you know, as you said, Weibo being able to lean back, take a bit slower, is going to be favored. And IG tend to kind of throw everything at the wall and just see what sticks. Might be a bit rough, because Shun's ready aggression was like a big talking point in spring and something that they really flourished on. Those same plays, those same dives they might look to set up won't be as easy to execute. So I feel like it'll be an uphill battle, but maybe IG, they've had a lot of time between when we last saw them play, right? They didn't play in playoffs. Obviously, weren't there at the international, so they've had a lot of time to practice and work on things, and hopefully come in with a good read on the meta and find a way to make it work for them.
Yep, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Only time will tell once we get into picks and bans. Apologies for the minor delay, ladies and gents. We will be into things shortly and be able to get the split underway. But I'm just excited to see how drafts are going to look. So, Orcs, I want to pick your brain a little bit. Or, in fact, I don't have time to pick your brain, because we're going to jump into picks and bans now. What are you expecting to be the bans here? What are you expecting to be picks that are likely to be first picked throughout the course of 12.10? Oh, my goodness.
Well, I mean, I feel like we've already got some bans come out. I think things like Talia, Wukong are still seeing early bans, so the fact they're still left open suggests that maybe we can see them coming as an early pick. Gwen is still available, and you don't let the Shy get Gwen, right? I talked about this before. As soon as he got those early wins last split, it was consistently banned. She's super strong at the moment, so we'll get taken away. And Weibo toying with the idea of that Callista, potent at MSI and still very potent on this patch.
Yeah, Huanfeng going for a Callista. A team that we know for liking the slow play. Huanfeng, known for playing these carries that want to scale up over time, goes for a Callista. None of the slow play at all. They're going aggressive on this one. Pure Shadow Isles so far, with 3 blue champions locked in.
Oh, it looks like Shun's Runa, though, will take that Wukong. We've seen be really strong. And then the Aphelios, who can often, if the Callista gets up into his face and he has enough items, will just shred him. Now, the question for Weibo, do you answer the top lane matchup, or do you look to secure something like a support? They will answer the Gwen with the Jace. Something we did see is that strong counter in spring wasn't quite as effective at MSI after he got some nerfs. With the durability patch, make him a bit bulkier again, should be able to handle it. Now, go to the second rotation. There's definitely some standout supports I expect to be banned. Lulu pairs really well with the Aphelios, and we've obviously seen more Lulu priority on this patch. I also think Renata is something we've seen a lot with Callista in scrims, because she can just charge forward and not worry about going down, just stack up the Rens and then pop someone to secure that revive pass ability from the W.
All right, well, looking towards the mid lane here, we talked about how it's essentially just a flex roll now. There's a lot of available picks. LeBlanc banned off the board. The Azir taken away from Angel. That is somewhat of a signature pick. And, you know, we didn't really mention the bans before. The Nidalee and the Kindred both targeted at Shun as opposed to being super strong in the current meta. I'm curious what the other bans are going to be as well, because Angel, historically, his Kassadin was one of his biggest picks, but I'd be surprised if we see the Kassadin locked in today.
The Sandra ban kind of telegraphs an Ahri pickup, still something very much played on this patch, even though it did get nerfed and obviously is a champion who lacks damage somewhat, so can struggle with the durability changes. I wouldn't be surprised if IG used to ban away the Ahri in response to this, as we did see that Sandra be that really potent counter later in MSI. And then Weibo obviously have the flexibility. They can pick up their mid lane if there's something they still want to prioritize that's left available. Swain is banned, so this could just be the Ahri coming out for Angel and then leave that support counter pick.
I'm a little surprised to see a Swain ban. Can you talk me through who that's targeted at? Which role is Swain even played in right now?
Yeah, so we're seeing him a little bit in the mid lane. He did get that rework, similar to what we saw from Olaf, where like his ult now just constantly lasts when you're in combat. He doesn't yank of ally CC anymore. You can throw your E out and yank anyone who gets caught by it. So got a full change up and is being seen played more. I think particularly the composition IG has, very short ranged, is kind of what Swain thrives into. So it does make sense. And the Renata is actually going to get picked up by IG. So this is something both teams would have liked to get their hands on. A good pairing with either AD carry. Aphelios Renata, very hard to dive onto or get up close to, which is obviously what a Kalista wants to do.
And then we're looking for anti-dive in the mid lane as well. Galio and Vex being hovered. Both of them extremely good at playing Peel if they need to for Wink, who seems to be the sort of primary carry for this team. But that said, Zuka is on Gwen. Gwen is always going to be a primary carry no matter the composition. Over to Weibo then, as they need to lock in their support for their final pick. And it will be a Rel. That's the first time I've seen Rel since she came out.
Yeah, I mean, there was a little bit of play in spring when other engaged supports are banned away, and she did show her face a little bit at MSI, but definitely lower in sort of the tiers that we typically see. I will say that Rel isn't like Leona is super tanky by herself. Rel isn't quite so much. The durability changes might help, but ultimately it kind of adds that dive all in that the Weibo bot lane has with the Kalista. Obviously a fantastic champion to throw in the enemy team, but you're up against such a strong composition from IG. I honestly feel like IG could be pretty comfortable. They have the super powerful Gwen. They have backline dive if they want to use those tools between the Wukong and the Vex, but they can also peel effectively. And then this bot lane is just so hard to deal with the likes of the Kalista and the Rel getting up close to this Aphelios will just get absolutely shredded. I think for Weibo, this is one that they need to come out ahead in the early game. We talked it up as being IG who tend to be more aggressive and Weibo tend to wait for the later stage of the game. But I think with this draft, they need to be setting the pace.
Yeah, they certainly do. And I feel like the styles you expect from these two teams coming into the series have been flipped around, right? Weibo are a team you expect to play slow, not with this draft, right? They've gone aggression. They've gone for early priority and early ability to control the map and early ability to win the lanes. Whereas IG, the team you'd usually expect to go for that kind of thing, looking more towards that scaling. So have to see how it's going to pan out. This top lane matchup, though, I'm a little curious about. Zuka versus the Shy, Gwen versus Jace. We've seen this matchup quite a few times over the last year or so, and it's pretty Gwen favored, it has to be said.
Well, I mean, typically it's been Jace favored, right? This was the counter that was picked up in spring and was kind of taken as a response. We often saw Jace banned so Gwen could get picked in response. But I think the problem is, firstly, we saw a nerf to Jace. His resistances, no, his health, his base health got lowered. So Gwen has more opportunities to find all-ins. And then we've obviously seen the Gwen buffs, right? The bigger refund on her E came in so she can gap close more often, trade more often. And at MSI, we saw Carrier for T1 trying to pick the Jace as an answer to Gwen, and it wasn't really working. He wasn't able to shut down Bin. I feel like in this situation, someone with the veterancy of the Shy, you would think he'd be able to try and make Zika's life hell on this Gwen pick, but if he doesn't, the Gwen becomes such a monster in the later stages.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing that the Shy is good at, it's bullying late, right? That is how he made a name for himself, was just dominating in the 1v1. But the reason that the Shy is so well known for being either a hard carry or kind of dying a little bit too much, let's say, is because he will just be so aggressive in that top side regardless of jungle. He won't really respect what's happening from the other team. He'll just go for the 1v1. So quite often can be punished for that, or we'll see if Shun is going to look towards the top side. Doesn't look like it for now, though, as he starts on his blue buff and will path down.
Yeah, I think pathing down towards the bot lane, given coverage, makes a lot of sense. Again, big talking point we had before was the fact that it is now harder to dive. That really actually benefits you in this matchup, because on the Jace, being able to set up the wave so that you can dive the target is really effective. Oh, looking for a bit of engage here.
Bong Bong looking for the all-in here. The exhaust is going to deny it, as On now has to retreat, but Wink losing half of his HP, trading it for On. I think Weibo will be happy with the way that trade's gone.
Yeah, they're still up in summoners. They still have the cleanse. I will say cleanse not the most useful in this matchup, other than just removing the enemy exhaust, but is there for the root from the Renata. But now Weibo's bot lane gonna get the level 2. Nice handshake coming out from Xinliu just to stop anything from happening. And again, this is how you want to play the lane out, just a bit more defensively with the Renata and the Aphelios, trying to keep them at a decent length away so you can just poke them down. But Shun might be looking for something here.
Yeah, SFM drops a ward. He knows what's up. It's going to be a little battle for the chickens here. Neither mid lane are moving over just yet. SFM and Shun going 1v1, but Shun has the Wukong. He's winning so far. SFM bullied away. The smite comes out from Shun. Chickens secured.
Yeah, and the critical reason you can go for this is because they have that Vex in the mid lane. Into the Ahri will find that early priority, and it just meant that Angel couldn't move. Yukai didn't feel the need to. He knew Shun had it covered. Will steal away that camp and then be able to go towards his bot side, which is still open and ripe for the taking.
Yeah, very nicely done here by Shun. I was expecting him to go towards the red buff, but just finding that small window, that small advantage over SOFM, and the ward that was dropped on that red buff early, paying dividends. But now SOFM moving up to this top side, not going to try and make anything happen in the top lane. Instead, going to hover mid, and in fact move straight down towards the bottom side of the map. I think he wants to go for a double scuttle.
Yeah, he wants to look for it. He knows that Shun, because he spent all that time in SFM's jungle, he's going to be a little bit behind, still on his red buff. And with the priority bot lane and the fact the wave bounced back mid, easy to pick up that scuttle. So, you know, in the end, I think SFM was pretty happy with how things turned out. Yes, he lost the chickens, but he managed to get 2 scuttles. You're pretty comfortable in that regard.
Yeah, I think he got a few of the small chickens as well. So ultimately, maybe ever so slightly up for gold, but realistically the difference will be negligible on this one. So fairly even start for our 2 junglers, both junglers that will spike massively at level 6 as well. Once that 6 comes in, both of them have insane gank potential. As Weibo, they're hiding in the brush right here, pretending that they've recalled. Will Wink and Xinliu, I almost called him Lucas there, Xinliu, will they fall for it? Looks like no, as Huanfeng will step out and just start farming.
I think it's important to pay that respect into the Rel, into the Calista. The thing with the Rel engage, it's quite slow. You will almost always be able to... Oh, never mind.
You say that, looks pretty quick to me. Xinliu loses half his HP, but I say half, he's almost dead on this one. But Wink able to return some of that damage. Won't quite be a kill. And that's twice now that Weibo searched for the all-in, but can't quite find it.
Yes, as I was saying, quite slow, because obviously Rel has to run up to you, or if she's in the other form, she like does the crash down. Both quite telegraphed and easy to avoid. That doesn't apply if they're coming out the fog of war. And if you get a face check like that, then yes, you will lose your health. You will get taken out. So that's why IG's bot lane needs to be respectful. Anytime they don't have vision of on, could be scary.
FM is here. In goes on. Knock up on Xinliu. Can they find the kills? The summoners are down, but can they finish the health bars off? Wink, low on HP. Xinliu goes down. So does Wink. It's 2 kills for the Weibo side.
Yeah, and it's just really poor timing for a gank coming out from SOFM. The fact that Wink and Xinliu, the flash wasn't available for the Renata, the fact they overextended. I say poor timing, it was fantastic for Weibo.
I was going to say, yeah.
Poor timing for IG from their perspective, not when you want to get ganked in. Sure, he has the timer on the chickens, you'll steal that away, but it is such a small prize in comparison. You get the 2 kills on the bot side, one of them on Huanfeng, one of them onto SOFM, and they will take the dragon as well. Exactly the sort of early advantage that they need in this game.
Moving over, but it's too late. Drake taken now by Weibo. We said they needed to be aggressive. Well, 1,500 gold lead and a Drake. That's a pretty aggressive start coming out from Weibo. So take another look at this little gank from SOFM.
Yeah, and it's the wave state. The wave being here, because obviously, you know, we saw them trying to hold it on the tower for as long as they could. It does eventually bounce back. They're trying to get the crash, but critically, you know, Shun's on the other side of the map. He's not there to assist them. He's not there to help them push in. It's a great time for a gank for SOFM. And the fact that there was no flash for Xinliu meant that it was just so easy to execute on.
So I'm curious, is there like, what should IG's bot lane have been doing there? Like, is it a big misplay from them to be stepped up? Because I feel like you either step up or you just lose a huge amount of minions, because Weibo could have just frozen it forever, right?
I think you have to call Shun over. If Shun can't be there for whatever reason, if you're choosing to prioritize your jungler, then you just have to lose out on the farm. But you have to make a decision, right? Which is more important? Shun's time spent farming or making sure that Wink can get access to the wave and not be frozen out? For me, I think Wink is the bigger priority in this game. So I think that Shun should have just moved over and then helped them crash and that be the play.
All right, well, he's moving over now. He's on his position a little precariously, but SFM is here once more, and he's level 6. Shun, still only 5. This is huge for Weibo. On in the middle of everyone, knock up onto Wink. SFM on the back line is exhausted, but it does not matter. Resets are available too as Shun dashes underneath the tower. SFM gets a little trick as the AD carry, but ults out. In comes Shun to try and finish the job off here. Can't quite finish the kill.
Oh, and it's such a disaster. The fact that Yukai comes down. Oh, Hong Kong.
Wonfong being real aggressive, has the cleanse, looking to walk away from this one, and I think he will, but it's only just, they've barely got away with their life. Yukai flashing forwards, finds the damage, but it's not quite enough.
So much burn there from IG, and they don't get rewarded. Still a kill in favor of the side of Weibo, and Angel got free time alone in mid to push the wave in. He also took a plate, so it's just a massive win for the side of Weibo. I was talking about how I felt Shun should have come down and helped them crash it. He does this time, but the problem is you're now a level behind off S2FM because you got that early kill. He's able to turn up level 6. Shun didn't have his 6 yet, and that made all the difference in that fight.
Really interestingly, not relevant to the fight at all, but the Shy actually picking up a cull quite late on in the game. Like, that's a fresh cull that he's just bought 8 minutes in. It's not something that you usually see. You know, realistically, he's gonna make it to 170 CS, so he'll get the cash in, but much later than you usually see a cull bought. But I want to talk gold for a second here, because Angel, individually, actually up 400 gold in that mid lane, thanks to having that solo time, getting himself a plate down in the bottom lane. It's 1,000 gold in favor of one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive advantage to the bot lane, but the fact, as I was saying, Yukai moved down, didn't find anything. Oh, but SFM.
Yeah, he does have his ultimate, but he's a little bit late on trying to get out of this one. The stealth doesn't quite land either, but On actually goes in. He's going to sacrifice his own life to save SFM. They won't be able to find any more. I thought the taunt there coming out from the Renata was going to do a little bit more, but won't quite find anything else.
Yeah, the hilarious thing was SFM was in his shroud, and then you saw as soon as he got hit by the ult, he started to charge towards IG. And I was like, whoa, you don't want to be anywhere near that. Fortunately, did manage to get away, but it's On who goes down in return, trying to create space. And I like that from IG. They bring the extra members up, they find the Herald. Yes, they're still down in gold, but managing to find a proactive play and should be able to use this to secure some gold onto Wink, which again, we talked about him being this pivotal carry in the later stages of this game.
Yeah, he certainly did. He'll move up towards his top side. The Shy going to try and defend. On moving over as well to try and help the top laner. Jace can do a decent job of at least thinning the wave out here. Should be able to shot blast at least the caster minions, and that should be able to... Oh no, he's hit the belly one there. But either way, protecting the plates, and that's ultimately the goal here. As Zuka has moved down towards that bottom side, the Shy no TP, so Zuka should be able to get some solo time onto this tower.
Yeah, should be able just to pick up a plate of this with the attack speed you get in E. Maybe plays it safe because he doesn't have vision, so we'll just back away. You can see Weibo did a pretty good job of securing vision around that side of the map. Is 30 seconds until that dragon, and right now Weibo's bot lane are on the top side. IGs are going for resets, so they will be on the map sooner. Can just look towards that dragon if they want to, and I think critically, if you secure this dragon, the one that Weibo got earlier isn't as threatening. It's not going to look towards that soul sooner and would put you in a pretty comfortable spot. So do you see them moving over to try and get control of the area now?
Yeah, you say that, but the recall's coming through from Hwanfeng and On as well, so potential that Weibo will try and contest this one. They're 2,500 gold up right now. Certainly, if the two teams do fight in an even fight right now, you have to give the advantage over towards Weibo. The question is it an even fight? Do they actually find that opportunity? As Shinliu trying to fight for vision control. Ward over the wall from Shun, who does still have that Rift Herald in pocket. They can use that for priority if they need to try and get into this river.
Yeah, and you know, IG had the faster resets. Zuka was already pushing this top lane in advance, but it feels like IG were a little bit concerned about moving forwards. Now found the confidence with that bot wave being pushed in. They're going to try and push mid, and they can throw the Herald down mid if they really want to secure priority to the area, but it looks like they will just move into the river and try and force Weibo away.
Yeah, Huanfeng getting priority in that bottom side in the meantime as On and SOFM trying to keep some level of control of the river area. Angel denying some vision as well. And IG not really willing to commit to the play just yet. Weibo managing to hold on with lesser numbers at the time, right? The mid laner and the AD carry both not involved, but SOFM and On managed to hold IG at bay.
Yeah, and actually they missed a lot of farm in the bot lane. You can actually see minions just crashing into the tower. IG giving up a bunch of CS to try and stay in position to contest this, and they're still looking.
They want to go for the contest, but with a Kalista, it's always going to be hard. There's the Drake taken by Weibo. IG want the fight for themselves, but Wink can't really get in just yet. Hostile takeover goes wide. Yukai into the back, but Huanfeng pulls out to safety. SOFM in the middle of everyone. That's a huge pull-in. Do they have the damage? Exhaust onto Huanfeng. He cleanses it. SOFM goes down. Double kill for Yukai. In comes the Shy, though, to try and answer. Angel gets one. Dashes out the backside of the fight. In goes the Shy. The solo laners come up huge for Weibo. It's a triple kill. Make it a quadra for Angel.
And what a start to the summer split. A quadra kill for Angel. Zuko, on the other hand, doesn't even show up for the fight. The Shy making all the difference there. You saw it start to go in favor of IG, but they just didn't have the gas in the tank to finish it off. Weibo get the dragon. They get the kills and now have a 3,000 gold lead.
And they have this early game composition, and boy, are they willing to use it. Angel having a quiet game so far, but finally shows up and does it in style.
Absolutely. And you know, the initial engage, it starts to seem favored in IG. Weibo disengaging. The TP comes in from the Shy, and that is pivotal. We get this re-engage coming out from Weibo, but ultimately On just gets deleted instantly. SOFM isn't able to get any resets, but the Shy is now here. Zuka never actually shows up for the fight, and you see the Shy starts to chunk people down. That allows Angel to start getting these resets in, and it's the big reason he was able to get that quadra kill.
Yeah, the fact that every single time you get one of those kills, you get another Spirit Rush charge means Angel can dash over the wall, can finish the quadra kill off, and now is almost 1,000 gold up individually, about 700 in his pocket. But the difference between the AD carries is absurd right now. Almost 2,000 gold in favor of Huanfeng.
Yeah, and now with the mid difference as well, it is really looking a little bit painful for IG. Did say, you know, I feel like in the later stage of the game, they will be a lot more comfortable. That bot lane in particular scales exceptionally well, but you have to get to those later stages. 2 dragons in pocket for Weibo, setting a pretty decent pace for the soul. It will be that Hextech soul, which is a pretty strong one as well, with that extra slow, extra damage coming in. Especially when you have champions like Ahri that are so fantastic at chasing down. But for now, they'll just look to sort of continue their momentum on the map. At this point, Weibo are comfortable. They can just keep taking objectives, setting up waves to try and take out these outer towers where possible.
It's not just Ahri either, right? Viego and Kalista both extremely good at chasing you down. If Weibo start to get an advantage in a fight, the resets on the Ahri and the Viego, the fact they can chase you down, the fact that On is always going to be safe because of Huanfeng's ultimate, that CC chain is just absurd. Like, it's going to be very difficult for IG to find themselves a fight unless they can get creative with it. They do have a Vex. They do have a Gwen. There are ways to play where they might be able to find some cheeky advantage.
Absolutely. I think that's the thing as well, is that, you know, as you said, it can really go in favor of Weibo if they start to find momentum. If they don't, if SOFM or Angel don't find the resets or do go down early, it can really go in the other direction. So execution will be the big question, but Weibo definitely coming in with the advantage. And On delivering well on this engaged support. And I think that's the critical thing, is we're asking the question, you know, we're expecting to see more enchanters on this patch, and there was always going to be that sort of open question: who leans into it, who sticks to these sort of engage picks? On is someone who, at least so far, is happy with picking up the Rel, and that engage, as you said, off the Kalista ult into the R, super devastating in these tight-knit team fights.
I mean, we saw it in that last one. That was when the whole team wasn't there to follow up initially. IG, though, going to try and get themselves a Herald. On Hex splashing just away from this one, deciding not to contest. So IG getting themselves both Heralds in this game, but still going to be down in towers, unfortunately, because they've not had control of the map enough to get good use of the Heralds. And look what Weibo are trading for those Heralds. The Shy looking for a tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, is that what does the Herald get you? It normally gets you a tower. Oh, Shun looking for more than a tower, though.
Yeah, Huanfeng does still have his ultimate available, so I think IG realizing they have no chance of finishing off on that one. SFM did finish the red buff off. That tier 2 in the bottom lane did not go down, though. Crucially, IG able to defend.
But still, 2 towers for that Rift Tower take. The Shy got one in the bot lane. We saw the rest of the team take one mid. And so, you know, obviously the Herald is in pocket of IG, but that is probably only going to net you a tower. Ideally, you take the mid-tier one. You've already lost out on that trade, even if you get this tower. There is an objective bounty, which is a positive. But you can see the Hex Gates coming in. Weibo looking to potentially contest on this.
They want to go for a fight here. Keep your eyes on. He wants to go for the flash engage. Tower goes down. Herald pushing forwards. Might be it. I think IG have got away with it for now, but Drake is up in 10 seconds, and Weibo have no intention of letting IG have one for free. There's a knock-up. There's the follow-up coming out from Yokai. Can they finish Angel off? There's one kill. Goes into the pocket of Wink, and they want a little bit more as well. On trying to escape from this one, the Shy. Off on the side. Will be a pick. Going the way of IG. Can they find a Drake off of it? Doesn't look like Weibo want to retreat just yet.
Yeah, they will back off eventually, though, with Angel being down. A lot of tools burned. Actually, SFM, yeah, I think it's going to reset here. You lost out, and ultimately a really nice engage from Shun there. They didn't give an opportunity for Angel to use his mobility, didn't give any opportunity for Weibo to find momentum, or the reset on the back of the Viego or the Ari. Just instantly found that engage. Really well executed, and they will secure that dragon and another objective bounty, which is going to keep that gold lead within a reasonable amount. You can see here, On is not the target here. They don't really care, but they get that great knock-up into the fear, and then finally when Angel gets space, the flash and then the second cast of the ultimate from the Wukong will just finish him off. And Weibo know without the Ari there, it's not good odds to take the fight, and IG essentially just bought themselves extra time in this game.
Yep, they certainly did, and Yokai really the star of the show here, being able to follow up on Shun's engage. 3-1-1, almost on 2 items on the Vex, and that could start to be a really big issue for Weibo if they can't start to finish things off. If they can't keep this snowball rolling, they are still 3,000 gold ahead, still very much advantage in favor of Weibo, but that's a glimmer of hope for IG that they were in desperate need of.
Absolutely, and I think the main concern for me as well would be the second that Weibo get third dragon, you get really concerned, because every time you go for a dragon fight, it's not even just about the fight, it's also about if we lose the smite fight, they have soul. It also is just time on the clock, right? If they'd got that third one, it'd be 5 minutes away from soul, potentially 10 minutes away from Elder. Put you in a really difficult position when IG still are comfortable with just scaling in this game. The more time they can buy, the better it will be. That bot lane that we saw fall behind quite substantially, it's still down in gold, right? Wink is 2 levels down. You look at the items, look at the CS difference, he is definitely still down in gold. But the more time you give, the more opportunity that Aphelios has to lead into the later stages.
And one of the crucial things, I want to talk about that CS difference, because it's not just in the bottom lane. It's across the board. Every single lane is ahead. The only player managing to maintain CS is Xin Liu on the Renata, which is not exactly the most crucial one. But
gotta get those CS per minute scores for the support.
Oh, yeah. You gotta push those numbers. But crucially, it's not just about like lane diff between the players, right? It was when we saw them dancing around the dragon, Weibo playing their lanes far better than IG.
Yeah, and I think that's the critical thing, is that's the expectation. I think the caliber of players, and particularly like the Shy and Suzuka, with this matchup, expected there to be a pretty substantial difference. But I think SFM has done a pretty good job of allowing his lanes to flourish. Angel is just going to pick up this top tower. The last of the tier 1s going down for IG. Still, it's not going to be too much gold, and I think IG are still fishing for opportunities around mid. John in particular has been really good at using this Wukong and finding flank opportunities. I think the thing with this Wukong pick is the fact you can now go over walls. Means just it's so much easier to find those windows. Why he's been such an effective pick, and if you can get onto the backline, he can just be so devastating.
You know, weirdly enough, the biggest gold difference between carries right now is in the top lane. The Shy having an almost 2,000 gold lead over Zuka there, bigger than either Angel or Huanfeng, which is kind of surprising to me, considering Huanfeng's 60 CS up down in that bottom side.
I think the critical thing is, 1, he got the cold cash in, and 2, he got the first tower in the bot lane, so he got that extra gold all to himself, you know, the 610 we typically see. So as much as he hasn't been in the fights as much, other than those 4 assists, he got a lot of that the gold from that structure, and as a result, this is a really strong Jace. He's at this point where he's spiking super hard as well. Man Immune and Eclipse is devastating. A big shock blast that hits onto the right target will just devastate IG.
And he's just finished off that tier 2 in the bottom side as well. SFM shadowing him there, keeping the rest of IG busy so that the Shy is safe to finish that tower and back away. And now SFM just going to take that Hex Gate on out of there. He is good friends with Jace, you know, just protected him, gets a free pass.
Gets the free ticket to just ride away. I mean, I love Hex Gates. I've said this like 1,000 times. I think they're such a good addition to the map. When teams can make use of them, and particularly in this game as well, right? We talk about the Wukong find the flank angles, Gwen as well.
Oh, Angel! He's feeling saucy, but won't quite find Wink. The recall's cancelled. Angel not quite waiting long enough. He wasn't entirely sure where everyone else was. There were a lot of pink wards, so he didn't see the rest of the recalls. Good effort, though, from Angel to try and find the AD carry.
What I will say is that Ari doesn't have the most damage when it comes to mid lane mages by any stretch. I'll hold off on this because Honor's definitely safe. Yeah, doesn't have the most damage anyway. Has gone Banshee's second item, and we've had the durability patch change. You know, Ari just not the best at 100-0 in champions, so look for that opportunity. Does bring the cleanse, doesn't find more, but now with 15 seconds until the next dragon, IG don't really have control over the area. They're trying to push in. Weibo on could be fishing for something here.
The dragon was the last time that IG found an advantage. They found that pick onto Angel, but with the Banshees there, I don't think it'll happen again. Weibo just going to start this Drake off. They're more than happy to trade for a mid tower if they have to. I'm not even sure if they'll have to. They're going to look for potentially a fight here as they're on the flank right now. IG, they know they can't commit to the tier 2. Angel might look for Shun here. Will have his clone available though, so Angel holds off on the charm. Oh, actually, SFM.
Now IG just trying to get out.
Yeah, SFM moving forward still. The Shy. Big hit onto Yukai there. Goes onto Shun. But it will just be IG escape.
And honestly, we can bring that whole passage of play back to the Angel play onto Wink, because they were looking for the resets, IG, to get back on the map and set up for Dragon. Because Angel actually stalled them out by going for the pick onto Wink, it meant they weren't able to get back on the map on time. They weren't able to set up for vision around the Dragon area, which is why in the end they went, you know what? We don't have any way of really contesting this without walking into a rel. Let's just give it up. And critically, because IG won that previous Dragon fight, they don't give over the soul. But yeah, Angel's just his little attempted pick onto Wink gave quite a big advantage for Weibo, and now looking to try and control the area around the Baron. Once more, it is so hard to face check into this Weibo lineup.
It really is. You know, we talked about some of the players on Weibo becoming big names. Huanfeng, one of the players on everyone's lips. 550 bounty on him on this Kalista as Weibo threatened the Baron here. And Angel just denying entry from Wink, but Weibo won't actually go for that Baron. They don't want to risk anything just now. Even with that Kalista, which is a champion that's extremely good at taking those neutral objectives. Still 3.5 minutes until the Drake, and it means that Weibo can just play around this top side as much as they like.
Yeah, they really want IG just to face check into them, find that engage. You can see on fishing constantly. I think now the play is going to be started. You have the Shy here. Bare minimum, you can force the TP out from the Gwen.
Yep, TP is there. Zuka moving on over. SFM actually just going to smite for health there. That's how you know they're not really committing to the Baron. Grouping up. They're on the wrong side of the map. The teams have swapped sides of some of this rift here. It's IG on the top side of the Baron now, and they don't really know how to get home. Weibo denying them entry. As that's massive damage onto the backline. SFM behind enemy lines. In goes on with a 3-man taunt, and in go the rest of the team. Wink will fall. Xinliu goes down as well, and IG have been torn asunder, but Zuka is on Gwen, finds one answer, but it's only going to be the one.
Oh, actually another. Shun manages to find it. Gets the proc on the Divine Sundra. Now he has to try and buy time. Never mind.
Well, that's that one over. Well, look,
instantly deleted. Well, I mean, critically, jungler going down. I know it wasn't much time, but a little bit of time bought. I was going to say maybe it'd stop the Baron, but it looks like Weibo is going to TP the Shy back in and start it up anyway. Also going to bring Angel, and they will 3-man this. Yukai does have his TP. They will get low from this. You could honestly go, but it's a bit risky without the vision.
Yeah, they don't actually know that this has started, I don't believe. And, you know, with Huanfeng there, they do essentially have a smite from the Kalista, the Ren, or they just auto it down. Either way, they're going to be able to get themselves a Baron, and Weibo finally cement their lead.
Yeah, IG end up getting corralled here. The big shock blast makes them panic, understandably. And then On finds this beautiful engage coming in. You see Wink does end up getting the Renata W, trying to find the reset, but doesn't quite take Angel down. And then they all scatter to the wind. Zuka is able to turn things around and get 1 kill. And then this nice little play. It looks like Shun's going to lose it. But Divine Sundra proc comes in for a big heal. And able to finish off the enemy jungler, but still a massive, overwhelming win for Weibo. 7,000 gold lead now. We're a minute 15 from that 4th dragon, which would be Soul if they can secure it. Rabadon's picked up for Angel. Sorelda's Grudge for the Shy. Wit's End for Huang Fong. They are so strong right now.
They really are, and Weibo now going to be gaining vision control, just sweeping out this entire jungle. There is one ward there, but there's not long left on it. That's the problem. It's going to time out naturally. There's Huang Fong pressuring in the mid lane. Big shock blast onto Wink there. He does have a Bloodthirster, so he'll be able to sustain his way back on through. SFM trying to move into the jungle alongside On. Maybe an opportunity for IG. They've found a couple of picks, but the flash comes on through. Huang Fong's ult saves On's life as well. And the shock blasts are absurd. It feels like there's nothing IG can do.
Yeah, I mean, the Shy is just disgustingly strong now on the Jace. And the thing is, if IG can't find the engage, he will just keep firing off those shock blasts whenever the cooldown's available. Hitting 3 people there just means IG have to scatter to the winds. And now Weibo, with that Baron, going to take this tier 2 mid, while the Shy is still pushing in the bot lane.
Yeah, IG are trying to get the recalls off, but they're going to be too slow on this one. As you say, the Shy in the bottom side, Angel waiting in the wings in case anyone comes to try and find a flank. And in the meantime, the mid tower going down, the bot tower going down. It's going to be bot inhib now being pressured by the solo lanes. Yukai forced back to the fountain by the Shy here. There's an inhib, and the Shy ain't done. He's going to pressure onto Nexus towers while the rest of the team looks for a dive in the mid lane. They'll finish this tower off first as On happy to tank that one up. Despite the powerful towers, it's not going to stop Weibo. That'll be 2 inhibs taken, and Weibo put their foot down on this game.
I just managed to get so much of the back of the Baron, and now they'll head over towards this dragon. It will be Soul, as if things couldn't get worse for IG. At this point, they kind of need a miracle in these fights. Need to just blow someone up, find a pick beforehand. It's really the only hope, because I feel like as soon as the Shy starts firing off these shock blasts, you're just going to get absolutely decimated, especially as now he has the Hex Tech Dragon as well. It's not too much damage. It's like 50 true damage, but when he's already doing so much, you really don't want him hitting any harder.
Yeah, you definitely do not. He's an absolute monster. I'd say an MVP candidate at this point with the damage that he's doing in these fights.
You know what? I'm ready to say it, Joe. I think the Shy is pretty good.
Wait, really? You're saying world champion the Shy is pretty good at League of Legends? That is a bold statement. He is down in CS though, you know, 20 CS behind. I'd say that's pretty poor performance. Now, I think he's done okay. I think he's done all right for himself. Weibo, though, despite this very fast, very aggressive comp, playing the game relatively slow, they're going to find a pick onto Yukai here. The Zonya's going to come out, but it was a little too late, and Yukai will fall. Angel to grab that kill. Weibo just finishing things off now as SFM almost goes down there. Need to be a little careful, but the Shy over the wall, just blasting, peppering away on the sidelines as Huang Fong pushes away in that mid lane. That'll secure the top tier 2 tower. And really, Weibo playing this one by the book, almost 30 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, SFM nearly making a mistake there. The thing is, when the enemy team is so far behind, you kind of don't want to be the enemy champions, especially when Yukai was on a tower. But doesn't manage to get away, and now IG, they're doing everything they can to defend, but it just feels inevitable, especially the Shy grouping up with the team now. Doesn't manage to connect that shock blast, but I'm just waiting to see once again how much damage it does. It is decimating at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it says a lot about how far ahead Weibo are, that SOFM has the same amount of items as the strongest carries on the side of IG. It's not a good situation if you're Wink or if you're Yukai, that you're still stuck on 2.5 items 30 minutes into this game. But Weibo do seem to be struggling to actually finish this one out. They've had these 2 inhibs down for quite a while. They can't seem to crack this nut.
Yeah, they are being a bit respectful. Understandable as well. This Gwen, as you said, now up in farm as we pick up so many waves. Zuka is strong, so if you do mess up, if someone gets caught out, there is an opportunity to spike the gold lead. They are looking.
Engage onto the Shy. He's going to be absolutely burst down, but he doesn't die just yet. Somehow surviving a little while there. Will finally fall. Xin Liu goes down as well. Huan Feng still going strong. Knockups across the team. Their health bars evaporating. Double for Angel. Can he find more multi-kills for himself? There's a triple, but Huan Feng ruins it as Angel looks for the final kill. Yuakai looking for a fear, though. Should be able to escape or at least buy time, but it does not matter. The rest of Weibo move into the base 17-7. And in our first game of the LPL 2022 Summer Split, Weibo play it slow and steady and get a dominant win over IG.
Yeah, they will finish off the Vex before they finish out the game. And ultimately, I think that was the correct play for IG. Try and pick someone. They did manage to kill the Shy, but you saw how long it took him to go down. And they just didn't have damage for the rest of the fight. The gold lead too big. And ultimately, it was an attempted play at the end of a game where Weibo were just dominant, right? From that mid-game onwards, felt like they really had to control the map. Better at picking up those waves. And when it came to the team fights, other than that one where Shun found the exceptional jump on an Angel, it really was Weibo who found favor.
I just love that you see the guy at the back with the camera. He's obviously like their content guy. He's like, yeah, let's get the winning reactions. And it's just the Weibo players like swinging around in their chairs, like not even phased by the fact
Business
that they got
as
that win.
usual.
Yeah, just like bored with the situation. The poor guy, he just wants to make some banger content for you guys, you know. It's the poor dude. Anyway, Weibo managed to get a very comfortable win. And I'm curious where IG go next in this series off of that one. Because that's, you know, when the game goes long like that and you have the scaling composition and you never really have a foothold, it's not a good situation to find yourself in. It's going to be hard to bounce back mentally from such a slow, crushing defeat like that.
And honestly, I can kind of bring it back to like that critical window around bot lane. Because the thing is, like, it used to be the case where you have to cover your bot lane in case they're going to get dived. You have to cover them when the wave's in a bad spot. The thing is, dives just aren't that much of a threat anymore, especially with the Renata. It is very difficult to pull off a dive. So you now don't have to cover your bot lane nearly as much as long as they don't have like 5 people there. It's just about ensuring if the wave is pushing out that you are able to cover your bot lane. And even despite the lead Huan Feng had, Wink able to put out a ton of that, like, well, not a ton, but more damage in that game. You can kind of see what they were looking for when they ramped up. I think Shun, you just have to be there for your bot lane. If the wave's in a bad spot, cover it. And aside from that, they should be self-sufficient. But that lead that Weibo got off the bot side made all the difference. And ultimately, you know, I'm focusing the bot lane here, the top lane as well, the Shy, able to free farm and just do Jace things.
Look at the difference in damage. Almost 20,000 more damage than Zuka. That is
quite a lot.
Absurd. You know,
That's
I
like
said
2
the
shock
Shy...
blasts.
For God's sake. I mean, you're not actually wrong. Like, that shock blast that hit 3 people probably did 3k damage, which is just insane to think about. But, you know, I was saying he was an MVP candidate. Looking at the damage numbers, I'd say he's the MVP. But Angel got a triple and a quadra kill. So I think Angel will grab the MVP anyway. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll see what IG have in the tank for game number 2.
The LPL are kings again. After an intense 5-game series against the LCK champions, Xiaohu conquered his demons and led Royal Never Give Up to their 3rd MSI title.
Everyone around the world, raise your hands together and give applause for RNG. They are your 2022 MSI champions. RNG look like a force to be reckoned with come Worlds.
A feat that will cement RNG's name in history as the true Spring Tigers.
All the way, it's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down.
Now, with the world watching, the LPL is set to deliver. 17 teams will take what they've learned from Spring and fight for a chance at being crowned the Summer Champions. But to become king of the greatest region in the world, it will take more than just a fight.
We can be heroes.
It will take everything that you have.
The LPL are kings again.
On top side, it's getting Cube into a much more favorable matchup with Strive. He has got Merc Tread, so he should be fine. As I said, turn off the tower so they can just dive him in the 2v2. This is deja vu. Work, but you're going up against a Hexo. Bofo has been hit. He has to flash away as the Trouble Ball is in response. Strive gets
great, but you're not going to try and smite this away from Weiwei, bar some massive
Oh
mistakes.
my god!
And you can see BLG aware, they're not even going to give him the opportunity of pulling that dragon in.
When we see these two teams clash, that is what's going to be so integral, especially the early focus from the junglers and how that coincides with the mid lane presence. And on the other side, you have the king of the jungle in Tarzan. I mean, he's swinging around on vines, killing people.
On the ground, nothing can hold us.
Scared. He's actually going to turn on to Tien as Doombee's running in as well. Against his old brother, strikes him down.
These two playing together finally is insanity to me. For me, have the possibility to be one of the deadliest duos in the future and history of LPL.
This is not a good position. They might have to run out here. Doombee's jumping in. There's another Shuriken flip. Doombe jumping in to the back line with a quick execution on top of Mark. Buying time with a quick little Sonya's. LNG mid lane has survived.
Behind enemy lines, Moonlight Vigils, Tarzan separated from his team. Scout with the flank, the rest of EDG follow up. They find the engagement. LNG have damage. Triple kill comes up to a B. We said he needed redemption, and he finds it.
Like hip-hop rappers not getting proper dough. Got my foot in the dough, time to rock the boat. Till I'm knocking straight jackets at the hospital. It's the juggernaut. Yo, you guys to go. We'll get knocked through a brick wall, all she wrote. Yo, listen, your mission's impossible. Concocting evil plots like Dr. No. But I'm Sean Corn with the magma flow. The magnificent man, I'm inflammable. In fact, you can't lay hands upon my coat. Cannibals can't bite folks, bombing those. You're on the ropes. My momentum grows. I'ma choke out JoJo with these hand that goes. Everybody else blows, so identical. I'm abominable, so contemptible. We won't sympathize with anyone. No, no, no. We roll just like a rolling stone. Get blinded by happy love. We're rising up, rising up. Don't just stand in our way.
I'm unstoppable, like holding on to 6 infinity gems. George Perez with nasal congest, just get sick with the pen. And even impressed at the way we getting it in. That's what she said, yes, done the mix of the shit. Keep you sitting on your biscuit, wouldn't wanna risk it. This is a mission on a small time thing. Attend special ed classes, but you get no pass, kid. Ass kick, take the L, simple as that. Unknown Rama, straight from hell, boy, don't catch. On fire, apply gasoline in a match. Wouldn't help you, best move 10 feet back off a 2-foot pier. No tears detached for your rest to the ref cruise. Let's use that as direct news at you and set new stats. Cause 10 more less than just dudes. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
We're living it up. You want it, you can have it. We're living it up. Still running on automatic. The game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable? The game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable?
Don't you dare leave me here standing, longing for a dance. Walk right up, your eyes are asking. Time to take the chance. Don't you dare end this night early short song. If I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If we move a little slower, the music might stop. If we get a little closer, my heart just might pop. If they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. Don't you dare leave me here thirsty while you sip and drink. I don't want deep conversation, I don't need to think. Don't you dare look toward the door, tonight is young, my dear. Don't you whisper a word of leaving, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If you're wondering how you're doing, well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light and the sound of the
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the LPL. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Orcs as we head towards our second game of the day. Weibo starting off pretty strong, it has to be said. A slow and steady win despite a very aggressive draft here. Taking it easy, but it was On who managed to grab himself the MVP. I'm a little surprised, I have to say. I thought it was going to be the Shy. I thought maybe Angel had a shoe-in, but On, some pretty great ultis coming out there. Fantastic performance on the rail.
Yeah, ultimately he was a pivotal piece of their engages, and I think that's why, you know, he managed to earn this MVP. I think that ultimately Angel and the Shy obviously did significant amounts of work, but I think that's part of like playing in a team in League of Legends, right? It is down to everyone's contribution, and the Rel certainly wasn't effective at starting those fights.
It certainly was. On managing to find his impact on a hard engaged support alongside an aggressive AD carry, alongside an Ari and a Viega. I feel like we've not had a patch here.
I feel like we've sold the viewers a false bill of goods, honestly, at this point. Every single champion that we saw picked is something we would have seen on the MSI patch or like in spring at the end of it. It feels like everything kind of has remained the same, and that is going to be a big question mark. Like, how well do the LPL teams adapt? Ultimately, Weibo feeling like they didn't need to right now. They played what they knew and essentially were effective with this. And I think this was such a critical moment. The Shy joining this team fight, getting them low enough so that Angel can find the big play to clean up.
The crazy thing is, Zika had TP that entire time, but obviously,
you know what? That's what I was wondering. That's what I was wondering. And
I'm not sure why he didn't participate. Yeah.
One of those big engages coming out from Weibo again on earning his MVP with that performance. And I want to say that IG still put up a good fight, particularly Shun on this Wukong, right? He got 2 target bans in the draft phase with that Kindred in Italy, and still so many moments where he was the one finding those pivotal engages that at least gave them favor in some of the fights. Still heavily Weibo favored, but IG having those little moments.
Yeah, IG certainly finding certain opportunities here. We'll see what they're going to be able to do, swapping sides now. So Weibo will be on the blue side. Maybe IG can find something from that red side, maybe having the 2 picks. Maybe the bans will change. Perhaps Sean can find himself a carry, maybe his Kindred, his Nidalee, something like that. The Wukong, he individually had a good game, but obviously not able to carry things.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like ultimately, if you're getting target banned on red side, where you typically have more like OPs to ban, I don't think you're gonna. I think Weibo will probably just ban the Nidalee Kindred again on blue side. You're probably in a worse position in terms of getting one of those. And the Wukong may be taken away as a first pick if IG ban Gwen, which they probably will against the Shy. So maybe even harder for Shun to carry in this next one. But ultimately, I think there was 2 pivotal moments that I kind of want to hone in on. The first was when the bot wave was messed up. Shun wasn't there, and I feel like you have to come over and bail your bot lane out because that's what gave such a massive advantage over the Huangfeng. And then in that next fight, it was the reason why SFM was a level up on Shun. And then on top of that, the other point was that clip we saw where Zuka didn't TP in, and he was low in mana, so maybe the thought process was, I can't really help the fight. But in that case, if your team is posturing for that long around the dragon, reset and TP in. Like, worst case scenario, you lose a bit of farm, but if you won that team fight, it could be the difference maker. And I think that's kind of been the thing that plagued IG in spring, was the individual play, often decent, particularly from Shun, but it was like the decision making was just not on the level of the better teams.
Yep, certainly wasn't. Unfortunately, you know, my hopeful thoughts towards Shun have been thwarted.
Not surprised.
Nidalee and Kindred being banned away. I didn't really expect them not to be banned, but I was a little hopeful, you know. So the carry from the jungle will have none of his picks available here. The Lucian being banned once again by IG here, but that Gwen taken off the board, so Weibo can't go for the first pick. They're actually going to ban the Ahri away.
Yeah, I don't expect any team to leave Gwen open against the Shy ever, which is why it was kind of pretty expected they would first pick it last time for IG. And now it's a bit difficult because Gangplank open, Orianna open, Senna open. These were the bans from IG last time, and all three are available. Wukong is also open now, so Weibo could first pick that if they want to and deny it away from Shun. Not going to come out as a ban, which is definitely something that improved on this patch. And if you're looking for a counter pick for IG against the Shy, getting rid of that blind Gnar can help. But Weibo not going to go for the Wukong. They're going to go for that Senna, which is so strong right now. Senna Tom, or Senna really anything, really dominant on this current patch.
Yeah, and On loves the Tahm Kench as well. We've seen him play it plenty of times in the past. So feels pretty good for Hwangfong, and that's more along the lines of what we expected from Weibo coming into today. Was a bit more slow scaling, hyper carrying that bottom lane. Senna certainly fits the bill for that one. IG though, actually going to take away the Tahm Kench. Maybe go for an Aphelios or a Jinx alongside that.
Yeah, I'm not a super big fan on this because you know how I said Senna Tom or anything else? There is other things you can put with Senna, and you've kind of just committed to this Tom blind, which is a bit of a bold one. Now, IG potentially going to look for a jungler here. Shun was fantastic on the Wukong. I wouldn't be against them taking it again, especially as with the Tahm Kench, she's not the best primary engage. His W very slow and telegraphed, so having a jungler who can dive in for you really strong. And now Weibo, I expect a jungle answer. Maybe just take the Viego again for SOFM. And then they have a bit of flexibility here. I don't feel like you're threatened by the Tom. Like you have to lock something in now, but you could pick something earlier. But ultimately, a mid or top wouldn't necessarily go amiss here. Oh, this would be good.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Tahm
so
Kench is not going to have a fun time in this lane.
This is kind of the issue with that blind Tom, is now you've gone from like a scaling pick and a tank to 2 scaling picks. We're going to be so powerful in the late game and essentially get a free lane. And as you said, the thought process might be Tom Aphelios. This is not going to be a fun time for Aphelios when you just get outranged and poked down by both of those. So, yeah, it looks like they might go in a different direction and go for the Ezreal, which, you know, it's longer ranged, but you now have like the most passive lane ever into 2 hyperscaling champions. So good luck to IG. We'll see what they can pull off in the second round of bans.
Yeah, this one's going to be a tough one based on the draft so far for the side of IG. An exciting one for Weibo. Senna and Seraphine. Very interesting draft coming on through. Only champions from Season 10 or later. We're just going for the brand new stuff here. The Azir being banned away from Angel. And with this draft, I get it, right? Lane dominant champion that also scales exceptionally well. You don't want to be dealing with that.
Yeah, absolutely not. Would make things pretty painful. And at this point, IG, you kind of accepted that you're not going to win good in the later stages. So thinning down safe tools for Weibo is really important. And honestly, I feel like they need a lane to play around. Bot lane is not a great lane to set up plays around unless like Weibo massively mess up. So I think having a mid or top with a good matchup is important. Zuka potentially in the top lane, having a favorable matchup there could make all the difference. Potentially giving him the counter pick here could allow them to punish the Shy. For now, though, they're going to focus mid lane bans into the mid lane. That's Swain once again taken off the cards.
Yep, Swain removed from Angel. Galio taken off the board as well. Now we need to see a blind pick for the side of IG. Could be mid lane, could be top lane. You'd expect it to be the mid lane, though.
Yeah, I'd expect it to be in the mid lane. I feel like, you know, as I said, there's such a wide scope of what you can play in the mid lane right now with the new patch. We've seen a lot more control mages. Talia is something that was talked about and completely skipped in the last draft, by the way. Will be locked in, so something that, you know, can apply that pressure to the side lanes if you are looking to play around that kind of pick in the top lane. If you are looking to play around bot, pretty strong there. But also, the champion is just super strong right now. Kind of to an exceptional level, so definitely a good picker for Yukai.
Yeah, so Yukai had a great game in game number 1 as well, right? So having arguably one of the premier picks on this patch, I guess we'll have to find out over the course of the next week or so. But it will be answered with Angel Zoe. Now, Angel is one of those players that does love a cheeky little bit of Zoe. Does have a great time on that champion. So you can expect a lot of lane prowess coming out from him.
Don't talk about it. Oh, he actually locked it in.
Blind Kale for the Shy.
Wow,
Blind
so
Kale top.
That is
Oh
so
my days.
alpha from the Shy. Just drops it like, yeah, and what? And I mean, okay, I said it before. Weibo were going to outscale with what they're drafting the bot lane. If it's not clear now that they're going to outscale to the strongest degree, then I don't know what to say. Zuka comes in with the Riven as something that he wants to use to try and bully out the Shy early. And I mean, that has to be the game plan for IG. You need to smash top into the ground, which is obviously harder because towers are so much stronger. This is kind of the reason Kale has been showing up a bit more, at least in solo queue, is because you can't just dive her. Like, it's so easy to push in a wave on the previous patches, stack a wave, take her out. It is now harder to do. And I mean, last game I was saying how IG probably want to take a bit slower. IG need to be like pedal to the metal on this game, or they are just going to lose.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal if the Shy can get away with it. I can't believe he's just like stony faced as well. Like, the fact that he just blind picked a Kale into a team that wants to dive top already. Like, we've already acknowledged that their bot lane is not going to be the carry in this game. It's all about the top side, and he blinds Kale into it. That is just something else. That is...
I was actually thinking, I was like, okay, Zoe coming in mid, like the Zoe Viego makes sense. It's a strong mid jungle. You want to stabilize so that you can protect your bot lane. And like, they'll probably just pick like a safe blind top, so, you know, they don't have to worry about it too much. No, they come in with the Kale. I'm so ready for this. I don't know if it's going to be like, how well it's gonna work, but it's gonna be something. This is very much like the Shy special, just bringing out a complete curveball, and we just get to enjoy it. What a way to start the summer split.
You know, we complained after game number 1 that the draft was too
they
boring.
hear this.
It was too much like MSI. Weibo were like, you know what? Here you go, boys. Let's have a set of Seraphim bot, let's have a blind Kale top. We'll even chuck a Zoe in the mid lane there for you. On the other side, though, IG definitely some interesting picks themselves, right? Zerka going with the Riven. Oh, the Shy already in trouble here. Needs to back away. He'll be fine. The Broken Wing's not going to be used just yet. Yukai with that Talia in the mid lane, though. That's the thing I really want to look out for, because Talia, once you're level 6, you can roam very aggressively. This is a champion that can completely take over the game if you can get ahead.
Yeah, and I think the critical thing is if you make those mistakes, you will be in big trouble for IG. Let's talk a bit about the Talia. Like, a lot of people will have seen this in solo queue and such, but for those who haven't, they basically made it so your Q AoEs again, so you can push waves quicker. On the worked grounds, obviously when you Q, you get that circle that appears. If you fire your Q on that, instead of firing just one shard, you fire this massive boulder, and it does like 1,000,000 damage. And then on top of that, your E, you know, the sort of little things that unravel on the earth, it is now massive. It's like humongous. And if you dash over it, you get stunned. Probably not going to see much of that in this game because not many people have dashes. But if you knock someone through it with a seismic shove, obviously pretty nice in that regard.
Out of interest, does Zoe's portal count as a dash? If you do that over work ground, will that proc? I'd imagine not.
I don't think so. I don't think so, because it's like a blink, right? It's like as your locking shift. So I'm pretty sure it doesn't. So, you know, not many really opportunities to make use of that ability, but still has that available. Now, you know, top lane, Zuka just trying to apply some pressure, but actually losing out on the trades.
I was going to say, not doing a great job of it so far. The Shy able to play fairly aggressively and has actually got a minion advantage. She's going to hit level 2 first on the Kale. But regardless, I'm not sure you get much of an advantage even at level 2 unless Zuka just completely concedes. Has that level 2 himself and gets a lot more value out of his abilities early than a Kale is likely to. So Zuka, nice little trade there.
Yeah, I think the big thing we're waiting for is level 6. Obviously, the all-in potential is high for the Riven then, but the fact that Shy becomes ranged means you can just harass more frequently. He is auto-spacing pretty well here, finding these opportunities to connect auto-attacks, like, despite them both being melee champions, and despite the fact Riven is typically going to beat you up in melee range, so doing okay, but the problem is you've been contesting the waves so much, this kind of leaves you open to a gank.
The Shy's in trouble here. And this is classic the Shy, right? Not respecting that the enemy jungler is very likely to come and pay you a visit, or is he? Has the flash available? Does he have to use it? The answer is no for now. It even gives Shun a little love tap on the way out.
Yeah, the problem is Shun's still here. So this doesn't change the state of the wave, right? It's still an awkward position. And now you're chunked out. Zuka could actually find an all-in opportunity if you overstay. I think you have to credit that Shy knows the sort of timings when a jungler can show up top and so is ready for the gank and doesn't die to it. But this doesn't mean that you're in a good spot. He is kind of just zoned away and get bullied.
Yeah, big damage out from Zuka. The Shy training a tiny bit of damage back, but look where the wave is, and it's going to continue to push towards Zuka. He can freeze that forever. The Shy going to have to TP back into that lane, and Shun still has his crooks up, so he could just repeat gank that top lane in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem is the Shy has to come top and then break this freeze, so opens up another opportunity. We'll go for the reset and get the boots, but yeah. Yeah, we are praising the Shy's trading. Maybe hasn't put him in the best situation. Just because you can win the trade doesn't mean you always should.
He's so busy wondering whether he could. He didn't stop to think about whether or not he should. He's the Jurassic Park of top laners. The Shy up there is Shun going to go for that repeat gank, but SFM moving over, and I think Shun realizing something is probably up. And Zuka now trying to contest this wave, trying to keep it in the position that it is as the Shy wants to push it in. But in the meantime, the Shy is happy to have all of the pressure in the world from Shun, because it means On and Huanfeng have literally a free lane in the bottom side.
Yeah, you know, I knew this was going to be bad for IG's bot lane, but it still hurts to see it. Huanfeng even going first strike just to get that extra gold value in lane. It's kind of funny that Wink went first strike, because I don't think you get too many opportunities to make use of that, if I'll be honest. Remember, it only procs, you can only make use of it if you're the one who hits them first. If they hit you, they just put on cooldown.
Yeah. It's kind of funny to me that Huanfeng is the one playing Senna and On is the one playing... sorry, other way around. Huanfeng is the one playing Seraphine. On could be in trouble here. Gets the root, though, onto this Tahm Kench, and should mean he can get away. He doesn't even take any damage. He's still full HP, and now the route towards Winky will shift away from that one. But that, I mean, that is just the perfect example of how rough this lane is going to be for Xinliu.
I feel like this would be a personal hell for me playing this lane matchup out for IG's bot lane. It's really just not a fun time. You can see, you know, Xinliu tries to find a window where Huanfeng isn't there to look for an all-in. Speaking of all-ins, close.
Real close on both sides as well. Like, it really could go either way as SFM finds himself a Drake. He'll have Prio in that bottom side forever. And Shun, once again, has to go to the top lane. Has to find a creative route in the Shy. Needs to be cautious. Has his splash available. Zuka is level 6. Oh, no. He doesn't even need a jungler right now. The Shy's going to go down. Zuka actually missed his ult. Oh, the flash. Okay, it's answered by Shun. He did need his jungler. Huanfeng's in trouble. They're winning both sides of the map. IG against all odds. Finding advantages. On forced to flash away will survive, but Huanfeng fell.
Finally, a window found by IG. It's difficult. Tahm Kench not the best to find those snap engages, but it looks like Huanfeng oversteps and does get punished. We also see the Shy go down. Gotta admit, it was very scuffed from Zuka, but they get the kill onto Shun in the end. Much needed influx of gold, and now Weibo trying to contest this Raptor. Will steal it away, and it's level 6 for SOFM, so Shun definitely not wanting to take that fight.
A little bit sloppy here from Weibo, though. Like, I don't think they should be dying in that bottom lane. The Shy, you know, going down in that one, fairly understandable considering where the wave is. And level 5 is level 6. It's going to continue to just trade against Zuka despite not being level 6. Because SFM is on his way. Zuka, still no ulti. Still no flash available. The Shy, looking for level 6. He's just going straight onto the wave here. It's SFM's here. Xinliu's moving over. It's pure chaos in the top side. The Shy, still not level 6. Still can't quite find that mark. One more minion should do the trick in just a moment. SOFM has hit 6 before the Shy's able to this game.
No, this is what I was hoping for when we got back with the LPL. Everything before was a bit too tame. Now, importantly enough in this matchup, they're both very low on mana, and the W is being used. Huanfeng actually steps in and takes a tower hit to try and dodge away from the Tahm Kench W. Obviously doesn't get knocked up, but ends up being in a position where they can get chased down. That was just an overstay from Weibo's bot lane. They definitely could have reset, got back, got mana filled up, got some items bought, and in the end, they do end up paying for their hubris. But still, it's a minor goal lead for IG. It's not enough, right? You need a lot more than this going forwards.
Yeah, that kill will be nice for Wink, but he's still 20 CS down. Not a great situation to be in. And in terms of the actual gold, still behind at the bottom side, as you say. And Senna certainly going to do a little bit better than the Tom Kench on the scaling side.
She's already finished the support item as well, right? I mean, that's the thing with the sort of the... not the spell thieves, but the sickle. The fact that like every time you land an attack, you get the proc, you get the extra gold. You can proc it really quickly in lanes like this, and the fact he already has those wards to throw around, definitely going to help avoid plays. Now, SFM does start up the Herald, but you don't have Prio on your solo lane, so I'm going to call him out of it and will be able to secure this. And I'm hitting on this quite heavily, but IG need the momentum, so them securing this Herald definitely something they absolutely need in this game.
Yeah, absolutely is. The goal going to be even for now, but this Herald could go straight up towards that top side if they want to try and go for a dive on the Shy. Does have his ultimate available, so it gets a little bit risky. So let's talk backup plan here, because I don't feel like Shun just hardcore camping the Shy is really working out for IG just yet. Is there another alternative way that they can play this game? Because I feel like they need one. Oh, Charm at the bottom side, actually. Huanfeng, big damage onto Wink. It's just going to be used to get pressure, I guess.
Well, I think for the fact that Weibo's bot lane have spent like 80% of the time in the lane, like right next to IG's tower, you could look for like an opportunity where Shun comes in and potentially Yukai cuts them off with a wall. That could be effective. They both have no flashes, so...
My God, Wink, no! He just gets railed by On. That was brutal to see.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, is that the more lanes play out independently, the more it's just going to be painful for the bot lane. And the fact that we have that early upgrade for On means there's so many more wards in the river to defend against a potential gank from Shun. They've now taken 3 plates in the bot lane. They've got that kill to even out, but they're up 30 CS. There will be a trade of ults in the top lane. Once again, the wave isn't in a great spot for the Shy, but I don't think he cares.
Angel knocked away flashes before the knock come on through. Yukai very low on HP, but won't be able to finish things off there as SFM pathing towards that top side. Suzuka might need to be a little careful on this one, but I don't think there'll be an opportunity. The Shy just continuing to push. He's trying to crash this wave. I feel like all game we've seen the Shy pushing and trying to crash this wave at the top side.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of just been the thing. There was that one time where he did get frozen on, but it kind of just has been like him trying to contest the wave permanently. And the thing is, at this point, you know, we haven't seen him be punished. He trades his ult out for Zuka's ult, and then Zuka loses so much kill potential when he doesn't have it available. Shun hasn't been able to make things happen on the top side again. There's even a pink ward in the river covering the Shy, so... You know, IG are now down in goal by 1,000. They are going to try and start up this dragon, but the fact that Weibo have the first one just means that Soul is quite a distant win condition, even if they get this bet. Weibo looking to contest regardless.
IG, once again, not really sure whether or not they want to go for the Drake. They seem nervous around these kinds of objectives. Umbral Glaive has been finished by On, by the way, so vision control easy to establish for the side of Weibo. Wall comes out. SFM on the wrong side of it, but the rest of his team is so long range it doesn't seem to matter. SFM has to ult away from this one. Will survive. Ignite, not enough. Dragon, low on HP. SFM back into the middle of things. Wants to go for the smite onto this one, but it's taken by Shun. Drake for IG, and it looks like they'll get away with it.
Yeah, they do manage to secure the Drake, but SFM survives, and the healing that comes out from the Seraphine and the Senna just means he's quickly back up to a comfortable amount of HP. And, you know, it's definitely positive that IG got the Dragon. I just don't think it's enough in this game to really make a difference. They are just flat out losing across the map. You can see in the jungle as well, SFM got like a 20-25 CS lead. Zuka had to walk down there because he didn't have TP, so the Shy got some alone time. It's just struggles everywhere right now.
It's good to see from Weibo, right? We are seeing 2 very drastically different styles here in terms of the compositions, but both games winning their lanes, right? Dominating across the map, which not necessarily something that you expect from Weibo historically. Like, On and Huanfeng have not been the strongest 2v2 in the league, but obviously with the draft gap this big, they're going to be able to do well in that bottom side. And you know, in game number 1 as well, with that Kalista and Rel doing a really, really good job on finding himself the first MVP of the entire split. So definitely positive signs for Weibo. Little bit rough for IG to start things off. But it has to be said, Weibo were a heavy favorite coming into this series. Like, the expectation was that Weibo would be coming in with a win to start the split off.
Yeah, and I feel like it's going to just get more difficult as the game goes on. So at this point, I think Sean looking for some aggressive engages is kind of what you need to do. We talked about that in the last game. Obviously, things looked a bit more dire there, but I think you have to try and find those opportunities as soon as possible. They will throw down the Herald mid. We'll just get a couple of plates. Didn't get the third one, but basically just an auto away, but they only have 40 seconds to get it. Either way, though, Tower still alive in the mid lane. Haven't been able to secure that. This game just feels a bit too slow paced for what IG wants. So picks, numbers advantages, those are the opportunities you want to try and find when possible. And for Weibo, it's just a matter of grouping and denying that from happening.
Okay, trying to make things happen up on the top side. There's a shield for the Shy. There's invulnerability for the Shy. There's a jungler for the Shy. Everything going in favor of the Shy. Zucker burning down. SFM will have to use his ulti here. Flash available. Doesn't need it. Gets the reset and gets a kill on the top side. The Shy now with some free time there as well. Is on in trouble. Maybe a chance in the mid lane, but flashes away. Shun can't find the kill.
Yeah, so they will find a window to get this tower in the mid lane because SFM goes top. Definitely helps to open up the map a bit. And we're talking about how finding creative angles from the Wukong could be a win condition. I think by securing that mid lane tower, it does open the map up a bit to set that up. But still not the best situation to be in. Dragon in 2 minutes. Might well be the next fight to look for, but we do have Rift Herald a bit earlier. Weibo could just secure that one. If anything, just to stall the game out by denying it from IG.
Yeah, so this is Angel. I guess just base checking the river there. Not much more to say about that one. That happened during this top lane. Yeah.
And you know, this one's unfortunate for Zuka, but you have to kind of factor in if your team are making a play around mid. If you don't see SOFM, he's probably in a position to punish you. And ultimately, he does end up getting punished. This situation does be in the Shy's flash. But IG overall, getting those couple of kills, getting mid-tower, definitely could be happy. And that's what we were looking for from them, is finding those opportunities where they have advantages in numbers. And now SFM's going to stop the Herald. IG are moving to respond. And they should want to zone them away from this and contest it. SFM's kind of isolated at this point.
Yeah, SFM trying to force the issue on this one. Does not have his ult available, but it doesn't matter. Just sneaks away in his stealth. Either Herald available. The SFM trying to force something. Charm comes on through. He gets the Herald as well. The CC is there, but Tom Kench is pretty tanky. The Shy walking up on the top side and just gets one shot. As the rest of Weibo cannot follow up on his engage. IG protecting the eye of the Herald. They may not have got the objective, but damn it, they won't let Weibo get it either. Oh, there's a little pick. Very nice knockup from Yukai on the end of the fight.
Yeah, manages to catch out a second one. Yukai really performing in this Talia and setting up these plays. It's kind of tragic. Weibo did manage to get the Herald for IG, but in the end, they deny them for picking up the eye. They get a couple of kills in the exit. Starting to build up a bit of gold lead, and once again, Shun is looking like that pivotal piece for IG's success.
Certainly is. Finds an opportunity, finds a window. SFM, this is the second time this game where he has no priority. He has no right to start the Herald, and he still goes for it anyway. Answered once again by IG, but SFM finding the smite. 100 gold in his pocket there. Very nicely done. Then the Shy kind of overstepping. I think Weibo getting a little overzealous on this situation.
Yeah, I think the big thing as well is, like, you are so much stronger when you're grouped with your team because you have this Seraphine. You get so much value. The more members are there. The center as well can use the Shroud to cover for you. And ultimately, this was just a situation where the Shy kind of caught on the opposite side. And then a great knock-up from Yukai, able to catch out the center. And as that replay was going down, IG pick up that Dragon. And, you know, Mountain Soul is a pretty significant one in terms of sort of increasing your odds to win the game. It is going to be, you know, 26 minutes before we see a potential Mountain Soul for IG, so it's still a long way away, but at least things are going in the right direction, right? You have a gold lead, you have a dragon lead, you have a spike for your Ezreal. Wink has just finished his mana immune, so he's got that 2-item spike. You need to continue this momentum, though, because a single mistake, I feel, kind of throws the ball back into the court of Weibo.
Yeah, and Shun, crucially, having a big lead individually, right? He's the player that has had to be the carry for this squad over the course of the last split, and I'm hoping we get to see that. And, you know, when you think back to Shun when he first entered the LPL, he was alongside Rookie, right? And everyone kind of talking about how Rookie and Shun were like father and son. Rookie was always there to help Shun. He was always there to support his jungler, make sure that Shun could get ahead. And even with Rookie on the roster, Shun was often the star player for that team. And it feels like he's now in a position to try and emulate that further, as SOFM could be caught out on the top side here. No flash available. Kayle ult does come down, though. Big damage across the team. There's a Dawning Shadow. It's a little too late, as the Shy now caught underneath this tower. No ulti available. And just, again, overcommit. I feel like SOFM's guaranteed dead there. I don't know why they commit more members.
Yeah. I don't know. It feels like overconfidence for this Weibo team. They don't need to opt into these situations. But I just have to praise IG here. I said things were looking a little bit desperate, right? As much as the game wasn't over, the fact they didn't find an early lead, the fact that Weibo had so many scaling elements, it felt kind of doomed. But they went and they found multiple scenarios where they have a numbers advantage. They find a pick. Constantly, we've seen them setting up to try and pick off the Shy, setting up to try and pick off SOFM. And as a result, they are actually building up a bit of a significant lead. Here, SOFM comes to shadow the Shy, but ends up being overextended himself. And now Yukai flies in, the whole team's there. And if you look on the map as this replay is going, nothing really gained mid. Bot lane, we will see the tower pushed up to it. I think it gets taken here. So, you know, it's minor things, but it's not enough to mitigate the fact IG are finding favor in the top side. And they also secured that tower top as well.
Yeah, almost a 3,000 gold lead. They're finding that lead that we said they desperately need across the course of this game. Is Angel not the greatest champion for trying to defend against Zuka? That, you know, we said towers are stronger. If Zoe gets caught by a Riven, she's dead. There is no recourse on that one. Zoe not the tankiest of champions, even with the changes. But looks like Zuka will be able to finish that bot lane tower off. The Shy could potentially answer in the top side, but we do have Shun moving on over. The Shy's got to be careful.
Yeah, he shouldn't. He shouldn't answer in the top lane, because I see that Slayer with the wall just coming available again. I feel like that would have been a dead Kayle if he went for that. But, might just be anyway.
He's going to grab himself a blue buff at very least. Does have flash available. Here comes Yukai flying over the wall and grabs himself a blue buff. Thank you very much, the Shy. As in comes SFM on the back of the fight, but he's totally alone. And Weibo are just on totally different pages today, and IG more than happy to punish them for it. SFM forced back to his tower, will survive at least for now, but Weibo just walking into IG one by one.
I feels like the Shy knew he shouldn't be top lane, and then he's like, I'll just settle with, you know, being in this jungle where the enemy team has kind of got control of. And unsurprisingly, it doesn't work. And now IG are trying to completely chase Weibo out the map, trying to cut them off.
Might be able to do so. 3 players strong, though. Perhaps an opportunity for Weibo. Azuka trying to punish, might have gone too deep. Gets a triple stun, though. The rest of the team trying to move into the play. IG with a numbers advantage. The Shy coming in. Angel on the backside of the fight. SOFM engages. There's the sleep. Yukai down. Killed for the Shy. Angel flashing forward. Finds... Oh, does not find a sleep. Was on cooldown there as SOFM has to back away. Dodges the ulti. The Shy level 12. Big damage coming through. IG losing a member here. It's 1-for-1 ultimately.
Yeah, felt like a bit of an overstep from IG, but they do end up going 1-for-1 in that extended play. You can see how focused they are on trying to make it work, though. But now it's 30 seconds till that dragon. Securing the Mountain Soul with this gold lead could make a big difference, but they're still 2 away. They definitely want to secure that one. And we'll see the replay coming. And again, this felt like very overforced. There's no ults for the Wukong, no ults for the Riven. The gold lead and the fact that they get on the backline means they're still able to secure a quick kill onto the Zoe. I have to credit Yukai here on the Slayer. So good at finding these knockups on the W. Of course, he did have some setup to help with it, but has been pretty consistent. And then Weibo trying to turn it around, but we do have the setup for that dragon now. Both teams looking for a fight.
Certainly are. It's going to be a route coming out. SFM turns invisible. Zuka trying to get there as the wall comes through. Splits Weibo in 2. Forces SFM's ult away as well. Big pickup here for the side of IG. That's a huge cooldown for the fight.
Yeah, and ultimately they still have the Riven ult, still have the Wukong ult for IG. They're pretty comfortable in this situation. And now no flash, no ult from SFM. He can't get in the pit. I think they can just start up the dragon.
Yeah, there is a blast code. And I wouldn't put it past SOFM, but it looks like Weibo want to just walk in through the river here. As with that Umbral Glaive, they will be able to clear wards quickly, but there are just so many wards, it doesn't matter. IG, 3 Drakes on the board now. As Weibo trying to contest, getting nothing else on the map in the meantime, and also losing that objective. Oh, that's asleep, though. On to Wink. Can they find the follow-up? The Shy going to go for it, but the rest of the team in trouble now, as it's knockups galore out from IG. Weibo found wanting here. The Shy has to ult himself, but Wink jumps forward. It's Zucker to finish the kill, looking for more onto SOFM. There's an ulti out from Wink as well. And now Baron is looking real tasty for IG. And Weibo just falling apart.
They're just finding the windows. IG, once again, it's Shun who finds that big engage onto the backline of Weibo. And that's the thing. These champions for Weibo function where they can keep you at an arm's length. As soon as you get on top of them with things like the Riven, the Wukong, they start to pop. And now, 7,000 gold lead for IG. They have the Baron. I'm going to get a replay of that fight. You can see a big Mystic Shot from Wink chunks out on. But then Shun, once again, using that stealth to find a window, gets onto the backline. The follow-up is there. And as much as Weibo managed to find a bit of space, they know the fight isn't going in their favor. The Shy ends up getting sacrificed. And then SOFM caught just on the edge of the knocker. Beautiful there from Xin Lu.
Very, very nice stuff coming out from IG. Look at the scoreline right now. 12-3. And after how badly the laning phase was going for them, Wink dodges away Shun. Almost finds an opportunity onto Angel.
I'm gonna be real, like, I thought game 1 IG had the better draft and they lost. I thought game 2 Weibo had the better draft and they lost. I think it shows I know nothing and the LPL is still a little bit wild to predict. But right now IG is completely in control. Will use the wave bot lane to lean down and take it tier 2. Doing a fantastic job of trying to make things happen with this lead, by the way. Zuka's looking for more bot.
Yeah, he wants to make a play onto the Shy. Takes half of his HP, trades it for half of the Shy's HP, but the Shy has a bit of sustain. Has a fountain nearby. And Zuka is going to have to reset on this one. Does have TP, so we'll head up towards that top side instead now. As Weibo just trying to clear these waves away and maintain some semblance of control. SFM going in onto Yukai. There's a charm from the rest of the team, but they can't quite follow up. Yukai will be safe.
Yeah, they managed to defend that tier 2. But IG still have a bit more time to try and push in. Ultimately, Zuka TP'd in top and will be trying to apply pressure and get that second tower there as well. Would be a lot of gold. And you can see the rest of the team applying pressure mid. They're going to rotate over and cover this wave Zuka has pushed in. He will be able to pick that up. And it's a ton more gold going to the pockets of IG. Right now, have them just shy of a 10,000 gold lead. And considering how bad the laning phase was going, particularly for bot lane, I just couldn't imagine this coming out. But flawless game of just finding these engages, finding the numbers advantage, and Weibo caught sleeping quite frequently.
Oh, there's a flank in the mid lane here from Zuka. There's a great wall on, is caught between a rock and a rock. As he flashes away, but it's a little too late. Actually survives somehow, barely. Angel on the backside of the fight. Now the Shy having to use his own ulti to keep himself safe. Flashes away. Zuka can't finish the kill off. Now trying to close the gap once again. The Shy has damage. Is it enough though? Zuka flashes for the kill. That's 2 now as on falls as well. And IG have found their way into the base, and they'll find their way out as well.
Yeah, able to dash over the wall. Final tier 2 going down. Don't have much time left on the Baron, but they will take that inhibitor tower mid. Dragon spawning in a minute 20, and that will be that soul. So I think they back off now for the reset and look to set up for that one. What, 11,500 gold lead, and they have so much gold in pocket to spend right now. Weibo, from a game that felt like it was going so well early to a game that feels out of control. And the Shy, blind pick tail top 1 and 6. Did we expect anything else?
Yeah, I mean, look, he tried his damnedest in the early laning phase, but again, like, on could have just flashed so much earlier on this one. The Shy as well has flashed this entire time. Chooses not to, chooses to stay in the fight.
He also
flashes,
he doesn't flash over the wall, right? That's your base wall. Flash over it.
I feel like he must have thought he could take Zuka, right? That's the only line of logic I can think of.
You know what? Based on how he's played this entire game, it feels like that's been his mindset.
Yeah. It feels like the whole of Weibo have played this one pretty disrespectfully. The Shy just gonna get rinsed again. Double kill for Zuka. I know it's IG literally just styling on Weibo. I really don't know how we got to this point, but here we are, 16-3, 12,000 gold lead. And we're looking at, as you said, 2 games in a row where the team that theoretically has the worst draft just dominating across the course of the game. Weibo had a good laning phase, but that is all they had in this one, as IG will finally find themselves an inhibitor.
Get that mid inhibitor, and critically at this point, Shun is also taking the dragon. This will be soul secured for them as well. Mountain Soul gonna make it even harder. You think about the fact that they're behind in damage. Zoe's gonna find it more difficult to pop people. SFM, that's likely to get resets. The Shy will, I mean, he's 1-7 anyway. I don't think it really matters. But yeah, at this point, IG firmly in control. Baron up in a minute 10 with the damage already done to the base of Weibo. Securing this Baron should be enough just to win out the game. So I expect them to open up on the map, head over there, get control. Zuka can go bot lane. He's got TP coming up soon. And should be able to just close this one out with the buff and the purple win. You can see the XP difference on the left of your screen. Basically, everyone has a lead on their opponent. 16, level 16 for Zuka on this Riven. 5-1 and 5. What a statement game against the Shy.
I mean, that's my big question. Is the Shy almost level 16? Is that enough? Is there anything left for Weibo? Is Kale 16 enough to turn things around? Because that's all I've got left in the tank.
I don't think so. I think you need a little bit more than that right now to overcome this difference in gold. Plus, I mean, look how tanky the Riven is now. Yeah, it's pretty scary. Death Dance and Mortius, so you're just mitigating so much damage. And it feels like Weibo just can't find base to opposite. One thing I will say is that if Weibo play defense in their base, they're in a better spot because it's harder to find those flanks, harder to find that backline access. But the problem is, like, IG will just take the Baron. And you can see them already moving towards it. Shun is in position. The rest of the team's going to join him shortly. And if Weibo try and contest this by stepping out their base, they will probably just get destroyed. If they don't try and contest this, then they'll probably just lose to the Baron pushing power. So it's kind of a doomed if you do, doomed if you don't.
Bit of a catch-22 here for Weibo as IG will go for the Baron. There is no answer. Weibo acknowledged that there's no way they can contest this one. Just going to accept that they can clear the waves here. I really want to look at how many stacks On is on at this point, because that's, I think, the only two remaining ways that Weibo have any shot in this game.
He is infinitely scaling.
He is infinitely scaling. The Shy, level 15, getting closer, halfway to 16.
Oh man,
On, looking for stacks. We'll
if
see.
this game ends before the Shy hits level 16, I think that would be peak gameplay. You can see they're actually trying to give him as much farm as possible. Obviously, he has really good wave play to work with that, but they're trying to give him the experience. They know that even though the odds are bad, that's probably their best chance, is the Shy just manages to shred everyone.
Never tell me the odds, says the Shy. Yeah, maybe. He's one wave away from level 16. He was on half before, he's on 3/4 now. He's walking up. He might just die here.
He really wanted that wave. I think
he really wanted it.
Yeah.
Oh, no. On. Why have they left the base? On's in trouble now. Does have flash available. Will have to use it. Just about keeps himself safe.
Why are they holding their flashes for so long? I feel like On is the biggest culprit of this. Just like holding his flash, it's like, dude, you have to flash here. It's like when he was trapped with the wall earlier. Just use it and don't get like chunked out 20%. Because realistically, IG possibly could have chased him down and killed him.
Yeah, there it is. The Shy is 16 and IG pushing into the base with the Baron. Last chance saloon. The Shy 1-7-1. Can he make the magic happen? I'm not convinced so far. It's now onto the Nexus Towers. Go IG. The Shy moving forward. Storm Shadow across the team, but IG still basically full HP as they continue the siege. The Shy down to half HP. Wink caught by a root, but On can't quite follow it up. Dodges away from the knockup. Big damage coming on through, but there's a Nexus Tower falling. Zuka pushing at the bottom side in the meantime as IG have yet to lose a member. TP in the bottom side. Weibo trying to force the enemy team away, but now getting flanked by Zuka. On is too far forward. He has no flash, and he will go down. Zuka finds one. The Shy moving forward. Dodges the knockup. Can he find the miracle play? Ults himself to keep himself alive. The ult comes on through, though. Double for Zuka. And IG have finally managed to finish this one off. A triple kill for Zuka in the top side. 8-1-5. A phenomenal Riven performance here. And a game in the books for IG.
And you know what? I have to say, IG's bot lane deserved that for just soldiering through that laning phase, which looked like the most unfun experience I have seen in a long time. But they managed to pull through, and I have to give credit when things looked questionable. When I said this team needs to get the ball rolling, they found these opportunities. They were finding numbers advantages. They were finding picks. They made the Shy 1-7, which is always a solid strategy. And they managed to close out the game.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, yeah, like, good stuff coming out from IG. Weibo, I don't really know. The difference between Weibo in game number 1 and game number 2 was quite dramatic. And, you know, I was trying to give ways that Weibo could still win at the end there. I think we all knew IG was going to win that one, but we've got to try and make it
I
sound
will
competitive.
say that final defense looked a little tenuous at times, right? I think the two towers defending them stopped the flanks, and you could see like the long range of the center and the KO at level 16. They were able to do some damage, but it just wasn't enough. They were too far behind. But you could kind of see the late game fantasy that Weibo were looking for, what it could have looked like if they weren't 14,000 gold and a mountain still behind.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if we're going to have another late game fantasy, because Dan, in our first series of the entire split, we're going to 3 games. We've been 30 minutes plus every single game, and I don't think that's just down to the patch. I feel like that's more down to the teams playing today so far, because both teams finding a big advantage in the mid game, but not quite able to finish things out cleanly. I feel like we saw that same tenuous siege in game number 1, right? When Weibo were ahead and they were struggling to actually finish things off. So I genuinely have no idea which way game number 3 is going to go.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, the fact there are less early dives, I mean, the early game's a bit slower, but we pick up pace in the mid game. And in the late game, it's like you're more reliant on things like Baron to close things out. Because again, towers are a little bit scary, so it does slow things down. But ultimately, I think you're absolutely right. There was definitely some messy moments, but I gotta say, IG, you know, we can talk a lot about how Weibo made mistakes this game, but ultimately IG forced those mistakes by punishing them. And I think particularly Shun and Yukai, so good in this game, but just finding those pick windows, setting up plays, using that roaming mid style from the Talia. And I think this is kind of indicative of how open the mid pool is. You can play picks like Talia. There's been other picks like Galio still and TF even playable that are playing that roaming mid style. You also have things like the Azir we saw banned that are those more scaling mid. There's such a wide berth of what you want for your team. And Angel here absolutely delivered on what his team needed. And wow, this is a cool graphic.
Yeah, this is sick. On actually 100% kill participation. There you go. It's a little bonus there, I guess. Wink definitely the top damage dealer for his team. And kind of depressingly for Weibo, the Shy being the top damage dealer for their team, which I don't think is a very good situation.
Look at how Xinlu has the same KDA of 14 and the same KP percentage as Shun, but he doesn't get the red highlight. So just a sad one for us support players out there.
He's been outplayed by role order. That's unlucky. All right, we're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out who will have the highest kill participation in game number 3 after this.
But another roster I want to hit on, which is one that I kind of find funny, Ultra Prime. Because Ultra Prime picked up Zoom, which sounds crazy.
Is going to carry this team. No.
Come on, Emily, sell the faith. Sell the faith.
Resident Zoom. So, like, the best, what could happen, the best, like, thing that could happen is the meta shifts. I think Zoom is the type of tank player that can take over an entire game on a tank, either a true tank or kind of a bruiser like drain tank. And if that's the case, then maybe Ultra Prime have a chance. Because I actually think that Zoom is still a very talented individually. I previously had rated him like as one of the best tops in the world as late as like last year. And I don't like disagree with the changes that TES made, because obviously it was like much better for them. And Wayward had, I know we have like the resident Wayward hype man right here, right? In Ox. And obviously, you know, that worked out like, I think way better than anyone expected after Zoom benching, because Zoom was like pretty hyped up coming onto this team. It was going to work out great. It didn't. Wayward comes on. But yeah, like I kind of want the Zoom like redemption arc, but this team is like so messy. I mean, there's also the Elk hyper carry angle, I guess, for this team. Yeah. You know, like the meta changes honestly, could be like this team I'm looking at and I'm like, okay, I don't think the meta changes hit this team as much as like maybe other teams. So Who knows? Maybe there's a shot.
I feel like this team just functions like 2020 WE. You have Zoom, who's just going to chill and kind of do what Morgan did, but 1,000 times better than Morgan could ever hope to do it. I mean, Hacker's no base showing, but I love Hacker. Hacker, I seriously have a highlight reel of clips of Hacker flashing over walls to try and make ganks work. It was absolutely phenomenal. Go through bot on red side, just flash over that wall, try and get a cheesy gank off. I think it's phenomenal. And then I think as long as Cryan can function on some kind of movement role, which again, I have no idea how the meta is going to pan out for mid lane in solo queue. People are kind of playing a bit of everything. I'm seeing more scaling, but I'm still seeing a lot of like Galio and TF. So I think the nice thing for Ultra Prime is the fact that they did have a very set identity in spring. I remember in every like LPL caster meeting we had where we'd go over team identities, we'd always just skip Ultra Prime because it's like they just go bot. It is bot every single time. It's all about Elk and Shousey. And yeah, I think that's a good thing because I think Elk and Shousey are pretty solid and we're one of the better bot lanes in spring. But they are also a little bit flippy themselves because Shousey is another player who is always going to look to go in.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, this is a positive change, and I agree with what you said, Jordan. And like, this is the problem I actually feel is I think in spring, I even coming in the split was like, you know, Elk in the bot lane, absolutely somebody you can play for as a hyper carry. We ended up having like Jinx Aphelios meta, right? Jinx in particular, I was like, this is perfect. And then over the course of the split, especially later end, we saw like the proactive mid play style being what was dominating, right? It was not just about like start of the split was Corki Victor. But towards the end of the split, it was like, you know, we saw Xiaohu and the Galio, TF was still relevant, Ari and stuff. And I was like, cool, this is great for Cry and just play towards the Jinx in the bot lane is the ideal. And yet they still really struggled in their games. Like, and as you said, bot lane wasn't as consistent. So like, and I just feel like I don't think the meta is going to get better than that for them, right? And I think my view of the meta is we're probably going to see mid being a bit more of a carry role, at least compared to like tail end of spring where it was.
Especially MSI as well.
So for me, I think that was their chance. If they came into that split and they had a decent performance, let's say they came like at 11th, 12th or something, and I was like, you know, these guys are doing all right. I would have higher expectations, but it's the fact that like they really struggled despite having, I think, what was actually they came 12th to be fair.
They came 12th,
you know,
yeah,
I was kind of being critical. They did okay, but the thing is, I don't think they're gonna beat that. I don't think they're gonna beat 12th.
If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops. To see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine. If you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine. If you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, Sometimes
Oh, akin to silver scrapes there in the break. I'm hyped up for game number 3 of our first series back here in the LPL. It's summer 2022, and we're starting off with, let's be honest, a bit of a fiesta, Dan. My name is Much More, I'm joined by Orcs. And, you know, Weibo and IG taking us to 3 games the way that only Weibo and IG can.
That was something. That was something, all right. And as much as there was definitely some questionable plays from Weibo, I really want to praise IG for something that they haven't typically been as good at in spring. I think the main thing was that they were good at being aggressive early, but sometimes struggled to close games out, struggled to keep that momentum going. And they were so good at finding opportunities in this game. Shun in particular, him and Yokai just on point, permanently finding members on the map caught out. And by members, I mean the Shy specifically. Shun will be our MVP, understandably. Fantastic game 1, despite the loss, and really good game 2.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff coming out from Shun, it has to be said. And, you know, getting 2 target bans both games so far, finding an MVP in that second game is a commendable performance. Did feel like Weibo going a bit too aggressive in quite a few situations, and Shun more than happy to capitalize.
And honestly, I feel like him on the Wukong is a problem. It's the fact that like he is so good at finding these windows to engage and finding these opportunities. And there was even moments in game 1 where it felt like he found a good engage, but his team were just a little bit slow behind him. I think credit in this one, Zuka and Yokai doing a fantastic job of being sharper and following up, but ultimately it was still this Wukong setting the pace, finding the windows, finding the opportunities to get on top of the critical members.
Yeah, great follow-up there from Zuka on that. The big knock-up off the initial engage from Shun, really nicely done. And Weibo just getting caught out, getting completely punished. And this is the kind of composition that you don't get to escape from. Like Wukong, Riven, and Ezreal, like you don't get to escape when IG want to find themselves a fight. Really nicely done, capitalizing on mistakes from the side of IG and slowly but surely pushing themselves to a win. Which means we're now going into our 3rd game. Orcs, what are you anticipating in this draft? Because I feel like, you know, you've got your 2 target bans that you have to get onto Shun. Do you have to ban the Wukong at this point?
I mean, I feel like you either deny it or you ban it away, but, you know, I feel like Weibo, you know, their 3rd ban on red side was Lucian. On blue side, it ended up being the Ahri. I feel like the Lucian you have to ban if you're on red side. But ultimately, like on blue side, they could have banned away the Wukong. Shun has just been too impactful on it. And I think throwing 3 bans at him is a justifiable strategy because I think he has shown he is such a massive factor for this team. We saw that all through spring. That was the talking point. This team was kind of Shun or bust, and it's still true now. Weibo, though, they are on red side, so I feel like you're not going to be able to ban the Wukong because you're going to have to ban out that Lucian.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Renata going to be banned away as well as Gwen. Kind of surprised to see IG banning Gwen on blue side. Wouldn't have been surprised to see Zuka going for that one themselves, but it's now going to be that Wukong that we talked about first picked, and it kind of explains the Gwen ban, right? You don't want to give it to the Shy, and you do want to grab the Wukong for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest rule for playing against Weibo the split will be deny the Gwen. The Wukong again for Shun makes a lot of sense. It does mean, however, that Weibo may be able to pick up something like this Calista, which has been quite potent. We saw in game 1 it delivered. When it had that momentum, I wouldn't be surprised to see Calista Viego, just a repeat of what we saw from them on their 1-2 in that game 1. Now for IG, you could answer in the bot lane. You could look to pick up a mid laner, but it looks like they might be going for something, and they are going for something indeed. Draven Nautilus. So point and click CC to lock down the Callistas. You can't hop away from the ultimate. And then the Draven to answer pound for pound in the aggression.
Yeah, I love it. There are 3 Draven players in the LPL. Jackie-Love, obviously. Huanfeng is one of them that's known for it. And Wink is the 3rd. Has a great matchup for himself. Knows how to use this champion. This actually, I'm suddenly very confident for IG. Like, having such a strong bot lane matchup like this, having a way to find an advantage early on, I feel like this is going to be a tough game to win for Weibo.
Yeah, and the thing is with the Calista is you can't exactly just play at range and scale. You have to be up close to contest waves, to trade, and Draven can really challenge that now. We do see IG targeting some of those engaged supports. Maybe you could even see the Rel come out here as a ban from them, as we saw that paired with the Calista before and be so effective. Weibo, on the other hand, they picked up that Ahri, so they have like double reset champs in the mid jungle, and they're now banning away champions that could cause issue. The Lissandra gone, the LeBlanc gone. That Vex still available for Yokai if he does want to pick it up here. We'll see if IG commit to the Rel ban. They will. Does mean that they haven't really trimmed the pool for the Shy at all. We'll get the Alistair coming in. Makes sense. Again, you want that engager. I feel like here for IG, you could just go Vex Gnar in this situation. Gnar, decent blind. You could go in a different direction, though, right? We saw the Swain consistently banned away in this series, although typically it was banned away by IG. And the Silas is also a good matchup into the Ahri.
Yeah, I mean, if IG are the ones banning it, they obviously value the pick, and they're going to lock it in here for Urukai. So a lot of team fight power from what I'm hearing. We'll have to wait and see how that's going to function up against Angel's Ahri. They're now down towards, towards that top lane, because we need the blind pick for Zuka. What's he going to take up against the Shy?
I think Gnar makes a lot of sense. Again, the biggest weakness of Gnar was when you're in mini and under tower, you can be dove. Harder to dive with the extra durability, and with towers being super strong, you can just have a comfortable matchup in most champions. And on top of that, percentage HP damage on your W is something we highlight as being really strong. So a great blind, and I think IG pretty happy with what they got in this game. It's still hovering. There's no way they do it again. There's no way. Oh my God.
There's no way. Never say those words with the Shy. Never say never. If you don't love him at his game, game 2, you don't deserve him at his game number 1. Just locks it in again. I love it.
Who can go 1-8 on a champion and then pick it in the next game? I am perplexed. It is an okay matchup, right? You know, you're going to be able to... I mean, early you'll be harassed down a bit by the Gnar, but it does eventually get to the point where, like, you'll out-trade him at level 6 when he's in mini form. I still don't know what to say, honestly. The fact that the Shy is bringing this out again. Clearly, they've had some success with this in scrims when the Shy is able to scale up. But yeah, I guess maybe the thought process is that everyone's going to be so heavily invested in the bot lane with it being Draven vs Callisto that he'll just be on his own little island and he'll get to do his thing.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. You know, it was AD Kayle in game number 1. With a Kalista on side, perhaps he can go AP Kayle in game number 2. I'm no expert on Kayle builds, I won't pretend to be, but perhaps there's an avenue where he can play it a slightly different style here for game number 2, and maybe that'll be the difference maker for the Shy. I just love the commitment. I love that he's like, you know what? The pick wasn't the problem. It was just that SOFM was jungling too much and not ganking top enough.
Yeah, I will say I much prefer the AP build to the AD build, and I think it's the much more popular one right now in solo queue. I think it's like Riftmaker typically is mythic, is much higher win rate, and obviously you have things like Nash's Tooth that you can build as well. I think it was a damage profile thing, the reason why I went for the AD build last time. Yeah. Even though they had Viego Senna, so you'd think he'd be okay, but regardless, we'll see what he goes for in this game. Either way, it's something indeed.
It certainly is. We'll have to wait. I'm curious about this Swain pick, though. Urukai on the Swain up against Angel as... Oh, no. Look at... Okay, they're backing away. Never mind. I thought we were going to see the level 1 cheese there from Shinliu. And to be honest, I feel like it would have worked. I'm surprised they're backing away, especially if Shun is going to start on the top side.
Yeah, potentially fishing for that opportunity, but don't really want to flip it on that. I feel like one of the things with Alistair as well is like if someone face checks into you, it's really strong. But obviously closing the distance is a different matter. I will say for the Swain to address it, I played a lot of Swain before he got reworked. The rework did a lot of things that really benefit him. One of them is that his ultimate, it now keeps going essentially endlessly as long as you're draining enough people. It will like run out of time if you're not draining like enough champions eventually, and after a few seconds the drain rate goes up. But another really nice quality of life change is that you can pop it and do that burst of damage, and it doesn't end your ult. One of the big problems Swain had before was that you'd be channeling your ult, you'd pop it, and if it didn't kill someone, you were now pretty useless. So great into short range compositions where you can drain multiple people. And if you look at Weibo's composition, it is a pretty short range composition, you know. Ahri can definitely kite outside your effective range, but for everyone else, you know, until Kayle gets level 16, if she's hitting you, you will be able to be in range to be draining her. So pretty solid overall. A lot of close range damage and quite bulky as well in these long extended fights.
I'm just wondering at this point, is this our life now? Is this just the Shy thing? Or are we just going to see Kayle scaling up every single game? Bit of a trade in the bottom side, but it won't lead too much. I feel Shy going for this confidently twice in a row. I feel like it could be a better thing.
Look, the Shy last split played Ghost TP, Grasp, Victor top, and went like 0-6. This is not a good game to judge the meta on. The Shy will do what the Shy does. He has his own meta, right? So I will hold any predictions based on that until we get to see a bit more. But for now, we know what the Shy's meta is, and that is pick blind Kale and just go for it.
Just wing it, literally. We'll have to see if it's going to work out for him this time in a pretty tough matchup once again against range this time. But Nard doesn't necessarily have the same level of kill threat that a Riven will have. So maybe could be better for him. We'll have to wait and see if Shun and Yuakai will focus on that top side again, or whether they'll look towards bottom side, right? Because Wink is on this Draven. Feels like if they can get him ahead, that's a win condition in of itself.
That's my expectation. I think bot lane will be more of a priority, especially because the problem is top. You expect the Nard to have be shoving the wave in quite consistently. Could see a gank come out here though.
We'll see a gank come out here. Is Angel forced to flash up towards the top side here? And look at this, they can hold the wave for Yukai, or they can just clear the wave. Either one works. So that'll push back towards Angel now. But it shouldn't impact too much as it will be fairly neutral. But flash burn on the side of Angel. So another repeat gank here from Xin Liu. They're just going to go to the mid lane again.
Yeah, but you can see Angel knows his jungler is on the top side, is playing very defensively to this side of the map. The skill shots don't connect from Yukai. They aren't able to find the repeat gank. They still have a time on the flash, but one of the big things with Ahri is here flash being down is only really relevant for another 2 levels. Once you hit 6, it's kind of hard to find a gank with that ultimate available, so the flash being down isn't as important.
Weirdly enough, well, and not weirdly enough, Xin Liu has been roaming this entire game so far. He's ganked mid twice now. It actually means Huanfeng is ahead on TS now. There is a big wave pushing towards Wink, so he should be able to close that gap a little bit, but does remove some of that lane pressure that you typically want to find when you're running with a Draven in the bottom side.
Well, maybe the thought process is if we get an advantage mid, it'll pay dividends down towards the bot lane. There is one thing to be said. One of the cool things about Swain is your W is such a long range that you can honestly just throw it. Like, you don't even have to move far to be able to reach bot lane. And especially if you have something like a Nautilus. If Nautilus goes for an engage and you're in range just to throw your W down, it can actually contribute quite a lot in terms of like all-in damage to securing a kill. So be interested to see if that one comes out. You can see often when they were going for those ganks, Yukai would try and set up initially with the W to try and corral Angel to walking in a certain position, or just to catch that slow onto him, as the slow is pretty powerful.
Certainly is. It's, Angel just trying to shove this wave in as much as he can. We'll be able to get that underneath the tower before the TP is there.
They were going for the ganks from the bot side, and now they're like, okay, we'll try for the top side. Every approach possible.
Xin Liu is not a bot lane support, okay? He's a mid lane support. It's the new meta. Look, there was a big patch. We changed how League of Legends works fundamentally, apparently. Zuka is doing the Shy, if you will. There's a great stun out from SOFM. Very nicely done. First blood for the Shy. And, well, SOFM happy to grab himself an assist. That is just too much and not enough gain from the side of Zuka. Forced to overextend for the wave.
Yeah, and that's the problem, is that he tries to overextend to finish off the wave, even though he's super low. Has to burn the TP anyway, and the wave is still in a bad spot, so didn't really get himself out of that situation. But he is healthy now, so hopefully that does mean he won't just get return ganked once again, especially as Kale has limited setup and now no flash for SOFM. But yeah, Kale getting an early kill, definitely not what you want to see. And right now, the Shy has matched his kill score from game 2 with that one on the board.
Well, SFM's just going to go for a repeat gank at the top side. Won't be able to find the opportunity. Zuka respecting. I feel like we've seen this situation before. It was just the other way round, where the Shy was the one having to overextend and getting ganked repeatedly. This time, the wave does get crashed. Zuka won't be able to cancel the recall, but he will be able to clear that vision.
Yeah, and the wave does eventually, as you said, crash. So not going to be in a bad position for too much longer. But yeah, just a little bit painful for this top lane matchup. The fact that Shy was able to get that early kill, and you're just staying for way too long. Holding the W after the flash and connecting it. Zuka even tried to sidestep and couldn't manage it. Really well played from SOFM.
Yeah, beautifully done from the side of SOFM to find that. I think that was like max range stun as well. As Shun tries to move in, but too late to go for that blue buff. And now 1v1 between the junglers. Shun decides to back away. The bot lane's moving in. SOFM's gone way too deep for this one. No flash available. No ult available. Has to use the Maw to escape. As Huanfeng jumps into the middle of everyone. That's going to be exhaust down onto him. On flashes out the top side of the fight. But he will go down. He'll be the sacrificial bull, as it were. And it'll be a pick for the side of IG. Bit of a weird one from Weibo.
Yeah, I have no idea why SOFM just walked in. Like, I don't know if he just didn't see the Nautilus or something, but it's like, you know he's there, right? You're not level 6. You can't use your ult to reposition. You're down flash as well. Such a weird play. And in the end, it is On who is sacrificed. We saw some of that in game 1 where like SFM would get caught out and it would be On who died for him. Ultimately, it didn't go as bad as it could have, right? They only lost 1 member and we saw the kill go over to Shinlu, so not the worst person to have it. But still, as you said, questionable from Weibo.
Which is not the first time we've said that this series either. It is day 1, right? I don't want to be too critical of the teams on day number 1 of the whole tournament. Plenty of time to improve. As On actually just get a headbutt Zuka away. He's just trying to protect for SOFM, who's going for this Rift Herald. This is the 19th time SOFM will solo start the Rift Herald in today's series. This time, he will be able to get the Eye of the Herald, and he has his ult available, so he'll just dip over the wall and escape with his life. But Shin Liu wants a little bit more action. He's not spent much time in lane this game, has he? He has been all over the map.
Yeah, he really has. And ultimately, Wink hasn't died, but he will probably have a bunch of stacks built up. So definitely a delicate situation on those Draven stacks. And actually, the important thing to note is there was a mid-patch update to Draven. His stacks are worth even more now. It was like a, you know when they do a mid-patch just to adjust up to the initial one?
A hotfix, yeah.
Hotfix, yeah. And so his stacks are worth like, I think they took it from 2 gold each to 2.5 gold each. So it's like even more snowbally, even more Draven in your Draven.
Well, we'll see if Wink can find it. We've seen it before. And also, it's worth mentioning that, you know, Draven got changed a little while ago. I feel like a lot of people didn't notice this change, but his ult now has an execute on it where if your health is lower than the amount of stacks, or does it do more damage based on stacks? I can't remember exactly, but basically, Draven is more likely to one-shot you with his ult.
It deals true damage equal to the amount of stacks if you would like execute your target. So, for example, if he ults Huangfeng and Huangfeng's under 211 health, which is what his stacks are right now, he would just die. Which, I remember when they did this change, everyone was like, oh my god, this is sick. This is going to make Draven so strong. The fact you get stronger the more stacks you have. And then it came in and I was like, okay, this rarely actually occurs. Yeah. Like, when it does, it's sick, but it's like, it just didn't happen often enough to make that much of a difference. But yeah, it just makes him more volatile, right? You have all these stacks, your ult does bonus damage. If you cash them in, you get an extra like 550 gold just from like where he is right now. But if you die, you lose so many. I feel like this game is going to just be waiting and watching until Wink gets that first kill, if he gets that first kill before he dies.
We're waiting and watching the stacks on Wink. We're waiting and watching the level of the Shy. I feel like there's a lot of like patience that's required for this game. When it pops off, it will pop off big time though. And Yukai, interestingly, go for an Imperial mandate there. He's looking to be the setup. He's not looking to be the carry in these fights. He wants to make sure the rest of his team can take over.
Yeah, so this is a build that we've seen a bit because what Swain can often do is you go the Rylai second. You already have like a decent amount of abilities to set up the mandate, but when you get that Rylai second, when everyone gets in range of you, you keep them in range with the ultimate, so it's very powerful. It's a cheap item. Rylai's is also very cheap. They lowered the cost not too long ago. And then once you have Rylai's, you just instantly proc the mandate on everyone, and your allies are able to follow up on those procs and get a ton of damage. So not the most popular build for him. A lot more people build the Anries, but definitely one that has cropped up a few times in solo queue and works to pretty great effect.
It certainly works if you're running a Draven, right? You want to set him up. But so far, it's Weibo with a minor gold lead. As the second Drake of the game comes up, it does look like IG will be the ones to focus that, as SFM is on the top side. And that Herald that he has, only a quarter of its time left. I feel like it's itching. It's burning a hole in his pocket, and he will drop it towards this top side to try and set up for the Shy.
And the Shy's going AD kill again, which I do find a bit weird, as it has tended to be the AP kill as the preferred build. And, you know, last game we were willing to give it a pass because of the damage profile. This game, you have more AD than AP. Like, your only AP threat really is the Ahri, so I don't really see the justification here. Regardless, it seems this is the build that the Shy prefers, and he will be pushed along towards that final build, getting those plates in, and has a pretty significant CS lead over Zuka. We can see, once the KL gets to this point where she's hit that level 6, much more competent, much more able to hold up in the trades against the Gnar.
SFM still wants to go for these dives. I mean, he walked past that control ward that he can definitely see, but deciding he wants to just put pressure onto Zuka. It's not really that bothered about the ward itself. will go for the reset and will head back to base himself. So Angel, in the meantime, gets to shove another wave in. And we return to the status quo as Xin Liu returns home to the mid lane once more.
He has spent so much time mid. And again, I found this weird because I thought the game plan this game would be try and play for the Draven, and that hasn't really occurred. But I feel like the game plan going forwards will be that. Now, something to note is IG do have those 2 dragons in pocket, so that third one will undoubtedly be a point of contention. But my prediction is that the next fight, the first fight we see, everyone on Weibo will be trying to just dive onto Wink and kill him. And if he dies, things are looking bad for IG. If he lives, things are looking good. You can see Weibo trying to set up a death brush for him. Gotta be careful. I mean, Wink walking up, but he's got a lot of stacks in pocket. Feels scary.
Yeah, it does. Sean wanted to get onto SOFM there, who once again pushes in by himself, trying to be cheeky with it, which is just classic SOFM, really. When you think about it,
oh,
it's going to be Herald coming up. Yeah, 315 stacks on the Draven right now. Herald up in 45 seconds. I was hoping we would see the bot lanes rotate up there. We are seeing the recall come through out from Xin Liu. Will Wink return as well and head up towards that top side? It's possible. It looks like he is getting into a position for a reset, but maybe not. Just go for the crooks.
And Shy now hitting level 11. Things are really getting painful for this Gnar. And this is why kind of like the pick made more sense here. Kind of memed about it in draft, like the fact he went 1-8 and then ran it back. But it wasn't a blind kill this time. It was a kill into the Gnar. And he's at this point where he just beats up the Gnar in mini. And as soon as the Mega Bar starts to build up, you back away. Now, IG are looking for them.
Shun wanted to go for the engage there. Nice dodge on the hook. SFM and the Shy just split up and on now with the Hexgate finds a double knockup. A pick coming on through for the side of Weibo, but a stopwatch to slow things down. Zerka trying to get in the middle of everyone, as is Kai. More knockups galore, but the Shy free firing in the meantime. Look at Wink. He needs the stacks. He needs to kill. SOFM manages to survive as it's a pull in. Zerka goes down. Oh, no. It's going to be an exhaust coming down as Wink in trouble. He's 2v1 and he doesn't have the damage. The stacks are gone and it's disaster for IG.
Absolutely doomed. So much potential money lost off the back of that. You could see Wink trying to get in the fight to find it. Didn't actually end up using the flash to get away there. But ultimately, On comes in with a fantastic engage, using the Hex Gates to get into the fight, to start things off, get into the back line. And then when things got messy, when everyone got up close and personal, the Kalista really was able to shine there.
And it's from bad to worse because the Shy 2-0-4 managed to get the first tower of the game just there as well, and the Herald goes the way of Weibo.
I mean, this is painful for IG. If you're an IG fan, this one here, it's just the fact he had so much potential gold in the pocket with those stacks, and you can see the willingness to come over. But first, this fantastic flank from On. Finds his way in, flashes, doesn't even go for the normal pulverized combo because he wants to ensure they don't dash away. Catches out the Nautilus, and as much as Shun buys time, this is when Wink joins the fight. He does ult, but SOFM actually survives because of the Kayle ult and because of the passive invulnerability. The Alistar doesn't die because of the ultimate, and then the Kalista ultimate, and then he gets locked down in this situation. No way to turn it around.
That was so clutch from the Shy. I didn't even see the Kayle ult on SOFM during the fight. Beautifully done by the Shy to save his jungler's life and deny those stacks from Wink. That was as close as they come, but Weibo managed to pull it out. Now 5k gold ahead as Angel looks for a pick onto Kai. There's a slow charm, will be able to land. SOFM is here as well. Damage coming on through. Kai does have a good amount of sustain though, and now it's a turnaround as Shun returns to the play. There's the reset, but it's too late as SOFM will fall and Angel has to dash away.
Yeah, still Tritter kills. I think, honestly, IG could be happy with that when they are behind. And critically, Jungler is down and Dragon is available, so they should be able to secure this one. This would be their third, and this could be their window into the game.
It's a gold bounty as well. Weibo know it. They don't want to allow this to go off without a fight. There's a pulverized Wink going to be caught. Flashes away, though, dodges the charm. And this should be Drake taken as On keeps himself safe. Xin Liu low on HP. Dragon taken. There's the bounty. It's traded for a kill. Knock up onto Zerka. Oh, can he turn Mega? The answer is no. Wink trying to make things happen, but here comes the Shy. Wink alone in the world, and it's a double kill for Angel. Yes, they got the Drake. Yes, they got the bounty for that, but at the cost of 3 kills and probably a tower, I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, they lose the stacks again. I mean, it's still there as a win con for IG. They've got the third dragon. The soul is potentially there, but they are 6,000 gold down. Weibo are so strong right now, and 3 dragons doesn't really matter unless you get that soul. And I have a feeling that that next dragon, Weibo will do their darndest to make sure it's protected and defended and to stop IG from even getting close. But here, that trade of kills meant that they were able to look for it, but in the extended fight, IG just not able to find it. And Shinlu over here goes for the auto and on and takes so much damage in return. It becomes such a precarious situation, and it looks like we don't get time for this.
Drake. He actually died to the Drake there because the Hextech Drake was chaining on everyone.
The Hextech Drake does so much damage, honestly.
That is unfortunate. Balan wouldn't have died there, I'm just saying. No. It's going to be Herald down in the mid lane here for Weibo. And it will just be the tower finished off. Now a potential engage, but On just going to Hex Smash away instead. SOFM on the flank as the hook goes slightly wide from Shinliu. Yukai there will find a pullback, maybe a pick onto On here. No ultimate available. Flash is, though, just came up in time, but I don't think it's going to really matter. Ult now comes on up. He buys a lot of time, and finally some stacks for Wink. It is 148 bonus gold, I'm pretty sure. There's a TP up to the top side.
That's not so much money compared to what it could have been. It's something, though. They get the kill. They get a bit of gold put in. They don't really lose too much off the back of that as well. It's at least something. And IG's unwilling to give this game over. 3 minutes until the next dragon. That's the thing, though. I will say for IGs, they don't have to contest this next dragon. They can leave it till later if they want to, you know, if they don't feel like they're in a comfortable position. They are the ones with 3 dragons in pocket. The problem is you're up against a Kale, and this isn't a 1-8 Kale. This is a 2-0 Kale, right? Shy has doubled the kills he got in the last game and is pretty fed.
Yeah, a 2-0-5 Kale at 19 minutes with 212 CS. This is a Giga Kale. And not to mention, the Angel, he hasn't gone for a Banshee second item. This time, he's gone for a Medjai's, and he's currently on 12 stacks. This is not the Ahri that's going to struggle with damage that we saw in previous games. This is an Ahri that has big kill threat onto Wink, who has no cleanse.
And you know what? We kind of got it mixed up, Munch, because we were like, is it going to be an AP Kale? Is it going to be an AD Carry Kale? This is going to be an AD Bruiser Kale. Shy has grabbed a Warden's Mail. As we said.
He's playing it like it's Vayne. He's playing it like it's Vayne.
Pretty much, yeah. He has his own meta, does his own thing. Looks like we're getting a repeat of that in this game. Not sure I can necessarily agree, but it does make it so he is a harder target to take down.
It kind of makes sense, right, when you think about it. The fact that it's basically just AD threats on the side of IG. Like, if he can just survive the fights, he will just win through damage. So I can understand the logic, at least, of the build. Whether or not it's optimal is I'll leave that to you. I'll leave that to Shakarez on Twitter, you know. But certainly I understand where he's coming from with the Warden's Mail coming on through there.
He did die 8 times last game. Definitely wants to prevent that one.
Okay, Angel not going to be caught because he's Ahri. Just Spirit Rushes away, has a bit of Honey Fruit as well to keep himself comfortable there as the Shy pushing down in the bottom side, and crucially 1 minute and 10 seconds until that next Drake comes up. The Shy with pressure in the bottom side, priority in the mid lane as well for Weibo. Feels like IG are going to have their work cut out if they want to contest Vision.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I expected. The 3 dragons went over to IG, but the 4th, Weibo just wouldn't even let them get close. You can see Shun looking for the pick, but it's so difficult because SFM's hard to pick because there's the ult to dash away. Angel, I mean, obviously the Ahri has the ultimate, the triple dashes. And then On as well, the other person who's likely to be overextended is an Alistar, very tanky, and has the Callista ult to yank him. Really, the best people that you're going to be able to pick are either Huangfeng or the Shy, and ultimately, Huangfeng's never really been alone, and the Shy is now at the point where I feel like you need like 4 members to take him down. He's level 15, nearly at the level 16 spike, but he has like 3 levels up in Zuka. It's only Yukai who's even close, and he's still 2 levels down. But I just feel like they would need so much to take down this Kale right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough one. Angel on the 3 items now as well. I feel like everything is in the pocket of Weibo, which is what we said last game as well. But we're a little bit further into this one as Angel goes for a 2v1 on the top side. Not something I was expecting to see, but I like it. I like what we're seeing here as he finds a couple more stacks for his Medjai's. There's a stun, but it's onto the clone in the end as Shun tries to escape. Flashes away from the ulti, but the Shy is here. Everyone flashes over the wall, but Shun gets the blast cone. They can't deny it at the end. But in the meantime, Drake now the target. Remember, 3 Drakes already for the side of IG, but Wink can't just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Huang Feng actually starting up to pull out the pit. I think, you know, On was actually looking to flank around and block Shun, and then they realized, wait, guys, there is a Soul Dragon. We should probably prioritize that. They do head over and pick it up, and IG not even really much with the hope of contesting that one. You even see On trying to block the axes, because obviously if they hit a champion, they start to come back immediately. And Weibo will secure that first dragon for themselves, deny the soul from IG. It just gives them a bit... obviously, IG have time, but I feel like Weibo are the ones who are comfortable taking this one later. Randuin's now finished for the Shy, so we have that Bruiser Kale coming in.
Yeah, we certainly do. And I just want to quickly mention, Angel has been having a great day for himself. You know, game number 1, I think he was... You know, the triple kill and the quadra kill fighting for himself on the Ari. Now game number 3 as well. 5-0 and 5, 16 stacks on the Medjais. And being so confident to go for that 2v1 play up on the top side. Knew he had his team on him the way. Happy to be that engage tool for the squad. Now Weibo with control of the map. It's Huang Feng knocked up by Xin Liu, but I don't think much more can come of this one. There's a TP. Here we go. Maybe a pick, maybe a chance. Zucker in onto the fray, but Angel finds one for himself. Spirit Rush back over the wall, but he's alone on the wrong side of the map. Flashes out to safety. Yukai in the middle of everyone, but totally alone. Not enough sustain on that one. He falls, and Angel got away with it as well. The Cunning Fox pulls the play off in the end, and Baron pings are coming out galore.
They try for an attempt, but even with Jinlu flashing onto Huang Feng, they don't even find a kill onto him. Everyone escapes from Weibo. They have all the DPS they need for Baron. So because Mega's about to time out, he's trying to look for something. I don't think you have a chance to find this. Shun might look for a steal, but doesn't even have Smite available.
Yeah, he should be just zoned away from this one. But IG, I mean, the Weibo health bars are fairly low. The Shy moving forwards, trying to get damage onto Zucker. Will be able to do so on low on HP, but has the Callista ultimate. In comes Angel as well. IG just getting eradicated, and Weibo return to the Baron again.
Yeah, wanted to shut down the threat of the Wukong. Obviously, his Smite was coming up to him, and they weren't necessarily aware he didn't have it available. But they managed to take out the enemy jungler and AD carry, and now we'll be able to secure the Baron. 16 kills to 3, a stark difference from their game 2.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like game 2 was a bit of a happy game. As Huang Feng starts off by kind of getting picked off there, but shouldn't you actually hit a minion through?
Yeah, and ultimately On also doing a fantastic job of buying space, knocks everyone away. So even though the Nautilus does get on top of his AD carry, it is just the Nautilus, no follow-up damage. They try to chase down Angel, but Angel far too mobile. And then, I mean, this Swain, we talked about the Imperial Mandate. A big factor with that is being able to proc it on everyone, but also having people to, like, proc the other end of it, right? You need allies to deal damage to get the full value out of your build, so no real way it was going to be too much of a threat in that situation.
Well, we were counting down until the Shy got 16 in the last game, hoping that maybe it would matter. This game, there is no countdown. 25 minutes, he's already 16. He's already 3.5 items plus boots on top. And he is already an absolute monster to deal with for the side of IG. Pressuring in the bottom side, while the rest of the team hovering, trying to pressure in the mid lane as well. As they can just play this one slow and steady. They still have 2 minutes of the Baron to work with.
Still got plenty of time. Angel's going to be pushing that mid wave, but this tower's belongs to the world.
On goes for Wink, but headbutts him the wrong direction there. Big Narwhal out from Zucker. Can they find the Shy? Good CC chain. They couldn't quite finish him off. Tugged back into the middle of everyone. The Shy is down. Shut down for Yukai, and maybe a chance for IG, but the health bars are low. There's one for Huang Feng. Angel still here. 3 stacks on the Spirit Rush, but I don't know about that one. On just dives into the tower. And, well, it will still be the tower for Weibo. Angel wants a little bit more on this one. Goes to the Everfrost. The charm lands. That was gorgeous. 25 stacks, and Angel wants himself an MVP.
Angel playing so well. When everything else is a bit messy, right? The Shy caught out, On going back in to die. Angel is there for the cleanup. Beautiful charm landed. Now, Shuna's looking, but they are so scary right now. You don't have ultimate. I don't think you go for this.
I don't think so, and they're just buying space so SOFM can pressure in the mid lane at the same time. Shun trying to do damage to SOFM, but just the cannons alone would be enough to finish the tower, but SOFM realizes he has to back away. His bot lane is not pushed anymore, will retreat. So for the time being, IG hold on to a fair number of towers.
Yeah, you can see On's thought process there to try and get the flash pulverized into knockback, but he gets interrupted, isn't able to find it. Then, you know, that big mix of damage coming in is enough to eventually take down the Shy, but Dragon spawned, and we're looking to that.
Yeah, it's going to be Zucker. He's in Mega now, but can he survive? I don't think he can. The Shy grabs the kill onto the enemy top laner. And with a pick like that, with Drake coming up, that's the hopes of Soul gone from the side of IG, I think, for the rest of the game, honestly, because I'm not sure we'll see another Dragon spawn. The Baron's still up for 3 seconds, and Weibo want to make use of that as the charm comes on through. The Shy over the wall, just into the middle of everyone. Wink 1 HP and wiped off of the face of the Rift. It's going to be a clean ace here as Shun just does not have the damage. Angel looking for more. Orb of Deception in. Bit of damage out from the Shy. And it's another onto Angel. He's had a magnificent performance. A flawless game from the mid laner of Weibo. 9-0-9. It's beautiful to witness.
Just insane execution, honestly, from Angel on this one. Really well played throughout. Game 1 was similar. Yes, game 2 was a bit of a happy game, but Weibo very much showing why they were favorites in this one, and even cleaning up a final kill on the back end. First team to win a series in the summer split. I think Weibo definitely deserving of this one.
On spamming his cowbell at the end there. He knows how to win in style. Taking a leaf out of Wayward's book on this one. Beautiful stuff out from Weibo in games number 1 and number 3. We don't talk about game number 2. We'll pretend that one didn't happen, because that was something else. But Weibo, at the end of the day, a win is a win, and they get that win on the board.
Yeah, and I think On also someone who had a fantastic performance on the Rel, on the Alistair. And, you know, we came in today with a question about LPL supports. Will they be adopting the enchanters? How effective will they be? On has shown he is very proficient on this engaged support. That's something we're very aware of. And today, the game they lost was the one where he was on that center, right? Not exactly a pick that you can find those big engages on. Not exactly a pick that has the same safety and tankiness. So Weibo is still kind of leaning a bit more into the old tank support meta, but you can see a lot of differences in the top lane, in particular with the Shy going for like the Kale.
Yeah. I mean, obviously this Kale was not blind, so had a bit more of an easy time of it, and knowing the draft that Shun was going to be focused on that bottom side. So managing to make that work for himself. Very nicely done from the side of the Shy and from the whole team from Weibo. Really, really good stuff. Managing to... do you know, the thing that surprises me is that they won that bottom lane as well. The fact that Wink wasn't able to get ahead on the Draven, the fact that first fight at Herald, like, that was so scary for both teams. That was very, very dangerous situation for Weibo. Wink almost getting the kill onto SOFM. The Kale came out from the Shy on SOFM, stopped those stacks getting cashed in. That was neck and neck around the fight.
That was so painful, honestly. I felt so bad for Wing seeing all those stacks in hand. It would have been like, if you got a kill, including the kill gold, 1,000 gold to him, which is just monumental. Yeah. That's one of the things with the Draven, especially with the changes they made, the hotfixes on this patch 12.10. The fact they made the stacks worth even more just means if you get a big cash in, it will be game winning. If you don't, it can just be the difference. And ultimately, it was still a very clean game from Weibo. Even if Draven had gotten the gold, maybe it wouldn't have been enough because their execution in these fights was just stellar.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. I had to say, I'm kind of surprised that Angel was as close to the Shy's damage as Angel managed to get. Really, really impressive stuff. On the Ahri there, and a fantastic win here from Weibo. I'm curious who the MVP ends up going to, because I could see an argument for the Shy, but I feel like Angel is the guy. I feel like Angel deserves the MVP. 19 KDA at the end of that game.
That's pretty big, especially the Medjais as well. Doing a ton of damage, massive kill participation. It just felt like he was really on point in this one in terms of securing kills and clean up the fight. Game 1, you could definitely have made an argument for him. I think game 3 for sure should be his, in my opinion. But I guess we'll see what ends up being decided. Ultimately, for IG, though, you know, some solid performances from them, I've got to say. And especially that game 2 punishing when given the opportunity, but still can see a stark difference between them and the likes of a team like Weibo, who we're so much deeper in our playoffs.
Yeah, definitely the case. As Weibo manages to get that first game, managing to get a point on the board, and the first team to get a point on the standings, which means that Weibo are officially in first place in the LPL. Congratulations, Weibo. Yeah, we'll see how long that one lasts for. A lot of the time early on, it depends on the schedule. It depends on whether or not you have a lot of games early on. So we'll have to wait and see. But that is going to be our first series done and dusted. And it was quite a fun one. I feel like that was a good series to start the LPL with.
I think we got a taste of what we want from the LPL, right? That game 2 in particular. Game 1 was like, you know, the team that our favorites win. We saw a draft that was quite, you know, sort of MSI patch, what we'd expect to see from that. The bans were obviously a bit newer, but the picks were very tame. And then game 2 was like the madness that we look for out of the LPL, the sort of stuff we see in the regular season that gives our league so much charm. And Weibo doing some happy gaming, I think is the term we'll use there. But still seeing that they can close out a series convincingly when push comes to shove.
Yeah, it's good to see Weibo managing. And there was a couple of opportunities for IG where they tried to turn things around, but Weibo ultimately coming out on top, having such a huge lead as well in that game number 3, managing to just brute force a few of the fights towards the end of things. And I will say, for both teams coming out of this one, like, not necessarily the cleanest gameplay that we've ever seen. I feel like there's definitely things to work on for both of the squads, but certainly a win on the board for the side of IG, which they're never going to complain about. On the side of Weibo, which they're never going to complain about, are they? So very nicely done. And our next matchup, Dan, going to be EDG versus FPX. And I feel like this is two orgs with, like, you know, historic names behind them, 2 world champion orgs, not necessarily the same level as they were when they were world champions, though.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the most recent talking point was this is a rematch of the summer finals last year. But obviously, I think FPX has changed drastically. EDG have the same roster, but not the same form. I think it's a critical thing. So it'll be a big point to see what form they come into summer. A lot of people, I definitely agree with, feel like the patch change, the meta shift, should favor EDG. I think of all the supports in the league, if I'm thinking of someone who's competent on enchanters, it is Mako. So I'm expecting to see a bit more of that come out in their series.
Yeah, I hope so. Because, you know, we did a whole segment at the start of the day saying how the meta's completely different.
We've seen enough Nautilus, right? We've had quite enough of the Nautilus, right? It's been here for a while.
When we said scaling pigs, we didn't mean Kale. That's not the scaling pick we were talking about. We were talking about AD carries alongside enchanters. We'll see if that's going to change over the course of not just this next series, but, you know, the first week or the second week as well. Like, I'm really curious where we end up in terms of the LPL, because I feel like a big shift in the meta like this is going to be, you know, when we look at what happens in LEC, when we look at what happens in LCK and LCS versus what happens in LPL, I feel like these are the kind of big changes that often show big regional differences on what's important to the different types of teams.
I think as well, something we tend to see in the LPL is that, like, we have at the top a lot of teams who are very stylistically different and have different strengths and weaknesses. And so meta shifts can have a massive effect on who's at the top, because especially when teams are closely tied, you can see a shift, and that makes such a big difference.
Certainly does. Well, our MVP is finally announced. It is going to be Angel off of the back of game number 3 there. I think we all knew that one was coming. Well deserved. 9-0-10. 80% kill participation as well. Phenomenal game coming out from the man in the mid lane.
100%. I mean, such a strong performance. Consistently, I feel like, you know, this MVP kind of also reflects his performance in game 1 as well on the RE. Such a strong pick and just able to consistently find these massive charms, and also often his Q, the Orb Deception, catching multiple members in those team fights. But this is one of the points you highlight in the game, the confidence to go in 1v2, just absolutely delete Yukai, his counterpart. And then it felt like so many fights he had, it felt like infinite dashes, just able to find repeated charms off the resets of his team.
Yeah, really well played, and honestly, it felt kind of similar to his Zoe, the way he was constantly looking for the ease on the enemy team. Different champion, but kind of the same ultimate goal here for Angel. Managed to turn it into so many kills, though, and building a bit of damage. Not just going for the pure utility that we saw from him in game number 1, right? Going for that Medjay's as a second item, but it paid dividends. Managing to max it out and not dying the entire game. Really well played. Fantastic stuff from Weibo across the entire board. So excited to see what they could do in their next series as well. But as we said before, EDG versus FPX will be coming up next. We're going to jump into a quick break, and then after a few minutes, we'll be jumping into our second series of the day. Do not go anywhere.
Who do you think this helps the most and hurts the most? So let's just do one team for each, and like kind of narrow it down. Because yeah, I kind of agree, right? You can look across the board. I think there's a bunch of teams it does help, and maybe a few teams it hurts. But who do you think is the biggest benefactor from this?
I guess we should stick to like upper end teams. 'Cause I feel like,
I mean, there's one very clear one that jumps out to me, which is the team that I enjoy watching the least out of all LPL teams, which is gonna maybe surprise some people. Weibo. I cannot stand watching Weibo. I feel like Weibo are so absolutely passive, and it makes sense from the way that SOFM plays the game. Again, I think even though Angel can be proactive and like has the Twisted Fates and Gallios he's really good on, I feel like if he's not on those two champions specifically, it feels like he can't find an impact. The Shy was moving more this split than I feel like I've ever seen him roam from his lane. Still very focused on himself. And yeah, I feel like this Weibo team is just going to be happy if we're getting into a meta where you are able to pick more scaling. You are able to put your AD carry, who's an excellent hyper carry, on some of these late game champs. And I feel like Weibo are a team to where, yeah, Duinby came out recently and said, like, in scrims, Weibo have had super high highs and super low lows. I still think there's no team I look at that I thought, this team, like, I never thought Weibo were going to win Spring Split. I couldn't imagine them going to Worlds. At this point, if the meta stays like this, it wouldn't surprise me if Weibo edge into, like, a third, fourth place spot.
yeah,
Dan's not sold.
Yeah, I'm not super sold. Like, because okay, one thing to say is like the tower damage is up. That's getting nerfed in 12-11, right? Because they overshot. Because they wanted to bring up the tower damage so that like the extra resistances wouldn't make dives like a piece of cake, and they overshot it. So it's still going to be higher, but it's not going to be as high as 12-10. So 12-10 is going to be like a bit of a unique one where we might see teams being less active, and then 12-11 they are more active again as they're not punished as hard. But I still think like the game is fundamentally like it's still League of Legends. I still expect these dives to be able to come out. You may be required to be like an extra member to make sure you have the numbers advantage, which honestly just means like the teams who are better executing dives will be rewarded, and the teams who kind of fudge it and just like wing it might end up being punished more. You know, if you're going for a 2-man dive top, that might not be viable anymore. But if you're one of these teams who bring their mid laner like RNG typically do, then I think you'll be fine. So, you know, I feel like, you know, teams that are active are still going to be benefiting from the activity, especially if you can like get a significant lead on your hyper carries. It's going to make a big difference. For me, the big thing in my mind is like I've seen so far, what I've heard in scrims and what I've seen in ERLs, which have started playing already on the patch, is enchanters are like a lot more frequently being picked up. It's been such a massive effort to try and get enchanters back in the game. Like they've nerfed all the melee supports have like had 100 damage shaved off their base damages, off their all-in.
I remember you showing me the Thresh and Nautilus patch history.
Thresh, Nautilus, Leona, like if you look at the patch history, since they've been like dominant in the meta, they've had so much power shaved off them, and they've still had that role because they were so instrumental in competitive. Like you want your support to be able to roam. If they get engaged on, you want them to be able to survive enough to turn it around. And enchanters, despite the fact that like if you look in solo queue, I know solo queue is not indicative of like power and competitive, but this is the thing. You need those sort of melee supports in competitive. So like enchanters have like ridiculous win rates because they have so much more power, right? And now with this durability change, it's like just kind of tipped it over the edge. It's just being like eventually too much to the point where enchanters have started to like come back in quite heavily into the meta, and not just like you know we saw like Renata Karma before, but like we're seeing like a lot more. And I think a lot of LPL teams are going to struggle with that. I think RNG will really struggle with that. That's why I think the meta won't suit them, because they kind of need Ming to be on engage. But if I think of a team where like their support is not only super proficient generally, but also comfortable to pick up these enchanters and perform on them, I think EDG. I think EDG, you have Viper as a hyper carry, and I still believe Viper is the best AD carry in the world after Spring. I think the team
100%.
was failing, but I think he was like so good. He just wasn't given a chance to perform. And I think Viper on hyper carries with Mako and enchanters is a force to be reckoned with.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. you could start brand new. Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the tells in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird.
Welcome back, everybody, to day number 1 of the summer split of the LPL. We're back in Shanghai, China. Well, at least the camera is right now. We're still broadcasting remotely. The players playing remotely as well due to COVID and all of that good stuff. But regardless, the games go on. Our tournament continues. My name is Witchables. I'm joined by international superstar Dan Harrison, a.k.a. Orcs. Previously, I believe you're still the most recent champion XL player in existence, if I'm not mistaken.
Technically, no, because they did win a split later.
Okay.
You know, they did manage to match my record, and all it took was a super stacked roster for Mali Supers. You know,
you're not the only champion that's going to be played today as well, because we already had a World Championship org in IG, a World Finalist org in Weibo, and now 2 more World Champion orgs in EDG and FPX are going to be stepping onto the stage to face up against each other. And let's start off by talking about FPX, because this is a very new version of FPX. This is not even remotely similar to the FPX that won the World Championship a few years ago. And even changing from last split, right? Gory was the mid laner for most of last split. Care stepping in, did have a few games in spring. Klid now going to be the main jungler as well. Beishuan leaving, and Xiaolao Hu still going to be holding up in the top lane with LWX and Hung. Very likely the bottom lane duo, but Lele getting promoted from the academy roster.
Yeah, and I mean, sadly for Gory, I feel like this meta would be more suitable for him with like scaling being more a critical factor, but his laning was so underwhelming during spring. It brought caring, and as much as, you know, he took some time to find his footing, he definitely was a solid addition to the roster, who they hope to develop going forwards, bringing him up from the academy team. And ultimately for this lineup, I feel like, you know, they actually are a decent roster. I think there's definitely some issues to be worked out, but I think both solo laners get me super hyped. The fact that they're both very new to the LPL and have some solid performances we've seen from them. So hoping that gets worked on over the course of the split as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see. FPX, I think, are a very open book right now. That's not the right phrase. Open book means they're easy to read. They're a closed book right now, where I feel like this roster could go in a whole heap of different directions, and I'm curious to see where they go. On the other side, we've got EDG. Now, this is a roster that we know very well. They are an open book, because EDG, current reigning world champions, right? And a disappointing performance in spring, it has to be said. But I think most people, most analysts expecting this to be a team that in summer manages to have a bit of a resurgence. Obviously, the standard roster going to be the same. Xiaosheng has left. He was in the top lane previously. It's just going to be Flandre on the roster now. But Junja rejoining this team back over from RA.
Yeah, Junja's an interesting one because he played for RA in the Demacia Cup. It didn't go too well. And then they put Lien in for the whole split, and Lien was the best player in RA, so he didn't get much time there. I'm not sure he'll get much time starting on EDG. Ultimately, I feel like in spring as well, the biggest issue with this roster was Flandre, a bit inconsistent, subbed out a couple of times. But ultimately, this is still a stacked roster. This is still a roster who literally won Worlds most recently, which is why it was such a surprise that spring performance wasn't as dominant as people expected. People were thinking they would bare minimum be like top 2. Some people thought, you know, RNG with the changes could have edged out, but the fact that they weren't even close to that is kind of stark, and actually ended up battling against FPX in the playoff series. The last series they won was against them, and even that was an absolute slugfest.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a rematch, right? This is going to be FPX's playoffs vendetta against EDG, losing out, but managing to win one game. And I think, honestly, going into playoffs, I would have expected EDG to get a 3-0 on this one. I wasn't really expecting FPX to get a game. It was a lot closer than I think the 3-1 really gives credit to. And we could take a look at some of the highlights from that series as well, because FPX, I mean, this play is beautiful. Hung with the lantern over towards Clid, who then Clid can get into the pit, slice away the Baron, and then ults back out and care there with the realm warp to make sure they get a mid-titty. Like, that is one of the cleanest passages of play I've ever seen.
It was so smooth, and honestly, I feel like Hung has just been an absolute treasure to watch for support play all split. But I mean, even in this fight, this was one where FPX did end up winning this game, but it was so close because Scout put on this massive 1v9 performance. And I feel like this was kind of a consistent thing through this series and the Weibo series, where Scout was doing his damnedest just to try and carry the game to the end.
Yeah, Scout was a man on a mission in this series, and as you say, across playoffs as well. Phenomenal clip there, managing to basically 1v3 at the end of it. But again, here on the Twisted Fate, managing to find a pick onto LWX on the back line there, goes right into the back of the fight, and it means Viper can just clean house for the rest of it.
Yeah, and I think something I said consistently about Viper is, even with the fact the team didn't do so well, I still believe he's best AD carry in the LPL. He was absolutely phenomenal, just wasn't given the tools by the team to set up. And I'm super excited for this meta right now, because particularly we've seen things like the Lulu Kog'Maw, we've seen the hyper carries for AD carries have a resurgence. For Viper, I feel like that's such a standout thing. And also, this support matchup, we have Mako and Hung, both players who've been able to bring out Enchanter supports last split. Even though Spring was kind of dominated by your Nautiluses, your Leonas, they still had quite a few games on those Enchanters. So if anyone's going to bring them out, I feel like it's going to be these two.
Yeah, Hung and Mako love the Enchanters, but we're ready to jump into picks and bans. In fact, we're already into picks and bans. It's going to be Viego first pick here. That Twisted Fate we were just talking about, banned away from Scout. Gangplank banned away from Flandre here. The Gwen banned, that Lucian a consistent ban, the Swain being banned as well. So it is a Senna Tom Kench, though, for Viper and Mako. That is a strong old bottom lane to start things off for EDG.
Yeah, and they're going to answer with the Callista and then picking up that Talia. Going to be in the mid lane where we expect to see her more often Obviously not a flex here because they have a Viego, but FPX going for a pretty powerful mid-jungle duo and that aggressive AD carry. They are into the center Tom though, which is something really high prior in this patch. Much harder to burst out the center before level 6 when she gets a safety net from the Tom, and they can just harass you down, use that percentage HP damage on the passive. Now, this third pack, probably expect a jungler. You could maybe pick up here for JJ just to match the Viego, and it looks like he'll just go back to that Lee Sin that we saw so much of MSI.
Yeah, the classic, not just for JJ, but for the whole region, really. And now over to the ban phase once more. EDG need to try and set their solo laners up. It's likely going to be a last pick for Flandre. We almost always see top lane as that last pick on the red side, but we'll see what they're going to try and do in terms of bans on which pool they want to pinch, and it will be Renata, it turns out.
Yeah, Renata makes a lot of sense. Renata Callista is a really popular duo at the moment. You both have passives where if the other person autos, you proc extra damage. It's Callista's W and Renata's passive. And then on top of that, you have obviously the W you can cast on the Callista, and you can just like spam autos to a hard to get content and get that Rem built up. So that will be denied. Could possibly see like an engaged support band out here, perhaps like the Alistar, the Rel, which you saw earlier. I think Nautilus is less of an issue simply because the Tahm Kench can eat you out of the ultimate. But they are going to ban it away despite that, respecting Hung's proficiency on the champion. And for FPX here, they've kind of just been targeting mids. Could look towards the Ahri in the mid lane, something we've still seen had pretty high priority, and Angel just had a fantastic performance on.
Azir being banned very consistently today. I was thinking maybe it was a target at Angel. And, you know, scouts are good as Azir as well, but I'm starting to think that that is more of a meta thing based on the consistency of it. But again, we are just discovering as we go here in the LPL. Orianna going to be banned away from Scout as well. So Control Mage is definitely the target from Care, as he has that Talia. He wants to find himself a good matchup.
Yeah, so expect the mid lane pick here. Again, the Ahri is something that they could definitely take. As much as the Unraveled Earth from the Talia means you can't dash over it, you shouldn't really be getting in range of it. You can just play around Talia's effective range and fire charms out from a distance. So they will lock that in. A strong mid jungle to support their bot lane, which will obviously scale really well. And now it's up to FPX to lock in their support and their top laner. Shallow, who could take something like the Gnar as a safe blind. I feel like it's been super popular on the current patch. And then for the support role for Hung, might be actually looking towards this as a set that goes in the support role. I'd expect to see it there, more likely than top. One of the things with set in the support role is you struggle sometimes to close the gap. With the Callista throwing you in, makes it so much easier.
Yep, it certainly does. And you can kind of combo it as well, where you throw the set in, you can just walk a little bit further forwards, then ult someone back into your team as well. So it's a really powerful combo if you can pull it off. We'll see if they're going to be able to. Down in that bottom side, Hung certainly good on the hard engage supports. It's going to be a Camille there, locked in for Xiaolao, who up in the top side. We'll see what Flandre wants to go with. I'm just saying Renekton was always the classic Camille counter, but it doesn't feel like Renekton has been favored recently.
Yeah, Renekton really did not enjoy the durability changes. And this might be an old special for Flandre if he does bring this one out. We didn't really see too much of this. And it looks like he's not going in that direction.
Oh my god, come on.
It could just be, and it's going to be the Kayle. Bit of a consistent theme. We obviously just saw the Shy play this twice in a row. One game, not so great. One game went pretty great. Did go the AD build. I do think the AP build is better, especially in this game where you have 2 AD threats. But we'll see what he ends up going. Yeah.
Well, I guess we're seeing that this is not just the Shy thing. This is something that is working in scrims in LPL, because Flandre bringing this Kayle out up against the Camille. So just decided that, look, it's harder to tower dive on 12.10, right? It's really difficult to go for these dives. So people locking at the Kayle and saying, look, we're going to scale on the bottom side with the center Tahm Kench. We're going to scale on the top side with a Kayle. And what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, and it basically means that as long as Kayle can manage the waves well, and your jungler comes up when it bounces back and you're in a comfortable position where you can get ganked, you're pretty safe, because dives are just so hard. You miss execute, very easy for the Kayle to pick up a double kill, especially post 6 when you have the ultimate. You tank too many hits while that invulnerability is there, so it gives basically a safe opportunity to scale. Now, I do like the Camille pick that came in, because into center Tahm, you can ult the center, knock the Tahm away to disrupt that. I also think that's very good into Ahri, but ultimately, if it's given it would have given a counter matchup regardless, but Flandre clearly feels comfortable on this Kayle, picking it to scale up and also provide an extra layer of protection when it comes to those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, they're all obviously huge, and we'll see if, my main concern for EDG, right, is you might just lose control of the game early on, right, because you do have the scaling side lanes. Could get dangerous for them, and that kind of puts a lot of pressure onto FPX to be the team putting your best foot forward and try and find these advantages early on in the game. Maybe stack those dragons, because, if there's one thing Center Tom Kench can't do, it's get priority in most situations. You don't really have the wave clear. So hopefully for the side of FPX, they'll be able to stack those strikes up, go for the neutral objectives. I mean, is that what you're expecting to see from FPX? Is it a matter of skirmishing? Is it a matter of just trying to play through lanes?
I think a big aspect is kind of something we saw from IG in their game 2 today, is fighting numbers advantages with the Talia. Talia really strong at roaming and getting somewhere first. You have the wall that can cut off, and your skirmishing is going to be pretty strong ultimately around your mid jungle, around the fact that you have Camille for the engage. So I think that should be the play pattern. I think early levels, if you can pick up the early dragon, fantastic. Early herald, again, great. But it is kind of hard to make things happen with, obviously, the main playbook for early LPL teams was go for a dive, set up stacked waves, 3 members, 4 members, and that isn't really as possible anymore. So I kind of expect a slower early game and then the mid game to be a bit more explosive for FPX, and that's where they start to try and ramp up. I will say for the side of EDG, the fact they have this Lee Sin Ari in the mid jungle still means they have some ability to contest, and if they can shut down the Talia, stop her from ever getting a window to move, that can really have a lot of value.
Yep, Scout's certainly a very proficient Ari as well, so we'll see if he's going to be able to make that work in the mid lane. And I am curious about what Scout and JJ are going to be up to. I feel like those two linking up and trying to match the roams coming out from FPX could be the way to buy yourself a safe early game. We'll have to wait and see as we're getting ready to head onto Summoner's Rift for our second series of the day, our second series of the split. I feel like a lot of pressure on FPX here to find early advantages, to find ways to take over the game and just snowball like crazy. FPX last split leaving a lot to be desired, losing to EDG in the playoffs. Now an opportunity for revenge and an aggressive composition to take this game into their own hands.
And for EDG, a team that expectations were sky high after their World Championship win, same roster with a disappointing spring, they want to come in with a strong start to establish that they are back for summer, looking once again towards the World Championship to defend their title.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can have that performance, though, because, again, spring, leaving something to be desired, and I think there's a lot of room for improvement there, but perhaps a slower pace of game could, favor them a little bit. Viper, certainly an insane late-game AD carry. His team fighting is absurdly good, so if you give him a scaling pick like this center, certainly should be able to have a good performance on it. Shallow, who getting spotted on this ward. Look at Flandre, very far up the lane currently on the Kale, but looks like he'll back away a little bit. Nothing crazy at level 1. Clid starting on the top side, whereas JJ starts on that bottom side, will get a leash.
And ultimately, I feel like Flandre has to kind of find time in the early levels. If the wave is in a bad spot, that's where Camille has fantastic gank setup. And especially if you hit level 6, the ult for Flandre isn't really going to save you. Oh. yeah, that looks about right. Wow. What a way it is. I mean, the reason why this is actually effective and smart is you just traded flashes with the enemy AD carry, but you have Hex Flash. Like, it's actually... in some ways, it's better to not have Flash on the set, because then you can just spam Hex Flash in the brush constantly and constantly pose that threat. So this is 100% a winning trade.
Yep. Hung is more than happy to go for that trade. He'll take that trade any day of the week. Viper's paused the game. He's like, what just happened? Let's just flash at me like that. That's not how this game works. We're trying to play slow here, guys. Yeah, we'll figure out what the pause is for and hopefully get back into the game. But I love it. Like, look, Hung has a reputation for the Flash being a basic ability. Set with Hex Flash, this is the perfect champion for him. This is his natural habitat anyway.
I find it so funny that I was talking about how, for me, both these players are Brow Enchanters in the spring split. Definitely could see them. No, we get Hung, level 1, flashing, before minions even killed, trading summoners. But, it makes sense, and I love to see the aggression coming out. Particularly, this is how you can punish the Center Tom. Because Center Tom, the reason why they benefit so much from the durability patch is if you don't find an all-in window, they will just harass you down. They have so much sustain between the Senna healing, and the Tom also obviously has his great health, but if he lands a tongue lash, he also heals. So they'll just harass, keep you slowed down, and then eventually win the lane off that and scale up pretty exceptionally. But the thing is, this is so different from the old Senna Tom, because Tom can't eat you until level 6. So if you get on top of the Senna before level 6, you will just die. And ultimately, Tom suffers a little bit similarly to the issues Rakan has if you get on his AD carry before 6, is that his knockup is so telegraphed that if you're going for an all-in, you just flash over it, right? If he tries to W the enemy AD carry, flash over it, and then kill your opponent, and it's so hard for the Tom to do anything before you can gobble them up.
Yeah, it's a really tough one for Tom Kench. And we saw that earlier today, right? We saw Tom Kench versus double range. There was nothing he could do. And this time, he's up against a Kalista and a Set, which, you know, not double ranged, but Set with the true damage on his W. Kalista able to just stack that rend up, just not pop the E until the shield is gone, and then try and one-shot the Tom. So it feels like a good target for these rend stacks to just keep on building on up. But I want to talk about the rest of the map as well. What is the game plan for these two junglers here? Because I feel like, you know, usually you'd say the plan is to build big waves, try and dive that bottom lane right before Tom hits 6, but is that still a viable strategy on 12-10? That's a big question for me.
No, I think it's way too risky. I think, especially with how tanky Tom is, if you try and go for that dive and it's not flawless, you'll just... I mean, the problem is, the more members you bring to execute that dive, the more likely it is of succeeding, but also the more turnaround kills the enemy team can get if you end up botching it. So it's very, very precarious. I'm not sure that's the game plan. For me, I think for the Viego for FPX, I think playing towards top after level 6 makes a lot of sense. Once you have lockdown for Flandre, especially if there's ever an opportunity where the wave is overextended, that's what you can look for. I think for the side of EDG, JJ just wants to play support for his lanes. If you find a gank window in mid, fantastic. Shutting down its layer can make a lot of sense. Oh my god, that is low health for Flandre.
Yeah. Low health for Shallow as well, as the pot's going to be ticking on both sides here. Remember, Flandre does have a heal ability, but I don't think he has it just yet. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't quite see. I think he's got his E and his Q for now, but at level 3, we'll have a little bit more sustain. But Shallow as well, with the leg sweep, the tactical sweep, sorry, will be able to sustain himself up. But getting bullied out of the top side via Kale. Not an ideal situation. Here we go. Viper going to be ignited. LWX splashing forward. Viper 1 HP, but he survives.
Oh.
And actually, it's Mako turning it around. EDG find the 2v2, and Mako finds a tasty snack.
Yeah, when you disrespect like that, you take a tower hit, and the Tom Kench has so much damage built into that passive. Again, LWX step a little bit too far, and they end up paying for it. LWX goes down, early kill for the Tom Kench, and yeah, bit of an overstep, bit too much aggression, I think. Hung setting up the pace for that one at that level 1.
And that is that's a rough one, because we talked about the level 1 advantage, right? We talked about the fact that with the flashes gone, should be an advantage for FPX, but overstaying it, overstepping it. And now an advantage for EDG as Mako grabbing that kill. Could be in trouble himself, will be stunned up. Is Tom Kench, though, so you don't really expect him to be under too much threat.
Yeah, you see now FPX's bot lane is behind, so Hung has to look for an all-in to try and get themselves back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, what you did here. MLX Hung.
Yeah, absolutely. Goes for the trade here, and the exhaust is cleansed, but just not quite enough damage. The true damage doesn't connect from Hung. Viper able to sidestep it, and then the Rend not quite doing enough damage. I think even if the true damage did hit, I don't think it would have quite been enough to kill Viper. But ultimately, they committed so heavily for that kill that they really had no way of getting back out again for LWX on this cluster.
Very nicely done by EDG, finding themselves that opportunity and being so decisive as well, right? Having an advantage in this bottom lane is really terrible news for FPX. Like, the fact that EDG are ahead and winning with Senna Tom Kench is just painful, because Kalista is not one of these champions that's forgiving and will scale in later. You know, it's a really tough situation for them. So across the rest of the board, though, fairly even, and nothing too much to write home about. I want to return to the conversation of the junglers, though, because with Drake coming up onto the map, both junglers are pathing towards this bottom side. Still priority for FPX. Even though they lost the kill, they do still have that aggressive matchup. I feel like maybe Dragon could be something Clid could hope.
Yeah, I think when you have the prior with your bot lane, you can, but they're going for a reset here. This could actually be an opportunity for JJ to look for it, but the Scuttle Crab has been taken. Enemy team would be aware. You will have the prior in your lanes, though, so if there's a window, it's now, but I think he doesn't want to risk starting up and getting low. We'll try and get a ward down here and spot out Clid.
She wants to go for the 1v1 despite being a level down. A Scout trading heavily with Care in that mid lane. We'll just be able to force Prio for himself and move over towards the Drake. So that'll be vision cleared away, and it'll be JJ into the pit here on this one. Will he start the Drake? The vision is gone, but I think he's not really confident enough to actually just kick this one off.
Yeah, so they had prior mid, had prior bot. Scout preferred the reset, and also it's just a risky one to go for. Especially the Hextech Dragon, it does so much AoE damage. I feel like it really can be delicate if you start to try and do that one with multiple teammates and then everyone ends up low. Against the likes of a Viego who'll get those resets, it is just a risky one. So playing it slow for now. I think a big thing to highlight though is Flandre has a CS lead in the top lane on this Kayle, so in a really comfortable position. I think part of that was we saw initially the Lee Sin pathing up towards him, right? We saw JJ covering him on the early clear. That can make such a big difference, because in the ideal world, what the Camille wants is to be able to dive onto the Kayle, but you can't really do that when you know your jungler's on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Shalahu as well, trading very aggressively, actually getting forced to reset. So really bad news for him early on in that laning phase. And this is what, the third time today that we've seen early on the Kayle actually winning some of these trades in situations that I wouldn't have necessarily expected the Kayle to win the trades in. So a little bit better for Flandre than it was for the first game of Kayle for the Shy. The second game for the Shy, very, very good in terms of Kayle situation. It was about as good as it possibly can get. But Flandre doing a good job himself as well. And we'll see how that continues. I'm looking towards level 6 from these mid laners, though, because you know that the second both of them are level 6, Talia's going to be using the ult to try and find picks. You're going to see Ari matching with the Spirit Rush as well to try and search for opportunities. And both junglers great at following up on picks as well, right? The Lee Sin and the Viego love to find these skirmishes early.
And I think as well, the Talia Viego, I like this combo because you have so much single target burst with the Talia. Like if you catch someone with the knockback through your Unraveled Earth into you launching your Q at them, you can just absolutely delete someone or get them low enough so that the Viego will finish them off with the ultimate. So I want to see these two moving as a duo, looking for those plays. I think if you can go for a gank and get the flash off Flandre, that then means he's going to be vulnerable for quite a bit thereafter, can't push up as freely. And as he's going to be approaching that level 6, he will be pushing more freely once it becomes a range against melee matchup. That is probably the easiest avenue to punish. Bot lane, there is a window, but I think once Tahm Kench hits level 6, it gets a bit painful. With summoners down, though, pre-6, there is definitely opportunity, but it really depends on tracking the enemy jungler. That's why I kind of said at the start of the day, JJ's role, if you just cover your side lanes and ensure that they're not getting targeted, they should flourish.
Yeah, they should be able to find themselves a big advantage down in the bottom side, and we'll see if they will. Unfortunately, a couple of, I assume, tech issues. We'll try and find out what the cause of the pauses are. It is day one at the end of the day. The teams are playing remotely as well. I think at the end of the day, you can somewhat expect a couple of little technical hiccups, but hopefully that'll all be smoothed over and we'll be able to get back onto the action for you guys. But EDG, so far, so good. It has to be said. The 2v2 down at the bottom side going their way. And I feel like a comfortable early game like this, just slow and steady, is perfect for them. But what we've seen in the first series is that it wasn't necessarily the laning phase that decided everything. It was much more about the mid-game between the first two teams of the day. Are you expecting a similar thing here in the second series?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's when I would expect FPX to come online in terms of what they can start setting up. But basically, you know, it's the durability changes and the strength of the towers has meant a lot of the set plays we see early levels aren't really as doable. So it just means that when you have teams who are trying to be aggressive, it's delayed a bit to sort of the mid game. When the map opens up and you start seeing supports moving around, plays with things like the Herald, like you can still get aggressive plays in lane, but it tends to be like, oh, someone's overextended so we can gank, or, you know, Hung is just flashing every 2 seconds with Hex Flash. Those are the more opportunities. One thing I do want to note is, you know, when Viper survived on that center, that was literally a durability survival, right? That Viper would have died there on the center pre those changes, which is kind of stark illustration of how like things like the Senna have been enabled a lot by being so much less vulnerable with that extra health, that extra resists.
Honestly, it's the reason I'm kind of surprised at how much aggression we've seen locked in the bottom side, right? Kalista and Draven, both. I mean, Kalista, one of the premier picks today. Draven having a game as well. Like, I was not anticipating this level of aggression down in the bottom side. I was thinking like Cog Moors, I was thinking Senna's, I was thinking a bit of Lucian, but that's been banned every game. Certainly didn't expect Kalista and Draven to be this prevalent. So kind of surprising considering the durability changes. Now we have been informed EDG, Viper and Mako have reported an in-game issue. So that's currently being investigated and hopefully things will be resolved and we'll be able to get back to the action shortly for you guys. But in the meantime, us two chuckleheads will chat away about League of Legends for you.
I think regarding the Kalista thing, I think a big aspect of it is, you know, if scaling champions are really enabled by this, then on the counterpart to that, like if you pick like an AD carry that scales reasonably well, it's not going to do as well into like a super scaler because you'll just get outscaled, right? Whereas if you pick something like super aggressive like the Kalista, you have the opportunity to shut down that scaling pick before it gets there. You can't play a passive lane against lanes that are just going to outscale you to a ridiculous degree. You have to like crush them, find the momentum. It's like when we saw Renekton in Italy, there was that game, I think there was the game in the LCK where there's like the 10k goal deficit, and the Renekton in Italy ended up, like, you have to be super aggressive on it if you're going to match these scaling compositions, and you can't let your gas off the pedal. If you play these picks that are more like medium scaling, medium early game, you'll just get eclipsed at every point. So I think it makes sense in that regard, especially Kalista to get some buffs and is in a strong position. And I think something's to be said for the fact that a champion like Kalista has more than enough damage. If you stack up enough Rens, like in those all-ins, you will kill them, right? If you get enough spears into them eventually. Doesn't matter how durable, as long as you have the auto attacks to spare and the spears going, you will eventually have the damage to finish them off.
Yep. If the goalkeeper didn't save it, it would have been a goal. If you do enough damage, the enemy will die.
That's just make them run out of health. It's that simple.
This is the kind of analysis that got my man Orcs onto MSI.
That was it. You know, you got to break it down, keep it simple.
I love it. You know, it helps monkey brain play-by-plays like myself. It helps us understand the game. Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to get enough spears in and find themselves a kill. But we'll have to wait and see. Only time will tell. So far, I'll admit I'm a little disappointed by what we've seen in terms of the meta. It's not really what I expected to see.
Didn't like the Kayle?
The Kayle, this consistently, I did not expect. It's like mildly exciting for one game. But when I see it 3 times across 4 games, I'm like, oh no. We're headed for a real slow meta if we're seeing Kayle picked 3 times this consistently. Like, I'm a little bit nervous for what this means for the speed of gameplay in the LPL.
I wonder how much of this will be isolated to 12-10, because something we talked about earlier today, tower damage is overtuned to the point that on the next patch, on live patch, it has been nerfed. Not quite to what it was before, but it has been toned down a bit. I wonder how much of this is stuff that works on 12-10 because dives are very hard, and whether we'll see it continue to 12-11 when dives aren't very hard, but they're just hard. That's my question. Like, how much of this is like specifically on this patch? Like, does Kayle suddenly start getting dove on repeat on the new patch? I don't know. That is the thing to kind of wonder. But for now, it definitely feels like a lot of these picks that had these massive glaring weaknesses just can't be exposed. So I think, you know, a lot of value in the Kayle is something that can do that, but I think across the board, we'll see how much teams lean into it. Got to be said, though, I feel like even if you have these scaling elements, you still want to have early agency. I think taking your hands off the wheel and just leaning so heavily into scaling across the board isn't really the best game plan, because teams will just run away with it and then inject gold into their scaling carries.
Certainly will. We're back onto the Rift, though. Whatever the issue was, seems to have been resolved as we're back into the game once again. And we'll see who's going to have the better scaling. We'll see who's going to have the better mid game. And we'll see who's going to get the best of this rematch from playoffs, round 1 of playoffs. It was EDG versus FPX, and EDG won 3-1. And FPX wanting to get aggressive, wanting revenge. And LWX and Hung starting off aggressively, but going too far, falling short in that laning phase. It means Viper and Mako with a big advantage and very close to getting Mako to that crucial level 6 point.
Yeah, but Hung does have flash up, and from what I've seen, it's almost painful to have your flash available on set. So I expect him to be in that any second now, just to try and force something from EDG. One big thing to mention as well is the level 6 for the set, actually pretty effective into Senator, because either you can... Yeah.
Oh, there it is. There's the flash. I will say, Viper's reactions are insane. Like,
Yeah,
he
he's
obviously
fast.
knew that was coming, but to flash, because set stun is instant. Like, to flash that, the presence of mind to know that that's coming in and have the reactions to pull it off is really impressive. Now pick onto Scout potentially. Charm comes on through though. Big damage onto Clid. And here comes JJ. Spirit Rushes are available. The kick, the follow-up with the Sonic Wave. And Scout, oh, one more auto. There it is, the Q for the Orb of Deception. And now JJ wants a little bit more, but Shallow, who is here, big damage, but in with Flandre's ulti on top of him.
Charm.
And the Charm as well. It's too easy for EDG. They make it look like child's play.
So well played. I honestly felt like the Talia plus the Viego at level 6 would be such a threat for this mid jungle. You have so many dashes between you, but Scout able to get away from the initial burst damage, and then JJ just felt like he couldn't miss with those Sonic Waves there. Flandre also roaming down with the ultimate to get that AoE damage. Just super good execution. On the back of Viper, once again being able to get away from that stun from Hung. Feels like this is the kind of EDG we were hoping for in summer.
You know, we talked about how they didn't necessarily have the greatest split in spring. It feels like that is a distant memory based on the first 9 minutes of gameplay we've seen from them. Perhaps we're getting a little overzealous.
End the split here. It's been 9 minutes. EDG World Champions are back.
They've done it. 2 worlds in a row. Good job, guys. In the meantime, though, in the real world, FPX managing to get themselves a Herald here. They are almost 3,000 gold down, though, in 9 minutes. That is kind of insane.
Yeah, the extra kills, a big factor, but also Viper being able to pick up so much gold on the back of this center, just able to farm up the sacks on your support item. And yeah, Herald being secured by FPX, pretty important. With this gold deficit already coming in, with the concerns about some of these scaling elements of EDG, you really want to be finding a lead. See where they opt to place that down. I think bot lane could make a lot of sense to get your Kalista ahead. For now, they're chasing JJ out the river.
Yeah, Mako could be a target as well. No flash available for him. Pulled back in. The Abyssal dive to try and keep himself safe. He actually will walk away from this one. Still has thick skin. Didn't even have to use his shield in this one. And now JJ arrives. Sonic Waves go slightly wide. His LWX slowed. Forced to flash and cleanse on this one. And EDG answer the play in kind.
Oh, I mean, ultimately, Care didn't quite find the W in time to interrupt the Abyssal dive. And as soon as he got that off, he'd made enough space. As you said, still had the great health. So that big play with the Talia, something we're hoping to see from FPX's mid-jungle to try and get things rolling, ends up backfiring. And, I mean, LWX is not having fun here.
No, he is not. Very low on HP underneath the tower. And apparently neither is Shallow, who Flandre flashing forwards. Solo kill on the Kale. Flandre is here to perform.
Yeah, I mean, all I'm going to say is that if the Kale is solo killing your Camille at this point of the game, it is not a good omen. Looks like Flandre also going for the AD Kale build. So it seems like this is quite a consistent thing LPL tops have been doing in scrims, but FPX things are going from bad to worse.
Dan, just look at the CS in that top lane. 35 CS lead for Flandre with a kill and 2 tower plates. I mean, Shallow, who trying to trade here, but just goes disastrous. He's 2 levels down.
Yeah. It's painful. It is really painful. I don't see an out. You know, we talked about how the game plan would be, you know, Talia wall, try and set up plays onto the Kale. Once you have that level 6 available for the mid jungle, hasn't happened. Bot lane, nothing has really come from the fact that they have this Kalista set. You haven't been able to find an advantage.
Oh, the flash charm comes in. Care gonna be locked up. The Sonic Wave is there. It's 2. Oh, actually, no. Care survives.
Lord.
1 HP. The durability patch saving Care with an inch of his life.
Hung interrupted the Sonic Wave with his E. That was sick. He certainly would have died if JJ being able to close the distance. And actually, what JJ was going to do was Sonic Wave to Care, kill him, and then kick Hung backwards to get like the 2 kills. But the interrupt so strong. We'll get the replay here.
I want to see the slow-mo.
Yeah, comes in here, manages to get the interrupt.
Oh
my. Last second, like you are dead if that connects, and then the kick would follow. I mean, this is Hung in a nutshell. This is why I love watching this play support. Mechanics out the wazoo.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's more than willing to make the play as well. Hung having a great performance so far. Unfortunately for him, like any other AD carry, he would have got multiple kills in lane at this point. But unfortunately for him, Viper is literally inhuman when it comes to his reactions. So not able to have the same success in the laning phase. And they continue to get bullied out. Post 6, there's another inhuman flash from Viper. As Mako pulled back in, but still has the thick skin. Ren stacking up, maybe a play available for FPX, as they will be able to find Mako care. Looking for Viper at the same time. Good dodge from Viper, though. Viper, Mako goes down. I'm tripping over my words like crazy, but it's a positive play for FPX.
And they did it. Enough spears and the target dies, Joe. I told you they managed to get the kill. Don't find Viper once again so quick on that flash. They managed to take out Mako. They'll be able to throw the Herald down and get that first tower. A lot of gold for the LWX that is needed. But in the meantime, there's a 40 CS lead top. Flandre is taking plates. Yeah.
This is essentially a 3-0-1 KO. Because with the 4 plates, that's essentially like 2 kills.
6k gold to 3.7k. It's a 2.3k gold lead. It's insane.
Well, we said there weren't going to be dives, but JJ
just
kills the tower. And then you don't have to dive. You just finish the tower off. Oh, my days. It's going to be a tower for towers. So first tower did go the way of FPX, but look at the gold difference. It's 4,000 at 13 minutes, 14 minutes. Beautiful stuff here from EDG. Next Herald coming up in a minute and 20. Dragon, though, only 20 seconds behind it.
Yeah, and I mean, 2,700 gold lead for Flandre alone, right? If you had to pick someone to have that much of a gold lead, you wouldn't pick the Kale if you're on FPX's side. You'd absolutely pick anyone but the Kale to have that much of a gold lead. That is painful. That is honestly really painful. And the fact they haven't been able to shut it down, it's now level 11. That level lead as well. I mean, levels on Kale are just so powerful. It is such a scary position for FPX. Yes, they got that gold lead in the bot lane. They need to run away with that in this game because the clock is ticking.
Okay. I've got a new game we can play. If we're going to go into a Kale meta, if we're going to see slow early games where Kale is scaling up, and we're looking for that level 16, then let's have a speedrun challenge. So far, the Shy with the record, it was about 25 minutes that he hit level 16 in the previous game. Flandre currently level 11 at 15 minutes. We'll see what time he's able to get that level 16 mark.
I easily think he can beat that. I mean, the fact he's crushed lane already, it should be set up to break that record, is my estimation.
I mean, I agree completely so far. We'll see if he'll be able to do it. EDG, though, going to start this Herald up. They have such a big lead. It feels like this is inevitable. Scout could be in trouble, though, because that's a Camille, and you don't get to escape from Camille unless the charm lands before the Hextech Ultimatum can come on through. There's a shield coming across him as well. He might be able to win this one out. Zhonya's has to come on through. Still has his flash available. Oh, but he face plants into the wall. That was a bit of a disaster.
I was going to say, until that point, Scout did everything he did, played it pretty much perfectly. I guess he could have flashed over the Talia stones to not get stunned, but then he flashes into the wall instead, and it's not the best final performance, but it's a good pick from FPX. The reason why they wanted that Camille is so you can lock down the Ahri when you eventually get to her. They also get the Dragon off the back of it. And, you know, as much as they lose mid-tower, the Herald was probably going to take it anyway. My bigger concern is this.
Yeah, look at what it cost them. Yes, they get the tower. Yes, they could have. In fact, they didn't even get a tower, right? They just got a kill onto Scout.
I feel like
it took both solo lanes.
The game plan for FPX is just pretend top doesn't exist. Just out of sight, out of mind. No one pan your cameras towards top lane. Let's just try and win somewhere else. And hopefully, you know, EDG run into them. Flandre forgets the TP and you win the game that way. But yeah, it's this top lane situation is getting out of hand.
Yeah, out of hand is one way to win it, that's for sure. EDG just dominating right now, and doesn't feel like there's much of a reprieve for FPX in the short term at very least. 5,000 gold lead in favor of EDG. That's not really what you want to see when you've got a Kalista on your team. But I will say, It's a welcome change to see EDG playing so decisively and so comfortably on this new patch, right? Coming back from the break, clearly they've been practicing. Clearly they're in good form. And, you know, RNG publicly saying thank you to EDG for scrimming during the World Championship. So, obviously, the team... sorry, during MSI, not the World Championship. So, obviously, EDG will be in good form. They will be well practiced.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing is, like, individual performance is one thing, but, you know, having a good read on how to play the map, the fact that when this play came out in the bot lane, yes, Scout did get caught out, but the rest of the team in position to capitalize on the top side. GG's setting up for Flandre to be able to push up there. It feels like they are playing well as a team. It's not just about individual merit. And I think that was the big talking point for me off Spring. This is a very individually stacked team. Viper and Scout had some fantastic performances in Spring, even in playoffs, right? Yeah, up against Weibo, there was a game where Scout and Viper, like 2v4 to fight, was exceptional. But they weren't a good team. They were good individuals. And I think that was why it was so surprising compared to what we saw from them at Worlds. This feels like more of a good team play coming out from them, not just individuals. And, you know, it's game one, series one for them. It's still early to say, but it's definitely positive to start in this manner.
Look, 9 minutes ago, we said that they were going to win the World Championship, and 9 minutes later, I'm convinced. I stand by what we said at the 18th
It's been another 9 minutes, right? We're going to measure
Yeah,
it in
exactly.
9-minute increments and just keep going that way the rest of the split.
Every 9 minutes of EDG gameplay across the course of the split will judge whether or not they're going to win the World Championship. That's a lot of 9 minutes. There's going to be a lot of check-ins on progress here.
Yeah, well, first 2 9 minutes looking solid. We'll see how the third 9 minutes goes. Right now, Flandre, level 13, has picked up that Wit's End, so a lot harder for Care to burst him out on that Talia, and is becoming closer and closer, getting closer and closer to that level 16 spike that everyone loves to talk about.
Yep. 13 on the clock here. And once again, as you said before, AD Kale consistently here, going for that Wit's End second instead of the Phantom Dancer this time. But even still, going for that Kraken Slayer. They're obviously preferring the auto-attack based Kale here in the LPL. As EDG just taking complete control of the bottom side of the map. Drake isn't up for another minute and 20, but red buff is, and that's an objective here in the LPL. Flandre could be in trouble though, because the entire squad is here. It's going to be his ulti used, flashes over the wall. No way does he get out with this one. Clid trying to finish him off. Just about does, but that was a little dicey, honestly.
Yeah, a little scary, and I think it kind of shows you need a lot of members to take down this Kale. This is kind of the play I wanted to see earlier from FPX. It's good they're doing it now. Got to credit them for that, but the whole Talia wall upwards, lock the Kale down with the Camille ultimate, and then finish them off, get the shutdown, and deny Flandre their scaling should have been the game plan. It's just the fact that we're 20 minutes into the game and this is the first death Flandre has. That's why I'm feeling concerned. But still, we want more of this from FPX.
The one concern as well I have is that Care now will have his wall on cooldown. Shalahoo's ult is on cooldown. Klid's ult is on cooldown. Drake is up in 25 seconds. EDG are going to have complete and utter control here. This shouldn't even be contestable from the side of FPX. So FPX now can maybe try and look for vision around Baron. They already have decent vision control here, but EDG want a pick as the charm comes through onto Hung. Will be Kalista ult to save his life, and actually Scout doesn't get to move, doesn't get to play, as Viper has to retreat on the play. Hung flashing forward to try and find more, as JJ won't go until the Dawning Shadow arrives. Great kick across the team. Care turns golden, but he's down as well, and it's a kill for Flandre. Mako flashing forward to get onto LWX, but the Tongue Lash not quite enough, as the cleanse is used to keep LWX safe.
And honestly, that was a sick turnaround from Hung. Clay wasn't there though for the resets, and honestly, JJ played that one so well, got the Sonic Wave into that beautiful kick. Will be able to secure that Dragon, and I mean, silver lining for FPX, they did manage to secure that Cloud Dragon earlier, so this will only be the second for EDG. But even when it felt like FPX found a route into the fight, still getting outmatched.
Yeah, and Junja sat on that bench, and he's shaking his head right now, because there's no way he's seeing play anytime soon with JJ on fire like this. That was a gorgeous kick onto Care.
Yeah, and I feel like Scout dashing in here, it's a Set who has a Kalista paired, never really going to find that pick. He also had Flash, but he didn't even need to use it to go aggressive. And then we see the dive in, but it's a bit too far for Hung. Sonic Wave connects, and this beautiful kick that comes in. from JJ to get the double knock-up for the follow-up there from the rest of EDG. It's a nice seismic shove, though, coming out from Care at the end, which kind of creates space so we don't see more members of FPX going down. But that kick was just so good.
Absolutely beautiful. And it means that now EDG still maintaining a gold lead, but they're slightly... they're not quite as far ahead as they were, is what I'm trying to say. They're only about 4,000 gold up now compared to the 5,000 they were up before. In fact, it's getting closer to 3,000. But they're back onto the map. They did get that Drake that we talked about before. And now Baron is the next port of call for the side of EDG. Scout has TP, so he can pressure on the bottom side of the map, while the rest of EDG take complete control of the top side.
Well, I mean, something to be mentioned is we saw such a massive level difference in the top lane, which has been closed by Shallow, who, like, it's still... This is a concern, is that you have, like, a Senna and a Kayle going into the later stages. Oh.
It's going to be Scout caught out for the second time in a row here. Pulled back by Hung, but gobbled up by Mako and kept alive. So ultimately, Scout will be fine on this one. Will get out with his life. Has TP, so he can reset while the rest of EDG kick this Baron off. Hung has no ultimate, so this might be difficult for the side of FPX to fight. Or at least that's what EDG are hoping for. The TP out from Scout behind the play here. Trying to get the flank going. 3,000 on the Baron. EDG cautious on this one. They don't want a 50-50. Charm over the wall. Everfrost is there. It's a kill for Scout. Hung in the meantime getting in, but the shield across the whole team. Flandre invincible, and EDG are making this look beautiful. It's a flawless fight. Everything going perfectly for them. A clean ace and a masterclass from EDG.
Just complete confidence. I felt like there could have been a tenuous situation. Starting with the Baron, all members of FPX in position to go in. LWX still had his ultimate to try and help Hung engage, and yet they still look for it. And the execution, pixel perfect, didn't even lose a single member. They'll get the Baron, they'll get this mid tier too. And you know, I'm going to say it, Joe. This is the third 9 minutes we've seen of EDG. It's looking pretty good.
Well, we're not quite there yet. We need 27. It's only 24 on the clock. They're winning too quickly is the issue that we've got here. Great flank from Scout there, finding the pick. And the rest of the team just, they don't want to damage. LWX isn't able to get anything done during this fight because the threat from Scout and the flash charm at the end, beautifully done.
I mean, I was honestly concerned about starting this because Scout didn't have ultimate. And I was like, you know, maybe reduces the impact. His flank there was so excellent, just meant Care and LWX couldn't function. And the problem is, in this composition, you kind of need them to start racking up the kills so Clid can get resets. Clid couldn't get the reset there. Kind of this, the problem when no one on the enemy team dies. And so as a result, that momentum never came to fruition. And now, EDG 8,000 gold in the lead, just exploded this game wide open. Pushing into the enemy red side jungle to clear out the vision, and now this wave is being brought up by Flandre. Really solid play just to make it so hard to defend this tier 2.
All right, well, level 16 hit, 25-22 on the clock there. I'm curious what the shies was as we get an engage coming out from Clid. Viper using his Shroud to keep his team as safe as possible as... I don't know what just happened with a Hextech ultimatum. He didn't do anything. Hung pulled them out of it. And now the rest of EDG can re-collapse on the fight. The sustain is too much. Dawning Shadow rails the whole squad from FPX. And EDG once again just destroy FPX in a fight. They push on forwards. They'll take the bottom lane towers. And I think they might just take the game.
Safety net after safety net after safety net for this Kayle. FPX try and find the play, but Flandre does not go down. And the turnaround is swift. And they will get demolished. Care and Clid, I don't think you can defend this.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not if the team actually starts hitting the next towers. They're just clearing the minions for the time being.
Flandre's
they
farming.
can finally start to push this one over. It's going to be Clid forced back to his Nexus. But actually, EDG not going to try and end just yet. They're going to go for this mid lane tower instead. Play this one by the book. Take a couple of inhibitors first. They might even go for a cheeky reset.
Yeah, playing it safe. They probably could have ended, but it might have left an opportunity for FPX to find a way in with the respawns and turn it around. They didn't want to overstay on the next wave, especially with how threatening towers are right now. I feel like everyone's just so afraid of towers. They are looking for a pick now. Clid
forced to flash away. Scout is on the other side of the play as well. Everfrost slows him down. Sonic Wave is there. And Mako actually eats him to make sure the pick can happen. That's the jungler down. Guaranteed Drake. But I don't think EDG want a Drake right now. They want a game. In goes JJ with a Kayle ult. And it's a double for Flandre as a third one goes his way as well. 1 and 7 on the Kale, as Viper should have the range to finish off Xiao Lao Hu. The legs will do nothing, whether they're scissors or not. It's going to be the Nexus falling here. And EDG come into the summer split and show us what they are made of.
I mean, considering we had these two play each other in playoffs, and EDG won by all means, but the fact that they come in now and just absolutely massacre them, make it look not even close, when they only got one round further than FPX in playoffs. This is the EDG we're hoping for. This is the EDG we were looking for in spring. Really strong performance. And I think the Kale for Flandre, the fact he was getting a solo kill in this matchup, 8-1 and 8 at the end of the game, monstrous.
Yeah, Flandre absolutely destroying in the top lane matchup. Similar story down in the bottom lane, right? That's not a 2v2 that EDG should have been winning, but they managed to survive. They managed to get a 2v2 kill in the early levels, and then beyond 6, there was nothing Kalista could do about it. Really, really strong stuff. And I will say, Care did a good job on this Talia. We saw a couple of good plays on the Talia. We saw a couple of good walls with Clid trying to follow up as well, but not enough to find themselves an advantage. And Scout, the impact he was able to have on this Ahri, especially in that Baron fight where he didn't even have his ultimate, it's like just mind-blowing what this man can do on every single pick in the game.
I think there were positives for every member of EDG, which is great to see. And, you know, they definitely had strong performances in spring. It's not like it was all doom and gloom, but this is definitely the way you want to be starting off your split. And FPX are the easiest opponent in the league. They're not exactly one of the top 4 or anything, but definitely not at the bottom of the barrel. So very convincing performance. But we saw Weibo have a convincing game 1 earlier today and then have some happy gaming game 2. So it'll be interesting to see whether EDG can maintain this form going into the next one. And also for FPX, you know, they went for a composition that needed to find a lead early. They didn't find that lead. Clid kind of invisible in this game. The damage definitely reflecting that. And as a result, Flandre able to take over. Viper Mako able to weather the storm and actually answer back. And you can see with the goal graph, never really felt out of control.
Yeah, we had our 3 8-minute intervals, and all 3 of them felt like EDG are on top.
Well, actually,
fantastic
it was
game.
27-minute game with 3 9-minute intervals. We had it perfect.
We did. It was beautiful. It was beautiful to witness at EDG. Apparently going to win Worlds based on this one game. FPX do have time to try and turn things around, though. Perhaps we need to see a little bit more scaling on the side of FPX. Look at the... How on earth did Flandre have the most kill participation? How is that possible?
The most
top lane Kale.
I don't know. I think one aspect of it as well was he joined quite a few team fights, and then he would ult JJ when JJ would dive in, and then the ult would hit everyone and get you those assists, obviously, and also, you know, you've assisted your teammates, so... But yeah, I mean, really strong performance. Flandre as well, the player who earned the most criticism during spring, coming back with a bang on that pick.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. And another win in the books for Kale. That's 2-1 in Kale's favor right now. We'll see if the trend continues. We're going to jump into a break and see if FPX have anything left right after.
The LPL are kings again. After an intense 5-game series against the LCK champions, Xiaohu conquered his demons and led Royal Never Give Up to their 3rd MSI title.
Everyone around the world, raise your hands together and give applause for RNG. They are your 2022 MSI champions. RNG look like a force to be reckoned with come Worlds.
A feat that will cement RNG's name in history as the true Spring Tigers.
All the way, it's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down.
Now, with the world watching, the LPL is set to deliver. 17 teams will take what they've learned from spring and fight for a chance at being crowned the summer champions. But to become king of the greatest region in the world, it will take more than just a fight.
We can be heroes.
It will take everything that you have.
The LPL are kings again.
On top side, it's getting Cube into a much more favorable matchup with Strive. He has got Merchant, so he should be fine. As I said, turn off the tower so they can just dive him in the 2v2. This is Deja Vu. Work, but you're going up against a Hexo. Bobo has been hit. He has to flash away as the Trouble Ball is in response. Strive gets deleted from the map.
played, but you're not going to try and smite this away from way bar some massive mistakes.
Oh my god!
And you can see DLG aware, they're not even going to give the opportunity of pulling that dragon in.
When we see these two teams clash, that is what's going to be so integral, especially the early focus from the junglers and how that coincides with the mid lane presence. And on the other side, you have the king of the jungle in Tarzan. I mean, he's swinging around on vines, killing people.
On the ground, nothing can hold us.
Scared. He's actually going to turn on to Tien as Doombee's running in as well. Against his old brother, strikes him down.
These two playing together finally is insanity to me. For me, have the possibility to be one of the deadliest duos in the future and history of LPL.
This is not a good position. They might have to run out here. Doombee's jumping in. There's another Shuriken flip. Doombe jumping in to the back line with a quick execution on top of Mark. Buying time with a quick little Sonia's. LNG mid laner survives.
Behind enemy lines, Moonlight Vigils, Tarzan separated from his team. Scout with the flank, the rest of EDG follow up. They find the engagement. LNG have damage. Triple kill comes up to Doombe. We said he needed redemption, and he finds it.
Welcome back, everybody, to Shanghai. You can see the beautiful view there of the Shanghai skyline. I've been up that really tall building. I got a postcard or something. Yeah, it was all good. Good
Nice.
view. It was really cloudy on the day that I went, though, so I couldn't actually see anything. But it was conceptually cool. Anyway, my name is Munchables. I'm joined by Dan Orcs Harrison, international superstar caster. He's guesting on LPL. Usually he's an MSI caster, but he's lending us his voice for the split.
Yeah.
We're headed into our fifth game of the day. It's the second game between EDG and FPX, and EDG certainly started things out strong.
Yeah, I mean, there was such a convincing win. I feel like FPX set themselves up with some early win cons and weren't able to find it. I have to respect Hung for trying to make it happen on repeat, flashed on cooldown basically the entire game, but ultimately, Shallow couldn't hold up Flandre in that top lane matchup. We didn't really see Care find that momentum early either on the Talia. Clid was basically invisible, so just wasn't enough. And I think EDG, every single member had a solid performance. Actually, going to be JJ as MVP. I feel like Flandre could have been mentioned. I feel like Scout as well. And I think that's just a sign of how strong this team performed. But this Lee Sin, clinical, in all honesty.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from JJ. As you expect from JJ's Lee Sin. Like, I don't think anyone expects him not to have a great performance. That kick in the mid lane where he went deep onto Care and then managed to find the kick. Really, really nicely done. I think it might actually be this clip.
Yeah, it is this clip. And yeah, I mean, just constantly finding the sonic waves. It felt like that's a critical thing in all these skirmishes. Skill shots really consistent, timing for kicks really powerful. And I know, like, it's completely fair to say, would anyone expect anything else? But honestly, after spring, I think JJ, my biggest underperformer for this roster was Flandre, but JJ didn't have a great split, so definitely got to give him praise where praise is due. This was a solid game from him and a great start to the summer season.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. Flandre as well on the Kale. Certainly having a good time of it. So hard scaling on both sides of the map, and both sides of the map winning for EDG in game number 1. We'll see if they can repeat that kind of insane performance for game number 2. But the draft surely has to change for FPX, right? I feel like, yes, they had a potentially winning bot lane. That didn't really work out for them. They blind picked the top lane. That the matchup really didn't work out for them either. What do you expect them to change coming in? Because obviously you'd expect them to change sides of the map here as well. Are they going to go towards scaling? Do you expect FPX to be a team that likes to lean towards scaling?
I mean, I think you just need to have something you invest your resources into. The problem here was, like, even if bot had won for FPX, like, you need to completely stomp because there's a timer in the game. Like, EDG had you matched in the mid jungle. They had a bot lane who still have decent laning presence, despite the fact that, like, obviously Callista and Set are like a really strong lane, and then they scale very well. Kale obviously scales very well. Like, I feel like for FPX there wasn't a lane where they really would find an advantage later on. So have a scaling lane that you can rely on, who can just sort of like ramp up over time. If you're on red side, this could be top lane if you feel comfortable giving that to Shallow Who. And then whatever lane you're going to play for, make sure that you're applying that early pressure, because it felt like Clid, maybe if it had been down there, all those times where we saw Hung flash, if you have the jungler there as well, that could be the difference maker.
Yeah, it definitely could. I mean, like, a lot of it is going to come down to how these two junglers interact. Clid versus JJ. It is, a couple of big names on the stage. So Clid not really being able to have that same level of performance here in the LPL, though, was a huge name over in the LCK. And I sort of expected more from Clid when he joined the FPX roster. So still plenty of time to prove himself over the course of this split. Hopefully he'll be able to level up that performance. And, there are rumors of a new top laner coming over for FPX as well. So perhaps things will change in that regard. But at least for the time being, still a lot to be desired out from Clid. And I'm hoping he can finally find his footing in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, I think particularly when you have a bot lane who can be so dominant. And that's what we kind of saw in spring, was FPX playstyle was play towards bot, just lean there, try and get them ahead. I think LWX and Hung can hang with the best of them, in all honesty. I felt like this was why I found this matchup really interesting, because I thought Viper Mako against LWX Hung should be a hype bot lane 2v2, but I don't think it matters when bot gets crushed this hard, when the jungle difference is so apparent, and Scout, I mean, to be fair, Care did what he could, but Scout is just on another level.
Yeah, I mean, Scout is just insane. Scout, I mean, we saw it against FPX in playoffs, right? Where he was literally 1v5ing at times just to make sure that his team could make it to the next round. We're seeing it again today where he's just having such a great performance on that Ari. We'll see what pick he's going to get for game number 2 as well. I'd love to see Azir. Azir has been consistently banned today, though. I'm kind of surprised at the amount of bans we're seeing towards Azir. I feel like that's going to become a staple pick. Whenever the mid lane, whenever the game leans towards scaling, Azir is always going to be powerful, right? Because you do have that priority in the mid lane and also scale exceptionally well. You tick every box.
Yeah, I think particularly we see it a lot. We've seen it as second rotation ban. And I think it's because there's so many things you want to ban first rotation, but also Azir makes a lot more sense if you can pick it, knowing what the matchup's going to be or knowing the stuff you don't have to deal with. There's definitely some picks that can answer the Azir. I think something that's actually I've seen show up a bit in ERLs has been the Xerath because it outranges. You can just poke the Azir down from a distance. So I think that's where it can be really scary to get that Azir. Like, for example, in the last draft, we saw FPX pick the Talia, and then in the next rotation of bans, banned away the Azir, so they wouldn't be able to answer, knowing that they had a matchup where the Azir will just outrange the Talia for the whole game and never really be threatened.
Yeah, and we'll see if these kinds of matchups are going to come through in the second game as well, as we just wait for picks and bans to kick on off. Hopefully the teams will be ready very shortly, and we'll be able to get things going once more. But EDG in a great spot, FPX still leaving something to be desired. And 12-10, honestly, leaving something to be desired for me, where we've seen a lot of Kayle. We've seen a little bit of Senna mixed in there. Yet to see any Lucian Nami because Lucian seems to be banned every single game. But Kog Lulu has not been banned away, and it has not been picked either. I was expecting that to be like the premier bot lane.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same as well, especially into that Senna Tom, you can just shred the Tom. If the Tom ever steps up or mispositions, you can just burn through him so quickly. It is such a threatening lane. It's interesting we've seen a lot more Callista than we have of that. I will say though, obviously one thing is that when a champion is directly buffed or nerfed, teams tend to react very extremely to that, right? Gwen got buffed, everyone's playing Gwen, and understandably it's a big buff, don't get me wrong. But I feel like when its system changes, teams can sometimes be a lot more tentative, and it'll take time before they see what really becomes apparent. Because bear in mind, we haven't had 12-10 for long. It's not like preseason where we have a bunch of time for teams to really figure things out. It is a short time turnaround. And as much as you may think, well, doesn't it make sense to try these things out and then learn what is best over the course of the split? And it's sure, but at the same time, you also need to win. Because getting higher in the standings makes a big difference. You have teams like V5 who only dropped 2 games last split. If you want to be at the top of the table, if you want to get into that point where you're protected with double elimination, you want to be getting wins on the board. So I could definitely see teams not wanting to react too sharply, especially when 12-11 is around the corner, and that is the adjustment patch for 12-10. So we'll see a lot of things brought in line. It would kind of make sense that teams aren't reacting too extremely.
Yeah, I can totally understand that. I can understand that perspective. And certainly, at the end of the day, there's a lot of teams in the LPL that would rather play comfort than what's strong, right? Anyway, so if you're already comfortable on what you've been playing all year, it makes sense to keep going with that if you're not sure where the meta's going to lie in a week's time. Talia and Gwen going to be banned away here by EDG, though, as they are going to focus on the kind of most played picks for the time being.
Yeah, and interestingly, heavy bans towards the mid lane from FPX. So Wukong is still available. We still have the Lucian available. That's why I kind of feel it's weird not banning Lucian as your first pick on red side, because you're gonna ban Lucian, right? That's the assumption. Everyone's banning Lucian. We saw in MSI it was banned from Rumble stage onwards. So by leaving it for that third ban, it just means you can't really react as much. At least that's my thought process. Maybe FPX don't ban it. I guess that would be something to see if they didn't. For now, though, Swain banned away as well. Another mid laner denied away. 2 for 2. 2 on each side, sorry, in terms of mid lane bans. So the pool thinned quite a bit.
I am curious to see if FPX didn't ban Lucian, if that's something EDG would just instantly first pick. Not a pick that we necessarily know Viper for in of himself as a signature pick, but he's certainly a competent AD carry. The Lucian is left open. It's been banned every single game so far this split, which is a total of 4 games. We'll see if EDG are willing to pick that one up.
I feel like you have to. It's also a flex. I think that's a big thing to remember. We're typically seeing a bot lane especially paired with a Nami, but it is still a flex in theory, so it can work in other lanes if the matchup is correct, which means it is a powerful first pick. They will lock that in. And my question is, what have FPX got prepared in return? You don't leave Lucian open on this patch without having a plan in place, so I guess we'll get to see how they pull it out. And they're going to start off with the Kalista again. Obviously, matchup is a bit different now. Maybe wanting to find those all-ins. Now, for EDG, if they are going to lock the Nami, it needs to be in this rotation. Could also answer that Viego pick with the Lee Sin for JJ if they want to give him that again, which after that first game, I think that's completely understandable.
Yeah, we'll see what EDG have up their sleeves. You can just go for your jungler here to buy more time to decide whether you want to go for the Nami or just go for it straight off of the bat. Looks like that will be the decision in the end. The Lucian Nami comes on through, one of the duos we were talking about coming into the split, hoping to see this sheer bot lane dominance, and Viper and Mako certainly a pair that can pilot it.
Yeah, and we'll see if they do end up going for that jungle pick here. They could also go for the Ahri in this situation if they wanted for Scout. Obviously had a fantastic game before on it, and a lot of mid lanes already banned, means you have a bit of an easier time taking it here. Actually, potentially looking at this GP that FPX banned away before and will lock that one is definitely high prior on the patch. Clearly a lot of trust in Flounder in this pick, and we will see on the other side the Kalista Renata come out for LWX and Hung. A really strong lane on this patch and a good matchup into the Lucian Nami. This is what I've heard about in scrims, has been picked as an answer to it, so clearly this was the plan for FPX. Leave the Lucian Nami open and then answer with this duo.
Stake, known for his drafting and sometimes known for the wrong side of his drafting, but clearly coming in with a plan here up against the side of EDG, the Kalista, and that Renata. The Lee Sin banned away from JJ as well, with Clid already having that Viego. Feels like FPX can find themselves a really positive matchup. The Wukong's gone, the Lee Sin has gone. I'm really curious what they can force JJ onto. Maybe something like a Volibear ends up being the decision.
Yeah, I feel like the Volibear's fallen off quite a bit. I mean, like on one side, you can now disable the towers, which is a lot of value. On the other side, like Volibear just falls off so hard, even before the durability changes. They will ban away that Azir again. I feel like for FPX, this could be an Ahri on this fourth pick coming out. If they felt confident in that one. There are still picks that can potentially like match up into it, but usually Ahri does a pretty good job of like just chilling against the counters and not getting punished too heavily. We'll see if EDG opt to ban that themselves, or if they opt to ban something else that they feel like Scout might have trouble with. They actually banned the Ahri, so seeing that one potentially coming. And now for Care, he's in a position where he has to find a mid lane pick here. They absolutely want to leave top lane for counter pick. Actually, no, sorry, they already have the Gangplank locked in, so they could take top lane here, knowing the matchup. They kind of have flexibility in that regard.
They certainly do, and we'll see where Care's going to go in this mid lane for the side of FPX. It will be the Zoe locked in the end. So Scout has his pick of the litter on what he wants to go for in that mid lane matchup, with the GP being that blind pickup for top side. To be honest, it wouldn't have been too surprising to see the top laner locked in for FPX, since you already know you're up against the GP.
Yeah, I think they're leaving it till the end so they know what jungler EDG has, because one thing is like into GP, some of the counter matchups, like you want to play aggressively into him. You either want to outrange him or play aggressively, but like knowing the jungle can make a lot of difference in terms of like, am I going to be comfortable playing this matchup, or am I going to have this guy sitting on me the entire game? Zoe, pretty safe blind to take out here, and it will be matched by Scout's Orianna. Definitely a strong pick for him, but not something that is too threatening in the 1v1 matchup. We'll see what JJ opts to go for here. Depends whether he wants to have more of an impact in the early game, or the Graves would definitely allow him just to farm up and be relevant later on. It looks like they're going to go for it. So something we saw quite a bit at MSI with the Umbral Glaive Rush did kind of fall off later in the tournament, didn't have as much priority, but with the pool being pinched here, JJ will take it.
Yeah, so very fast clearing jungler, a lot of prowess in terms of just controlling the map here. And a lot of scaling on the side of EDG, whereas FPX need to lock in their final pick. It's a Fiora up in that top side. Fiora versus GP. Now that is an exciting matchup.
That is, and it's something that can really be a menace in the later stages of the game. all that percentage HP true damage. Fiora was a big beneficiary of the durability changes because she doesn't care how tanky anyone is. If late in the game, the 4 vitals will kill you. It does not matter how tanky you are. That's just how it works. And ultimately, seeing the Graves come out, you know it's not like a heavy ganker. It's not a champion who's just going to be able to chain gank you and make your life hell. So they lock in that Fiora and feel comfortable to go for it. It does give them a little bit of a weaker team fight as a result. But ultimately, if they can get the Fiora rolling, shouldn't really matter too much.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're going to be able to get that win condition going for themselves. But the Fiora, if left alone, like you say, will take over the game. Flandre on this gangplank will have his work cut out for him. But I'm going to be honest, Dan, I'm looking towards that bottom lane. Viper and Mako on Lucian Nami. Like, that is a terrifying prospect to have to go into the lane against. LWX and Hung are going to have their work cut out. They really are going to have to pull out a blinder. Even though they have a positive matchup, I feel like it's one of these things where it's a positive matchup, but you have to play well to pull it off. Like, Renata is one of these champions where you misplay slightly, you misposition slightly, you're gone. You have no HP to work with.
Yeah, and it really comes down to execution, because one of the things with Lucian Nami is they have long cooldowns, right? If you dash in on Lucian, blow your combo, you will chunk someone, but you won't kill them, right? Because most of Nami's damage is assisting yours, right? With the E, Bubble is very hard to hit on a Kalista. It's just not really going to connect. So if someone is full HP and you dash in on them, the Kalista will be able to drop Ren stacks onto you, will exhaust you, and they will be able to turn it around. So the way they want to play the lane is EDG's bot lane wants short trades. You want snappy trades where you win because you have sustain and you are very bursty. But the second Viper ends up overcommitting, that is when the Ren stacks come in. That is when the handshake can drag you back into the fight. You have a long cooldown on your dash in the early game. And ultimately, in the extended trade, that is where FPX bot lane will win, which is why this counter matchup is played that way. So I think a lot of the laning will be around Viper not dashing forwards, dashing at an angle to make sure he's not getting too close, and also picking his windows, trading and not allowing them to stack up spears onto him.
The other side as well is being able to find small trades, right? Because you have the sustain. You've got an army in your lane.
Yeah.
Kalista and Renata, before Kalista has a Vamp Scepter, basically have no sustain whatsoever. So potential to find advantages if you can go for these repeated small burst trades like you're talking about and get out without the all-in coming out from the side of FPX. But we'll see how the 2v2 is going to pan out. And, you know, the observer's looking at the 2v2 as well, because we all know that this is where everyone's eyes are going to be. Hung and LWX starting very aggressively in the lane here. We'll be able to find the minion advantage to start off.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing as well as the Lucian level 1, nowhere near as potent as the Kalista. And looks like a rough start already.
And an exhaust going to be burn traded for the ignite, but that definitely favors the side of FPX as Xiaolahu and Flandre sparring in the top side as well. But nothing too much will come of that one, thanks to the corrupting potion. And Flandre actually getting his grasp off as well. Feels like a good start actually for Flandre.
Yeah, trading quite well. And remember, a big aspect of why GP came back in the meta is a lot of people already felt like he was decently strong, but they buffed the damage on his passive by a significant amount. It is really painful if he manages to connect, and obviously gets the full prowess of grasp.
Hang on, level 1 in the bottom side. Viper gonna be exhausted. LWX trying to make the dive happen. The bailout is there. LWX survives, keeps on going against Mako. Doesn't quite have the damage to pull it off in the end. JJ here to answer, but Cleared is there to stop the play. Saves Hung's life. All in all, it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about the scariness of dives. Hung does not care about the scariness of dives. Also, there is something to note. The buff to tower damage isn't that much in the early game. Sorry, not in the early game. Like this early in the game. It ramps up and it maxes out at about 1330. At 1330, it's about 40%. At this point of the game, it's about 10-15%. So as much as we've hyped up the towers, if you don't take many tower shots, and it's this early in the game, it's not really too changed from before. And ultimately, the W from Renata, the big difference maker, allows LWX to finish off the kill. That is the power of the Kalista. You essentially just disrespect the damage coming towards you, get out of friend stacks and get the kill. And as much as it's a traded kill, Mako's the one who picks up the gold. And ultimately, Viper missed a lot of farm there as well.
Yeah, he certainly did. That's the crucial thing. Viper has managed to get back into the lane, even that CS up a little bit, but I believe he's pushing towards LWX, so he should find a small advantage. Elsewhere on the map, though, Xiaolahu finding a big CS lead in the top lane as well, so all things going very well for FPX to start us off here as Cleared moving down. We'll just drop a ward onto the Crooks. I wasn't sure if he was going to try and make a play onto this bottom lane, who are pretty extended.
And, you know, we saw Cleared heading down to the bot lane to cover Hung when he was backing away. Aggressive bot lane that you're playing around, great. Top lane who's going to scale up in the matchup, that's something we highlighted they didn't have before. Didn't have a scaling lane they could lean on later with a win con there. And then ultimately the mid jungle should be able to contest in these matchups. So I think the draft win con is there and we're starting to see it come into fruition for FPX. Already, LWX and Hung are zoning away the enemy bot lane on the wave and making things difficult, trying to freeze it in front of the tower so they're not in the most comfortable spot.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one here for the side of EDG, and we'll have to see what they can do, because quite often, across the course of last year, it felt like the advantages that EDG were getting in their games were lane advantages that they then turned into a win, right? And it feels like if you're not ahead in lanes, where does EDG go next? That was one of the big questions, one of the big issues EDG had in spring. So I am curious to see if FPX can exploit that weakness in this game.
And I think there's definitely still other teamfight potential for EDG, even if they do start to struggle, like Shockwave, barrel combos, the burst potential of Lucian Nami. That's one thing to note, is like Lucian Nami wants to be ahead of the curve, but the one-item spikes are really severe regardless, with Gale Force, and Scout should be out on this one. But yeah, once you get Gale Force on Lucian, and Nami has like Mandate, you can just hover around mid, and anyone who walks up to contest the wave, you can just dash on them and 100-0 them.
Oh.
Like, even there, like, that's what I mean, short trade, still so threatening to go near that Lucian.
And that's the thing with Nami's Tidecaller's Blessing on you. All you need is one ability and one double auto, and you proc Nami's Electrocute, and it's just such ridiculous damage. Flint trying to make a play on the bottom side, though. Neither player has flash available. Maker will be the target, and he will go down. The reset there for Flint as well. This should guarantee the Drake for the side of FPX. Then again, Care does have to reset, so maybe there's some contest available, but I don't think so.
I think they're still confident here. Ultimately, Care does get chunked out by the Shockwave, but doesn't have to be in the summoner to get out. I think he was trying to posture to move down in case the bot lane needed it. But another positive play in Clid. I said he was pretty invisible in that game one. So much more present and playing towards his bot lane. No longer is he split between, oh, do I want to stop the Kale scaling or deal with Senna Tom? He's able to answer the bot side. And ultimately, the big difference between Senna Tom and this Lucian Nami is the safety, right? If you get on top of the Nami, she will just die. It's not a beefcake like the Tom. And also, the Senna at least has all the tools Tom has to keep her safe. And that isn't available. Lucian's not going to be able to help you out when you get hit by that stun.
Yeah, he really is not. Can return a little bit of damage, but like you say, the burst is very often not enough to just 100-0 someone until you've got things like the Gale Force coming into the mix. So very nicely done so far by LWX and Hung to find these advantages, and Clid to move in and make sure that his bot lane is ahead. This is the thing about Kalista. We keep on talking about it today because we keep on seeing Kalistas coming on through, but if you can't get ahead early, Kalista feels like a completely useless pick in a lot of situations. But so far, LWX 2 kills on the board already. Big CS lead as well. I think he's like 20 CS up. This is a phenomenal start for FPX and a very confident performance after what was a very lackluster game number one.
And a big thing as well is that it's quite a short-range comp for the side of EDG, right? Orianna probably the highest range, and as far as mages go, she's not that high range. Kalista thrives in situations like that, and on top of that, the Renata as well. This is like the ultimate kite back combo. Like we saw a bit more in spring, like it was Renata, Aphelios, which we even saw earlier today, who were great at kiting back. But if Kalista's jumping backwards and you can't kill her because of the W, and then on top of that, Renata is just fantastic with her ultimate to mean if you're short range, if you're trying to funnel in, you're trying to kill this Fed Kalista, you will have such a hard time. So really should shape up well into those team fights as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Apparently, JJ and Mako are having another in-game issue, so I assume it's a similar thing. Hopefully we'll be able to get it resolved and get back into the game once again for you guys. So EDG, unfortunately, not having a great time of it in terms of the tech right now, but also in terms of game number 2, they're not having a great time of it either. So we'll have to see. We need JJ and Scout, I think, to be the saviors in this game, but I don't know if that's really going to happen because Orianna Graves is not exactly this killer 2v2 that you think of.
And it makes me like, we saw the Fiora picked 5 pick, and there was, we talked about this in draft, how leaving the top laner to last, even though you saw the enemy top laner.
Yeah.
And this Graves, I don't think was the pick, because now you have a situation where you're not applying that much gank pressure. Even though the shockwave was used on a care, he didn't have the bin flash and he got away. Fiora has been fine, just pushing up the wave, hasn't really been punished. So, you know, maybe we will see JJ come in huge later in the game on this pick, being able to farm up and be really relevant. But for now, isn't really assisting in what the team needs. And was even, you know, there in that bot lane play. But, I mean, to be fair, I don't think many junglers would have been able to contribute much there. But level 2 Graves, when you're getting tower dove by a Renata Callista, probably not the champion you want to show up. You know, I feel like a Lee Sin would have been, something definitely more impactful. But obviously was banned away. Wasn't an option for them.
I'd say, dare I say it, even Volibear would have been a better pick for that situation specifically. I'm not saying in general, but for that one scenario, get a bit of CC down there, you know, a little bit of lightning. I love a bit of lightning.
Yeah, I guess. You know, Rammus would have honestly been better there.
Yeah.
Rolling and torn. Why not, you know? But obviously not probably going to get played. At least I hope not.
Well, according to U.GG, Rammus has a very good win rate right now in solo queue. So, you know, that's the thing.
Look, I know sometimes these games do look a little bit crazy, Munch, especially that game 2 in the Weibo series, but this is not solo queue. Gotta distinguish the difference.
Okay, what is the difference? Tell me. Explain to me in simple terms. ELI 5. What's the difference between solo queue and competitive?
Well, we're back into the game, so I don't have to answer that question.
You get away with it this time. But I'll be back. And stronger. Vlandre finally going to be able to shove this wave under. You can see he was even in CS, but that is at least 2 waves crashing right there. So Xiaolahu will find himself an advantage off of this one as Mako desperately tries to find some vision control. We were just discussing whether or not FPX will be able to go for this Drake. And with Care back in that mid lane, I'm more than happy to. So Clear will be able to get the first Drake off the game. And when you look across the board, it's looking pretty tasty for FPX, right? 1,000 gold lead there. A lot of that in the pocket of LWX as well.
Yeah, and it's exactly who you want to have the goal. 2 kills in pocket. Obviously did die in a tower, but it's not an issue. Managed to build up assist lead. And the wave's been honestly positioned here quite consistently. They've had really good wave management, just forcing an uncomfortable spot for Viper and Mako. And the problem is, once LWX starts stacking up Bren stacks and starts dashing on you, very hard to stopping from doing so other than Viper dashing away. I'm going to say the bubble is basically useless from Nami. It's so hard to connect onto a Callista unless LWX makes a big mechanical mistake, which he isn't really known for. Just doesn't work effectively.
And it feels like as well, you can get it onto Renata, but ultimately, if you're getting the bubble on Renata, well, Callista's just going to kill it. You can't really afford to use... Like you said, there isn't consistent damage from Lucian Nami. You need that burst damage. So if you're hitting it onto Renata, Callista is just going to take over in the meantime. So big wave pushed in the bottom side as well. So EDG going to be able to clear that up, but 20 CS down there. The one positive is Scout at least does have a big CS lead in the mid lane. But the question,
not quite as
once
big.
again, is going to be, is that going to be enough? I don't think so. 10 CS? We need more than that.
Yeah, and you can see JJ moving down, trying to help establish a vision control, trying to give them as much space as possible. But in the meantime, FPX will respond by taking that Herald. So a massive win, ultimately, for the side of FPX. All the bot lane FPX have to do is not die. And now, this is when things get really difficult, because one of the vulnerabilities we were talking about before is the fact that the Renata is that immobile enchanter who can be bursted out. Well, now you have the Callista ultimate. So you have that massive safety net. You have the Renata W to use on the Callista. You have the Callista ult to use on the Renata. Neither target is an easy kill target anymore. And as a result, you know, they do get to push in and they do get to control the lane a little bit. But now FPX are looking.
Mako, the target, hand shook back in and just gets rinsed down. LWX happy to take the kill there. And, you know, health bar's low for FPX, but that doesn't matter if you can't finish those kills off. Very nicely done. And another kill into the pocket of LWX. 3-1 on the Callista. 20 CS lead. It's just getting better and better. Look at that gold lead. 1,500 in LWX's favor.
Yeah, it is humongous at this point. So FPX really delivering on this one, doing exactly what they need to do. And I like that they drafted these win cons and they're going for it. And they didn't get put off by the fact that game 1, Hung was trying to be aggressive and it just didn't really work. But just a really excellent play there coming out from LWX and Hung.
Yeah, 9-minute shield bow. That is a tough one to deal with, but a shockwave. Oh, the flash from Care dodges the bubble. Will still get knocked up by the tidal wave. Is there any follow-up? Scout low on mana, actually flashes to try and finish the kill, but Care's still alive. Mako gets the kill in the end, but Cleared should answer. Finishing that one off, getting a reset, and will be able to crash this wave as well. Bad news for the side of Scout.
Even when it feels like a winning play for EDG, they manage to find the pick. It just takes so long, and it's a turn around by Cleared. Cleared's so much better in this game, still has the Herald in pocket. At the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1 trade. FPX can be more than happy with that situation. They'll continue to push in the bot lane and keep applying that pressure.
Certainly will. LWX crashing in the bottom side as well as the TP comes through from Scout. Back to that mid lane. Viper desperate to clear the wave underneath the tower, but receiving so much pressure. A plate taken by LWX as well. It's only 1,000 gold lead in total in favor of FPX. You would expect it to be bigger, honestly. I was expecting it to be larger, but I suppose you do have the extra gold coming in from Flandre on the gangplank. Has that gold generation passive. You've got a good CS lead for Scout as well. And now JJ, with an Umbral Glaive finished, can start to exact a bit of pressure onto the map.
Yeah, I feel like the big thing is there's a massive lead in AD carry role, but there's kind of like decent leads everywhere else. And the fact that Mako has 2 kills as well is kind of deceptive, ultimately, as to how much like gold everyone has. Obviously, I mean, actually, I'm going to say it right. You know, people often talk about kills being wasted on supports. I actually feel like getting kills on the Nami is pretty nice early. Obviously, you'd rather on the Lucian, but the sooner this Nami gets the mandate, the scarier this combo is going to be, because Gale Force mandate, I mean, typically Lucian can often in competitive games, because we often see supports roaming more and getting less gold, Lucian will have like 2 items finished when Nami finishes the first, but that spike is just what you're really looking for. When you have Gale Force, when you have Imperial Mandate, you can just dash on anyone and just 100-0 them with the culling and the extra burst damage that Nami adds.
Yeah, we'll see if they ever get that opportunity, though. Against this shield bow as well, it does make life more difficult. Another shockwave there from Scout. Care caught up by the cannon barrage, but yeah, can't really do anything because of that bubble, like you say. Scout CC'd in place. Now Drake back up onto the map once again. Cleared wants to be the man to take it. Has that Rift Herald to work with as well as Mako found in the jungle. Good flash from Mako. Keeps himself safe from Cleared. But ultimately, I don't think it matters too much because LWX and Hung can shove this in. Cleared has the Herald. And this might just be a Drake as well as a few plates in the bottom side.
You can see JJ moving down, but his bot lane feel really in a precarious position. Culling also came out from Viper, so doesn't have that one available. They won't get the full tower, but they will get a bunch of plates, and now moving over towards that dragon. TP in from Care to offer support. I think EDG have to give this one up.
Yeah, I think you might be right on that one. 2 Drakes on the trot here for FPX. And a nice little lead to boot as well. 2,000 in their favor. And it's a fairly slow and steady start, but certainly a good one and a needed one after game number 1. Remember, it didn't even look close in game number 1. EDG handedly destroying FPX to start our series off here. But now FPX answering in kind, showing that it's not just a difference in teams, it's a difference in the way that that game was played. So really good to see FPX actually showing us what they're made of, especially after changing their roster a little bit, bringing, you know, Care in as their main mid laner towards the end of spring. Xiaolahu as well, having a good performance on this Fiora. Feels a little bit more like what we wanted to see out of this team.
Yeah, and I gotta give some praise to Xiaolahu because game 1, getting solo killed by a Kayle as Camille, not exactly ideal by any means, but has a CS lead now, decent performance. It's not like groundbreaking, but good to bounce back from that and able to scale up into that relevant carry. Also can note that he had a cull and has fully stacked it, so
yeah.
Is now pretty significantly ahead of gold compared to Flandre. And bear in mind, Flandre will also get free gold by being Gangplank.
Yep. And just quick note here, worth mentioning. Gale Force and Mandate both just finished off
there we go.
by the bottom lane for Viper and Mako. So yes, they are massively behind. Do not be deceived. They can still one-shot someone at this point. LWX does have exhaust though, so you've got to be keeping your eyes on LWX. How fast his fingers are on getting that exhaust on Viper if it's a 2v2.
Problem is sometimes like they jump into you, they burst you, and then like even if you exhaust instantly, like you've already taken a ton of damage, and then they just cull you over the rest of it. It's really painful. But what I'll say is like Mako even hasn't picked up boots, right? We have to see boots such an instrumental thing to pick up early on supports, and I actually think this is a correct call foregoing them, so you hit that spike sooner, making sure you match one item spike with your AD carry. Obviously, the 2 kills wasn't really an intentional aspect of that, but now they are a threat. And if FPX, if anyone oversteps, they can just burst them out in such a quick fashion. Still have to be a bit concerned about the bot lane. As you said, the exhaust is there. They have the W from Renata, the ult from Callisto, which can buy a lot of time, but definitely a threat if someone is out of position.
Partly as well, I'm just excited because I just want to see Viper do crazy mechanical things on Lucian. Like, I'm excited for later in this game. I hope we're at a fairly even place in the mid game, so we get some good team fights. We get to see Viper showing his stuff on this Lucian. Herald going to be contested here. 2k remaining.
Lots of moving up.
Really want to go for this one. Shockwave available for Scout as it will go wide onto Care. Not ideal. JJ will walk away with his life, but that's going to be the ultimate used by both JJ and Scout. And it will be the Herald picked up by Clid.
Yeah, so not quite able to maintain the pressure. You saw EDG moving the bot up, trying to contest, but not able to find the way in and still have to be respectful of that goal difference. Big thing to note will be the Soul in 2 minutes. It's going to be an Ocean Soul. FPX, if they pick that one up, they'll have 3 dragons. I will say I don't think the Ocean Soul is the most relevant here. Ultimately, a lot of squishy champions. So it tends to be if you're going to kill someone, they will just die. They won't get a chance to use the healing. But now they're looking for Flandre.
Speaking of killing someone and they die, Flandre's in trouble. Flash is good in the top side. Shallahu tanking the tower here, but it doesn't matter. He's able to survive, and Clid barely getting out with his life as well. The Herald will go down on the top side. Shallahu will happily finish this tower off alongside that Herald. Very nicely done, and Clid doing a really good job of making sure to find use of the Heralds. Quite often what we see from teams lower down in the standings is the Herald not really finding that much use, whereas FPX really showing that they can use it effectively.
Yeah, good window, and importantly, what Shallahu did really well there is he didn't retake aggro until he was ready to hit the last vital of Flandre. So Clid took aggro initially, took a ton of damage. You can see how scary the towers are, but then he got out of range, let it drop. Shallahu only picked it up to finish off the kill, and so it was a very cleanly done dive, which is kind of what we hinted at the start of the day, is the fact that, like, if you play these dives cleanly, they will still work. It's just harder and there's less of a window. I think a big aspect is you also don't have any CC from Gangplank to make this more difficult.
Yeah. And like you say there, Shallahu just waiting until he can put that vital. Very nicely done. By the man in the top side on this Fiora as well, finding a good opportunity to go for an aggressive pick where he can make things happen and showing that he has the capability to do so when given that space in the top side. So really good stuff. And again, there's a lot of new players in the LPL that have joined over the last year or two. Oh, big damage onto Care there. It's going to be a culling, but Viper doesn't quite have the range vision.
Yeah, I mean, didn't want to dive on a tower because obviously Flash still available for Care and also would just be super risky. But does end up burning the culling before the fight. And honestly, culling can be such a powerful tool in team fights just because of the range it adds to Lucian. It's not Lucian's weakness. He is short ranged. But if you can lay down that ultimate, it allows you to operate at a higher range. Now FPX are posturing for this. Both top laners do have TP.
This is the third Drake as well. This will be soul point for FPX if they're able to get it. 4,000 gold in their favor, and that's a great little bubble onto JJ. Care can't quite follow up and actually takes a lot of damage in return for jumping forwards on that portal. Drake will reset as Flandre TPs into the play. You can see
Shallahu.
Hi. Shallahu, my screen is so pixelated. I'm actually really struggling here.
Okay,
Shallahu. It's 2,500 on the dragon. The Shallahu actually exhausted, chased away by Viper. The tidal wave will not land though, and that's the vitals being broke. Shallahu finding the kill onto Mako. That was absurd, and the Drake taken by FPX.
Really nice play coming out from the Fiora there. Oh, looking for a bit more.
Scout takes a big chunk and exhaust onto him as well, but they'll walk away. It's 1 for 1, but I mean, Shallahu, star of the show right there.
Absolutely. I mean, the bulky Fiora, and kind of as we said, Lucianami, they burn all their cooldowns, and they're just left to auto-attacking this Fiora down. Mako ends up getting popped as a result, and Fiora able to pick up another kill. FPX also taking that dragon. And honestly, you know, I said Ocean Soul, maybe not the most impactful thing, can be pretty frustrating to deal with on a Fiora, someone who's already a menace to kill. You can see so much burst damage coming out initially here, and then Viper does just end up like pumping autos into the Fiora. There's not really much else you can do without your cooldowns on the Lucian. And now, oh, goodbye.
Mako is not having a fun time of it. Great flash from Care, beautifully done. And the EDG bottom lane being found out by FPX. This is gorgeous gameplay. Xiaolahu, that Chinese Fiora that we're all so afraid of, and then Care following up to show that it's not just one of the solo lanes.
I mean, just such good play. And especially, I was honestly kind of down on that game one. Xiaolahu, someone who we talked up since he debuted when he was covering in for Naguri in last summer, had his whole split to himself and had some positive showings. That game one was rough, but this game really bounced back, found some windows, and Care delivering there in that team fight and showing that these two rookies have been such a stellar piece of this new FPX. They are really the ones who are looking to step up and fill those shoes that were left before them.
Yeah, and so far, so good in this game number 2. Still a lot of work to be done. I don't want to draw too many conclusions like we did with EDG in game number 1 here. But maybe FPX will win Worlds as well. You know, we could have 2 Worlds winners for the first time ever. That would be something special. Like just about dodges away the bubble. And it's Baron on the cards here. And if you remember Spring, FPX had a bit of a habit. For the split second Baron was on the map, they would flip it. They would go for it. They were in love with the Baron buff. Let's see if that trend will continue. We're beyond the 20-minute mark now.
Yeah, I mean, I think my main criticism was the setup wasn't really there for Baron. They would kind of not have any vision or be very, very shallow vision, and then they would just start it. And unsurprisingly, the enemy team would contest them every single time. So hoping they've learned their lessons. There were definitely some better Barons from them later in the split. I do not want to see them have regressed and returned to the, oh, let's just start it. That would be pretty painful. We do see 2 items for LWX with that Rage Blade, but also Viper with that Collector coming in second. Super bursty with the extra lethality available. Care, I feel like Care, if we're speaking of burst, is the big threat at the moment. Any bubble connects and it feels like it's just a death sentence if there's follow-up.
Yeah, it certainly does. The only, I guess, silver lining for the side of EDG right now is the fact that at least their composition does scale well, right? You've got a Gangplank at the top side. You do have the Orianna in that mid lane. And it's not like Nami Lucian is a bot lane that falls off massively in the later stages of the game. So I do feel like we need to talk about pacing for the side of FPX right now, because they do have this gold lead. They've got a Drake coming up in 1 minute and 20, but it is crucial in my mind that they do get that Drake.
Yeah, I think getting the Drake really helps them out a lot. As much as I said the sustain isn't really that pertinent because people are just going to get bursted out instantly, even with the durability patch. The durability patch does help to stop them getting bursted, and particularly LWX with the shield bow, the fact that we have Cleared and Shala, who are both fairly bulky, they can definitely get value from it. So EDG are posturing, they do not want to give over the soul. And really, if we can see EDG get those big combos, things like the Shockwave, the Graves ultimate with lethality doing a ton of damage, the Cannon Barrels.
That's going to be a culling onto Care. Big damage to the Cannon Barrage over the top of it as well. Quite enough to stick, though, unfortunately. This Blanche will just shove a wave in on the bottom side. Does have TP, goes for the reset, and you expect to TP to the top side. I don't know if he can get there in time, actually. I think Xiaolahu might just murk the tower. And it looks like Blanche not even going to try and TP. I think agreeing on the situation. Fiora is so good at killing towers. In the meantime, EDG trying to threaten this Drake, but it's not up for another 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's the thing, is EDG set up for it early to try and get control. They have control the area, right? Really good vision setup. But
Blantrace just TP'd in. Xiaolahu can just take an inhib right here.
Yeah.
EDG, they're going to commit to a Drake, but I don't know if this is worth it.
FPX don't need to contest the Dragon, and now FPX can head straight towards that Baron, and it's going to put EDG in a really uncomfortable position, because what do you contest, the Fiora or the Baron? Kind of hard to do both.
Yeah, it certainly is. FPX going to go for the Baron, but this FPX Baron is a good one. They're more than happy to sacrifice that Drake. And EDG saying, look, we are going to lose the inhib. We're okay with that. We're going to contest the Baron instead. But Xiaolahu, who isn't done, he's going to push in the base in the meantime. Is EDG in a 4v5? They're actually just blasting each other right now thanks to the Renata. And Xiaolahu is just going to try and end the game. And FPX, they are toying with their food right now. EDG don't know what to do. This is not the way you expected game number 2 to go. And it is beautiful from FPX. Xiaolahu, though, caught out in the base. finally an answer from EDG. FPX is going to try and commit to the Baron. I don't know if this is the play, though. 4,000 on the objective. Viper trying to go in. Cleared low on HP here. The Baron is going to look for stuns behind the pit, but the Baron does go down. The stun comes on through, cleared over the wall. And they will get away with it. FPX grab the Baron.
They play it so well. EDG overcommit to shutting down the Soul. They lose so much on the top side. Shallow gets a lot out of that push, and this is the critical thing that's scaling Fiora in the side lane, a menace that EDG weren't able to deal with. And then the rest of FPX, they literally just teased around the Baron, right? They were just back and forth trying to buy time with it. Now Shallow does make a little bit of a mistake here, just trying to TP out, and ultimately does get caught by Scout Shockwave here. But at the end of the day, you're not really too upset about this. Yes, the Fiora goes down, but the job is done. The split push was achieved, and FPX, they bought a ton of time until eventually EDG had to send both their mid and top to deal with the Fiora, and they managed to secure the Baron. The only saving grace, I feel like, for FPX is the fact that, I mean, for EDG, sorry, is the fact that Shallow doesn't have the Baron, right? Because that would have been really bad.
I mean, it is still really bad, but yeah, you're right. That would have been
really,
to worse,
really bad.
Yeah, that would have been like, okay, the game's over. Xiaolahu, absolutely terrifying. And, you know, obviously, EDG thought that Xiaolahu would reset when Flandre TP'd back to that bottom side, but that is a rough mistake to make because now FPX can just continue to hammer away in the side lane. Xiaolahu, without the Baron, can still just take these towers away. It's once you get into the base that it becomes difficult for the side of FPX.
And now, I mean, they're just harassing here. The problem is as well into the Zoe, so difficult to contest. That bubble connects. Someone's dead. They will take both of those tier 2 towers, a lot of extra gold to in. And it does get more difficult when we come to the inhibitor towers, especially the Shallow who doesn't have that Baron. See Viper fishing. Has to be so careful.
Scout's in trouble. Shallow looking for the kill, but will get denied by JJ. Scout surviving for the time being, and looks like he will get out with his life. He does have the advantage of being nearer the fountain as well, so he'll be able to sustain back up. But Shallow and Care can't necessarily do the same. But I don't think it matters all too much because they're just going to wander over to that mid lane and finish that tower off. Nice little dodge there by LWX. The tower will fall. Shallow pressuring at the bottom side simultaneously as Viper exhausted and denied his opportunity. The mid inhib will fall, and Shallow can't quite finish this bot lane tower, but that's 2 inhibs down, and it's not looking pretty for EDG.
And importantly, those 2 inhibs are furthest away from the dragon spawning in a minute 30. Would be solved for FPX. They're already having problems killing Shallow. It does not get better. And actually, one of the things is Shallow keeps going
Oh, no. Oh, JJ, it's not pretty to see the flash forward from Shallow. He didn't realize the whole team was there because he was smoke screened. Viper low on HP. JJ low on HP. Can't finish any kills off, though. Very close one, but they will get a pick. In the meantime, the bot lane tower did go down by the rest of FPX, but they can't finish the inhib. A moment of reprieve here for EDG, but the respawn will be up in time for Drake.
Yeah, bit of an overstep. They will have the respawn. The TP should be up, I think, in time. Yeah, it will. So they'll be able to bring Shallow in. Right now, EDG, though, the fact that they have a numbers advantage on the map, they want to push out these super waves as far as they can and then move over and try and contest this dragon. It got really difficult if Shallow against this. It means Thornray can't really just poke him out. Shallow can keep fishing for an all-in. And, you know, he has been running quite a few times. The Ocean Soul does give you mana regen, which can make a long distance if you're just trying to force waves in the side lane. So, EDG, this might be your last hope. Ideally, they find a pick. If Viper can dash on someone and burst them before the fight, that could be the game plan. But Shallow is already back on the map.
If FPX managed to get this Drake for themselves, it might just be curtains for the side of EDG, but there are no supers in the bait, so EDG can stick around and contest for a while here. Xiaolahu, no TP available, trying to push that bottom wave out as the bubble will fade, and it means EDG can start to move forwards once again. They are desperate to contest, but they are 5,000 gold down. We need to see a miracle for EDG. We need to see a shockwave from Scout, barrels from Flandre, but FPX still the ones with the advantage. Oh my days, Hung! Saved by the bell. LWX using that ultimate to keep his support alive. Bubble comes on through onto Scout. There's a paddle stop, but it doesn't matter. Hung is gone. It's 1-0, but now the Soul taken by FPX in the meantime. A support for a Soul, you'll take that trade any day of the week. In the meantime, Xiaolao, who 1v3ing in the backside of the fight. Flandre forced to flash. Viper is here. Can he carry? He needs to make a miracle happen right now because Xiaolao, who is chasing them through the jungle. Viper trying to survive. Flandre getting a bit of move speed. And EDG in all kinds of trouble.
And now Xiaolao, who's actually going for the end through mid. They're going to have to TP back, but Straggler's going to be left.
FPX just playing to Shepherd right now, stopping the recalls as Clid turns golden, buys himself some time. Viper trying to get some kills. There's one for Flandre. LWX the next target here, but Viper can't get over the wall. Shala, who isn't trying to end, he wants more kills. He wants to body EDG one by one. There's another kill for him in the books. Flandre trying to escape with his life. Mako looks for a bubble, but it goes wide again. Mako not having a fun time as he's cut down. And Xiaolao, who with the triple kill, having a career performance right here.
This is like a horror movie, seeing this Fiora come onto the flank and just decimate them. It felt like a close fight initially for EDG until the Fiora showed up. Gonna be able to take this top lane inhibitor again. There's a big wave stacked up. It is now on JJ and Scout. They do have the shockwave. Try and make a play.
Yeah, that's not enough. That ain't the 3k elo shockwave that we needed, as it's gonna be the last couple of kills coming on through, and it's going to be the Nexus falling. It's going to be Chinese Fiora from Xiaolao, tearing EDG apart.
Man, I mean, Xiaolao, after that game 1 getting solo killed by the Kale at level 7, right, to now completely carrying that game, playing it so well in the side lane, applying that pressure consistently, giving the space for FPX to get Baron, and then there at the end, just running amok in these team fights, just basically diving in 1v3 and one-shotting everyone. That was a performance. That was a really strong
insane.
one from Xiaolao, and great to see after we've bigged up this guy who has come in as a rookie. Obviously, well, I mean, technically, I think his rookie debut was last year. I think he played enough games, but still very young, very new player, and really stepping up to the stage.
Yeah, regardless of the technicalities of whether or not someone's a rookie, like at worst, it's his second year, his third split, right? And having a performance like this. And I'm not going to lie, after game number 1, I was ready to write FPX off. I was ready to say, you know what? We move forward. That's going to be an EDG 2-0, easy peasy. EDG are back. We were heralding them as the new world champions of 2022. Well, game number 2, a very different story. Phenomenal draft coming out from the side of FPX and well executed as well. Completely reading EDG and not allowing EDG a foothold the entire game. There wasn't a moment where EDG were actually ahead in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was consistent. They had a clear game plan. Draft made sense. Xiaolao was pulling ahead in the top lane matchup. The bot lane answer, leaving the Lucian open and having this Kalista Renata plan. And shit, like, you look at the damage, and it's easy to think, oh, well, look how much more damage Viper did. And what, right? They had the pressure bot lane. They got LWX ahead. And all they needed to do was create space for Xiaolao. He was the investment, right? They played through bot to give Xiaolao space. And then he ended up being that late game investment who really paid off. And we kind of get a similar gold graph. Not quite the same, but similar to EDG's game 1, where it's just like ahead the entire time, in control, pretty much the entire game.
Yeah. Really exceptional stuff coming out from FPX and EDG. Once again, leaving something to be desired when they can't get ahead during the laning phase, feeling like they struggle to turn it into anything more. And Scout, a very quiet game from him. A couple of shockwaves landing onto one person, but was never able to have that big team fight shockwave. It felt like EDG were never able to have that big team fight. There was no universe where FPX allowed them to go into a straight up 5v5 like that.
Well, I think it's so hard to start the fights because they don't really have a great engage. Xiaolao is going to be the side lane. Care is hard to pin down. Clid, very hard to pin down. We see so many Viegos using the ult to disengage when they're going to get caught. And then with the bot lane, we talked about extensively how they both have tools to save each other. So I think EDG didn't give themselves opportunities. If this bot lane fell behind, then it's like the main way you'd probably start a fight is like Viper dashes in and one-shots someone, and they didn't get that window. But really good performance from Xiaolao. But I think the whole team kind of knew what they were doing. And for a team that we criticized for their Baron play in spring, very good read on that Baron in that game, because they could have just kept pushing on it, and that would have given an opportunity for EDG to steal it and then reset. They could have tried to fight and then potentially lost, but they just push and pulled. They just bought time, let Shalaho do his thing, then took the Baron at the end, and didn't give EDG any chance to really have a response.
Yeah, really clean stuff coming out from FPX. And that means in our first day of the LPL, the first day back, we're going the full 6 games, just the way it had to be. EDG versus FPX, game number 3, coming right at you after the break.
But another roster I want to hit on, which is one that I kind of find funny, Ultra Prime. Because Ultra Prime picked up Zoom, which sounds crazy.
Is going to carry this team. No.
Come on, Emily, sell the faith. Sell the faith.
Resident Zoom. So, like, the best, what could happen, the best, like, thing that could happen is the meta shifts. I think Zoom is the type of tank player that can take over an entire game on a tank, either a true tank or kind of a bruiser like drain tank. And if that's the case, then maybe Ultra Prime have a chance, because I actually think that Zoom is still a very talented individually. I previously had rated him like as one of the best tops in the world as late as like last year. And I don't like disagree with the changes that TES made, because obviously it was like much better for them. And Wayward had, I know we have like the resident Wayward hype man right here, right? In Ox. And obviously, you know, that worked out like, I think way better than anyone expected after Zoom benching, because Zoom was like pretty hyped up coming onto this team. It was going to work out great. It didn't. Wayward comes on. But yeah, like I kind of want the Zoom like redemption arc, but this team is like so messy. I mean, there's also the Elk hyper carry angle, I guess, for this team. Yeah. You know, like the meta changes honestly, could be like this team I'm looking at and I'm like, okay, I don't think the meta changes hit this team as much as like maybe other teams. So who knows? Maybe there's a shot.
I feel like this team just functions like 2020 WE. You have Zoom, who's just going to chill and kind of do what Morgan did, but 1,000 times better than Morgan could ever hope to do it. I mean, Hacker's no base strong, but I love Hacker. Hacker, I seriously have a highlight reel of clips of Hacker flashing over walls to try and make ganks work. It was absolutely phenomenal. Go through bot on red side, just flash over that wall, try and get a cheesy gank off. I think it's phenomenal. And then I think as long as Cryan can function on some kind of movement role, which again, I have no idea how the meta is going to pan out for mid lane in solo queue. People are kind of playing a bit of everything. I'm seeing more scaling, but I'm still seeing a lot of like Galio and TF. So I think the nice thing for Ultra Prime is the fact that they did have a very set identity in spring. I remember in every like LPL caster meeting we had where we'd go over team identities, we'd always just skip Ultra Prime because it's like they just go bot. It is bot every single time. It's all about Elk and Shousey. And yeah, I think that's a good thing because I think Elk and Shousey are pretty solid and we're one of the better bot lanes in spring. But they are also a little bit flippy themselves because Shousey is another player who is always going to look to go in.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, this is a positive change, and I agree with what you said, Jordan. And like, this is the problem I actually feel is I think in spring, I even coming in the split was like, you know, Elk in the bot lane, absolutely somebody you can play for as a hyper carry. We ended up having like Jinx Aphelios meta, right? Jinx in particular, I was like, this is perfect. And then over the course of the split, especially later end, we saw like the proactive mid play style being what was dominating, right? It was not just about like start of the split was Corki Victor. But towards the end of the split, it was like, you know, we saw Xiaohu and the Galio, TF was still relevant, Ari and stuff. And I was like, cool, this is great for Cryan, just play towards the Jinx in the bot lane is the ideal. And yet they still really struggled in their games. Like, and as you said, bot lane wasn't as consistent. So like, and I just feel like I don't think the meta is going to get better than that for them, right? And I think my view of the meta is we're probably going to see mid being a bit more of a carry role, at least compared to like tail end of spring where it was,
especially MSI as well.
Yeah.
So for me, I think that was their chance. If they came into that split and they had a decent performance, let's say they came like at 11th, 12th or something, and I was like, you know, these guys are doing all right. I would have higher expectations, but it's the fact that like they really struggled despite having, I think, what was actually they came 12th.
They came in 12th,
so, you know,
yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of being critical. They did okay, but the thing is, I don't think they're gonna beat that. I don't think they're gonna beat 12th.
Darling, it's so hard for me to see you shining warm and lovely without me there by your side, right by your side, where I ought to be, moving through my memory like a sigh. These woeful longings for the days gone by. I miss your hand, your gentle hand, resting in mine. Bittersweet the voice of long ago, blowing through the window of my soul. If I had known, if I'd only known, I'd never let go.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. We're headed into our 6th and final game of the day. It's EDG versus FPX for our second series of the LPL Summer 2022 split. My name is Munchables, and I'm joined once again by Orcs as we head towards our final game. And so far, we've had a bit of a mixed bag when it comes to the games, right? We've had some of them that have been insanely close bangers. We've had some of them that have been incredibly one-sided. This series has been two very one-sided games going either way, but the winner of this one was Xiaolao, who, right, up in the top side on the Fiora, just taking over the game.
And I think today we've had some deliberation in who's been MVP in the different games. There was no deliberation in this game. Such a massive performance coming out of him. Look at the damage percentage as well, kind of crazy. But just such a threat in the side lane. This was the late game investment that we needed FPX to have in their draft so that when they won out in the early game, they had something to fall back on later on. And not only was he problematic in the side lane, but joining in fights as well. You can see here, completely outplaying Viper and Mako to get that trade kill.
And just, like, think about what you just said there. Completely outplaying Viper and Mako. Arguably one of the best bot lanes in the entire world. Like, Xiaolao, who's showing that mechanics are clearly not his issue, right? This guy is an exceptionally talented top laner when put in the right situation. And again, we saw here, like, he could have tried to end the game there, but instead he was like, no, I want to kill the whole of EDG. I want to find myself some more kills, and ends up with a triple kill to end the play as well. Beautifully done by Xiaolao, who, and two right, get yourself those kills, get your bag.
Absolutely, and honestly, the correct play, because Scout reset to try and defend, but because he went for the other three members, secured the kills, made sure there was no way that EDG could bring that game back. But yeah, really strong performance. But I think the draft for FPX made a lot more sense in that game one. A lot more tools to rely on in the later stages. It meant that even when we got to the point where maybe team fights weren't as clear, and we even saw in that last clip, the team fight without Xiaolao, who was like a little bit back and forth, it didn't matter because this Fiora was so strong on the side lane, so strong when she joined fights, super far ahead. It's set up for an exciting game 3. I gotta say, both games so far in the series, it has really come down to how well the teams have used like red pick, counter pick. I think it's been a massive factor. The Kale in that first game was humongous. The Fiora here also humongous, kind of showing what a top laner can do when they're given a good matchup.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. And FPX back on the board, crucially. I think after game number 1, I'm pretty sure everyone watching was like, okay, well, this is a 2-0. Like, with how dominant EDG were in the first game of the series, I for one, had written FPX off. But no, they come back, they show us what they're made of in game number 2, and it means we have a very exciting third game to go into, because at this point, we don't know who's going to win. We don't know who's the better team. EDG have shown strengths and weaknesses, and the same for FPX. I think so much of this is going to come down to the draft, because it feels like this Kalista has been very hit or miss on the rest of the draft around her.
Yeah, I think it's been a situation where, in this specific instance, the Kalista Renata into Lucian was actually a really good answer. It's something I've heard talked about in scrims as a response, because Lucian, we've seen Lucian banned every single game apart from this one. And then the answer came in and it worked to treat, but it is still volatile. You even saw Viper doing significantly more damage than LWX in the fights. It's still a threat that has to be dealt with, but the fact that FPX were able to leave it open and deal with it does give them, some confidence in this matchup. And I think, as it always is the case, the draft will be a big factor coming into this one. Presumably, EDG will be on red side, giving them the favorable counter picks. The question will be, what will FPX do given blue side?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, every single win today so far has been on red side, right? I'm pretty sure every single team has won every single game on red side. Like, Weibo versus IG, 100% was red side every time. And I believe EDG started on red side today. So, yeah, every single win so far today has been on red side. 100% win rate over 5 games. So I expect people to take to Twitter and start complaining. But yeah, we'll have to... Say that again.
Red side OP, man.
Red side OP.
That's what the durability patch did. It just made red side OP instead of blue side. That's all it took.
There we did. There we have it. We've figured it out. We've solved the patch already. Phenomenal stuff though coming out from our two teams, and we'll see if that holds up, because FPX now going to the blue side. You assume once more. You'd anticipate that EDG, based on this theory, will have an advantage. The counter pick does seem to be absolutely crucial, especially with Kale in the mix, like Fiora, and similar to Kale in that in the right matchup, she can completely take over the game, but in the wrong situation, it's very difficult to operate at all. Like, Kale and Fiora both fall into that category of, like, situationally really difficult to deal with. So, definitely feels like that top lane counter pick going to be pivotal. And mid lane, honestly, I feel like you can play whatever you want. I think you were right that, like, the mid lane is... You're just playing to facilitate your side lane so far, at least from what we've seen in these 5 games.
Yeah, but even so, it's like, it's not even as much as like End of Spring. End of Spring was like hard. You play to roam. These are picks you play to roam, go for a dive, kill the side lanes. Your side lane's now ahead. That's not really the case anymore. You want to like priority. I feel like it's a big thing for mid. The ability to be relevant in skirmishes is big, but also like there's so many picks like Azir that can come out, who obviously does get priority, but is more of a scaling pick. The Orianna was there, the Zoe. I feel like it is the lane that's benefited most from the durability changes in terms of sort of this wide spread of picks that can be taken. And honestly, since mid is such an impactful lane and we have so many cracked mid laners in the league, I feel like it's really setting up for a good split.
Yeah, it definitely is. I feel like there's a lot of flexibility. There's a lot of playmaker potential. I'm surprised the amount of Azir bans we've been seeing as well. I'm curious to see some big Azir players stepping in. Like, when you think about players like Scout, like Angel on the Azir, they can make insane things happen. It's one of these picks that a lot of the time is very boring because you just farm through the early game. But when it comes to team fighting, Azir is one of the most exciting picks in the mid lane because of the playmaking potential of that ultimate, the swoop and boop, and the sheer outplay potential because of just the vast DPS output that the champion has. So we'll see if that ever makes it through the ban phase though, because so far it doesn't look like it's going to, but that's what we thought about Lucian. And then Lucian went in and lost the first game, so we'll have to wait and see what happens.
A lot of the Azir bans is second rotation, so I think the window I could see it being picked is like third pick, because if enemy has picked their mid lane already, you could take it third pick on red side, and then you could ban away. I mean, if the mid hasn't been picked, you can pick it then and then ban away bad matchups. If the mid has been picked, you can pick it then, like as a counter before it gets banned away by the enemy team. I think that makes the most sense, and where we might see it if it's gonna keep getting banned in the second rotation. But I guess we'll see how it ends up panning out. Ultimately, I feel like teams are still testing the water a bit, right? The Lucian constantly banned, has now lost that game. There is a response with this Kalista Renata. And we'll see how many other picks we end up seeing responses to coming out. Obviously, like a big talking point for MSI was Ahri being answered with Lissandra. A pick that was just so heavily prioritized on the Ahri, getting completely shut down by this counter pick that worked so effectively in the later stages. And we haven't seen too much of it so far, but I can imagine we will get like similar picks being solved, because normally new patch comes in, people are like, oh my god, this is so broken, this is so OP. Then people start to like theorize what would work well into it. We find answers, we find responses, and then that sort of ends up how the meta shapes out.
Yeah, and it's great to witness. It's so much fun to watch the meta develop, across the course of the tournament. And we'll see how that's going to happen in the LPL. I do apologize about the delays we've been having today. Apparently EDG still having some issues. I've yet to be informed on what the issues are specifically. We just know that EDG have been having some in-game issues. So hopefully that will be able to be resolved. And hopefully we can get things rocking and rolling for you guys as fast as possible once again. But, do you know, going towards game number 3, I'm just excited for two things. Number one, the bottom lane. Like, I feel like this 2v2 is one of the best bot lane 2v2s we get in the whole of the LPL. And number two, FPX actually played well around a Baron. I don't remember the last time I saw that. That's so exciting that they didn't just flip it in 20 minutes. They played correctly. They had vision. They found a situation where they could work around the Baron. Like, two very big positives for FPX there.
You know what that is, Joe? That's learning, and that's something we love to see. We are the Learning Pro League. That's what it stands for. And as long as FPX continue to develop over the course of the split, I think we've seen, you know, Shallow, someone new to the roster, shown up in this series. We've had some great performances from him. Care is someone who had a lot of praise for. I feel like, you know, developing these solo laners, learning as a team how to function as a unit is the goal for this summer split if they want to be trying to contest deeper in the playoffs. Because right now, obviously, you know, they made playoffs, but it was quite a shallow run that we saw from them in spring.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that's going to change moving into summer. Unfortunately, the issues are continuing for EDG, so we're going to jump into a quick break. We'll be back once EDG are ready to jump into picks and bans.
The LPL are kings again. After an intense 5-game series against the LCK champions, Xiaohu conquered his demons and led Royal Never Give Up to their 3rd MSI title.
Everyone around the world, raise your hands together and give applause for RNG. They are your 2022 MSI champions. RNG look like a force to be reckoned with come Worlds.
A feat that will cement RNG's name in history as the true Spring Tigers.
All the way, it's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down.
Now, with the world watching, the LPL is set to deliver. 17 teams will take what they've learned from spring and fight for a chance at being crowned the summer champions. But to become king of the greatest region in the world, it will take more than just a fight.
We can be heroes.
It will take everything that you have.
The LPL are kings again. On top side, it's getting Cube into a much more favorable matchup. With Strive, he has got Merc Tread, so he should be fine. As I said, turn off the tower so they can just dive him in the 2v2. This is Deja Vu. Work, but you're going up against a Hexo. Bofo has been hit. He has to flash away as the Trouble Ball is in response. Strive gets deleted from the map.
Hey, but you're not going to try and smite this away from way bar some massive mistakes.
Oh my god!
And you can see BLG aware. They're not even going to give him the opportunity of pulling that dragon in.
When we see these two teams clash, that is what's going to be so integral, especially the early focus from the junglers and how that coincides with the mid lane presence. And on the other side, you have the king of the jungle in Tarzan. I mean, he's swinging around on vines, killing people.
On the ground,
Scared, he's actually going to turn on to Tien as Doombee's running in as well. Against his old brother, strikes him down.
These two playing together finally is insanity to me. For me, have the possibility to be one of the deadliest duos in the future and history of LPL.
This is not a good position. They might have to run out here. Doombee's jumping in. There's another Shuriken flip. Doombe jumping in to the back line with a quick execution on top of Mark. Buying time with a quick little Sonya's. LNG mid lane has survived.
Behind enemy lines, Moonlight Vigils, Tarzan separated from his team. Scout with the flank, the rest of EDG follow up. They find the engagement. LNG have damage. Triple kill comes up to a B. We said he needed redemption, and he finds it.
But another roster I want to hit on, which is one that I kind of find funny, Ultra Prime. Because Ultra Prime picked up Zoom, which sounds crazy.
Is going to carry this team. No.
Come on, Emily, sell the faith. Sell the faith.
Resident Zoom. So, like, the best, what could happen, the best, like, thing that could happen is the meta shifts. I think Zoom is the type of tank player that can take over an entire game on a tank, either a true tank or kind of a bruiser like drain tank. And if that's the case, then maybe Ultra Prime have a chance, because I actually think that Zoom is still a very talented individually. I previously had rated him like as one of the best tops in the world as late as like last year. And I don't like disagree with the changes that TES made, because obviously it was like much better for them. And Wayward had, I know we have like the resident Wayward hype man right here, right? In Ox. And obviously, you know, that worked out like, I think way better than anyone expected after Zoom benching, because Zoom was like pretty hyped up coming onto this team. It was going to work out great. It didn't. Wayward comes on. But yeah, like I kind of want the Zoom like redemption arc, but this team is like so messy. I mean, there's also the Elk hyper carry angle, I guess, for this team.
Yeah.
You know, like the meta changes
Honestly,
could be like this team I'm looking at and I'm like, okay, I don't think the meta changes hit this team as much as like maybe other teams. So who knows? Maybe there's a shot.
I feel like this team just functions like 2020 WE. You have Zoom, who's just going to chill and kind of do what Morgan did, but 1,000 times better than Morgan could ever hope to do it. I mean, Hacker's no base strong, but I love Hacker. Hacker, I seriously have a highlight reel of clips of Hacker flashing over walls to try and make ganks work. It was absolutely phenomenal. Go through bot on red side, just flash over that wall, try and get a cheesy gank off. I think it's phenomenal. And then I think as long as Cryan can function on some kind of movement role, which again, I have no idea how the meta is going to pan out for mid lane in solo queue. People are kind of playing a bit of everything. I'm seeing more scaling, but I'm still seeing a lot of like Galio and TF. So I think the nice thing for Ultra Prime is the fact that they did have a very set identity in spring. I remember in every like LPL caster meeting we had where we'd go over team identities, we'd always just skip Ultra Prime because it's like they just go bot. It is bot every single time. It's all about Elk and Shousey. And yeah, I think that's a good thing because I think Elk and Shousey are pretty solid and we're one of the better bot lanes in spring. But they are also a little bit flippy themselves because Shousey is another player who is always going to look to go in.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, this is a positive change, and I agree with what you said, Jordan. And like, this is the problem I actually feel is I think in spring, I even coming in the split was like, you know, Elk in the bot lane, absolutely somebody you can play for as a hyper carry. We ended up having like Jinx Aphelios meta, right? Jinx in particular, I was like, this is perfect. And then over the course of the split, especially later end, we saw like the proactive mid play style being what was dominating, right? It was not just about like, like start of the split was Corki Azir, Corki Victor, But towards the end of the split, it was like, we saw Xiaohu and the Galio, TF was still relevant, Ari and stuff. And I was like, cool, this is great for Cry, and just play towards the Jinx in the bot lane is the ideal. And yet they still really struggled in their games. And as you said, bot lane wasn't as consistent. So and I just feel like I don't think the meta is going to get better than that for them, right? And I think my view of the meta is we're probably going to see mid being a bit more of a carry role, at least compared to tail end of spring where it was,
especially MSI as well.
Yeah.
So for me, I think that was their chance. If they came into that split and they had a decent performance, let's say they came at 11th, 12th or something, and I was like, these guys are doing all right. I would have higher expectations, but it's the fact that they really struggled despite having, I think, they came 12th to be fair.
They came in 12th, yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of being critical. They did okay, but the thing is, I don't think they're going to beat that. I don't think they're going to beat 12th.
The LPL are kings again. After an intense 5-game series against the LCK champions, Xiaohu conquered his demons and led Royal Never Give Up to their 3rd MSI title.
Everyone around the world, raise your hands together and give applause for RNG. They are your 2022 MSI champions. RNG look like a force to be reckoned with come Worlds.
A feat that will cement RNG's name in history as the true Spring Tigers.
All the way, it's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down.
Now, with the world watching, the LPL is set to deliver. 17 teams will take what they've learned from Spring and fight for a chance at being crowned the Summer Champions. But to become king of the greatest region in the world, it will take more than just a fight.
We can be heroes.
It will take everything that you have.
The LPL are kings again. On top side, it's getting Cube into a much more favorable matchup with Strive. He has got Merc Tread, so he should be fine. As I said, turn off the tower so they can just dive him in the 2v2. This is Deja Vu. Work, but you're going up against a Hexo. Bobo has been hit. He has to flash away as the Trouble Ball is in response. Strive gets deleted from the map.
Hey, but you're not going to try and smite this away from way bar some massive mistake.
Oh my God!
And you can see BLG aware. They're not even going to give him the opportunity of pulling that dragon in.
When we see these two teams clash, that is what's going to be so integral, especially the early focus from the junglers and how that coincides with the mid lane presence. And on the other side, you have the king of the jungle in Tarzan. I mean, he's swinging around on vines, killing people.
On the ground, nothing can hold us.
Scared, he's actually going to turn on to Tien as Doombee's running in as well. Against his old brother, strikes him down.
We can be heroes.
These two playing together finally is insanity to me. For me, have the possibility to be one of the deadliest duos in the future and history of LPL.
This is not a good position. They might have to run out here. Doombee's jumping in.
To the LPL. Hopefully, we're about to jump into game number 6 of the day.
Oh,
We've
don't
gone the full
Joe.
distance today. And yeah, I know. It's I feel like we've been so close and yet so far for so long at this point. I'm Much joined by Orcs as it's our first day of the split. And, it wouldn't be LPL without the classic tech issues coming on through, but we're finally in. We're finally ready to get things on the way. And FPX actually banning Kale this time around.
I respect it. Ultimately, they possibly could have banned it second rotation, so not sure if it's needed here, but it tends to be blue side has more spare bans than red side right now. We see Lucian, Gwen banned away. Swain also going to be taken off the cards. Something we've seen banned throughout the series in the first 3 by FPX, and they'll pick up the Wukong for Clid. So EDG to answer in this situation. No Viego to match up against this, but could take the Lee Sin for JJ. For now, though, looking towards that Senna that did them so much work in that game 1.
Yep, the Senna going to come on through for Viper here. And you'd anticipate a Tom Kench alongside it. We did see a Senna and Tahm picked up separately earlier on today didn't really work out for the Tahm Kench. So it will just be locked in here for EDG anyway. So that's the bot lane duo sorted out. Now FPX have their pick of the litter when it comes to mid laners. They could go for a bot lane themselves if they want. Plenty of options available.
Yeah, so you can either invest heavily into your solo laners here, but they are going to pick up the Ezreal, something that does outrange the Senna Tahm Kench. And they're going to go for the Yuumi as well, something we talked about a decent amount. You can't dive anymore, right? One of the biggest weaknesses that Yuumi has is you stack up a wave because it's hard to contest Prio when she's just attached to you, and then you dive, and that can't be done very effectively. Although we did see LWX and Hung do a level 2 dive in that previous game. But regardless, a super scale on bot lane that will permanently, well, not permanently in theory, because obviously Senna can stack up infinitely, but should outrange the enemy bot lane for 99% of the game.
Yeah, nice advantage there. Coming on through is the Lissandra, going to be banned away by the side of EDG. And obviously, you know, Lissandra, one of these picks that has done very well into the Ari. Wouldn't be surprised to see some other mid lane bans, things that can get priority, things that can find a way to roam out of that mid lane. We'll see what's going to be banned, though, as the Lee Sin taken off by FPX. That's the Viego gone as well. And once again, we see JJ kind of pushed on his champion pool.
Yeah, probably Talia would make sense for me from EDG. Could come out ban Azir off an option as well. Something that obviously we've seen ban in the second rotation a lot. They will ban that Talia. I don't know if FPX are really concerned about the Graves. It didn't seem like it was too problematic. So maybe you could put another ban towards Flandre if there's something you're concerned about him taking as a counter pick. Obviously, the Kale has already been denied, but GP is still open and available. And as much as they did lose that previous game, there was that fight where he did like 6 million damage with his barrels. So could be something they're concerned about. If there isn't anything they want to sort of deny JJ from, they are going to go for that Volibear. You highlighted, you know, definitely has more ganking prowess, and it's very evident they really want to thin down the tools JJ has in the early game. And he's going to go for the Vi.
Oh, okay. Vi locked in for JJ. We wanted aggressive ganking. Well, Vi definitely brings that to the table. And it's so difficult to deal with the pick potential that Vi has, especially with an Ari to follow up on it. This is going to be tough to deal with because, you know, it's kind of a similar thing to like a Camille, right? Where you can't escape once that ultimate is on. Vi will chase you to the ends of the earth and, you know, quite often builds a lot of damage as well. We'll have to wait and see what JJ has up his sleeves.
Yeah, so a lot of people will have seen this internationally. We saw Ona play this. A lot of people want to talk about that. And obviously, it was relevant in the early stage of the tournament. People even banned it later on. We'd also see this last split in the LPL. I believe it was Kanavi who brought it out in one game. And yes, against the likes of LeBlanc and Ezreal, is a champion that has point-and-click CC. The problem is, that can be good and bad. As you said, there's no way to stop yourself from being dragged along. And with their mobility, you can sometimes get dragged into a bad position. What is wild is Shallahu going for the Fiora, which obviously had a fantastic game previously on it, but this is blind.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. That's an interesting lock-in. This Flandre now gets to choose whatever he would like to go into that Fiora. I don't know if blind is necessarily the play, and Flandre goes for a Vladimir. Now, we've been talking about scaling. We've been talking about late-game picks. Vladimir is one of the scariest scaling picks in the entire game, and will be able to deny the all-in with his pool if he's able to just stay safe underneath that tower. I don't know. I'm really curious how this one goes. This is what I wanted, Orcs. These are the kinds of drafts I was looking for. I don't know who wins this one because we haven't seen enough for 12-10 just yet, but I'm excited to find out.
And I did just double check. It wasn't Kanavi who played the Vi last split. It was Karsa who played it up against
Actually,
ELG.
yeah, I remember the game, yeah.
I have seen it, obviously not too much, a bit more internationally when we saw it come out, but ultimately does have the early game presence we wanted. Vladimir is an interesting one. We saw that a lot during MSI as an answer to the Gwen specifically, as something that could similarly free scale into the matchup. Is a bit different into the Fiora, and also this is something Flandre did bring out last split as well earlier on, so definitely something that he is comfortable bringing out. Ultimately, I feel like if either matchup gets ahead, like the Vladimir can be such an issue to deal with if he gets fed in team fights as well. And Fiora, I mean, we saw what Fiora can do in the previous game.
Yeah, we certainly did. Fiora, if you can get ahead, but Flandre has the quote-unquote counter pick. I don't know if it's necessarily a counter pick, but certainly a pick he's comfortable taking into the Fiora. Certainly has a lot of scaling. We'll see if it's going to work out for him, as the top lane has gone both ways and was very one-sided both times. I feel like the entire map was very one-sided both times. EDG with game number 1, FPX with game number 2. We'll see who takes game number 3. We're about ready to jump onto the Rift, though, and look at that. The win rates between Fiora and Vladimir, exactly 50%. You couldn't write this stuff. We're onto the Rift, and I cannot wait to see how game 3 goes down.
Yeah, and we're seeing the tech that was sort of coming out in MSI, the Ghost Ignite Airy tech for Vladimir. As ultimately, you have the Ghost, which allows that chase down potential. You have the Ignite in the Airy for lane pressure, but you don't have Flash available, which, you know, there's an aspect of that. There's a downside. You can't do those big charging up your E into Flash RQ combos, but definitely still poses a threat in the later side of the game. And can't be dove. I think that's a critical thing. You know, we didn't see that as much with MSI because that was pre-durability patch, but gotta be hard to set up any stack waves and dive a Vlad. And as much as Vlad has the pool, if you chunk him down, he is usually an easy dive target, but shouldn't expect that to come out here.
No, you wouldn't be expecting that for the time being. As Flandre, as you say. We'll see if the lack of Flash is going to bite him in the arse, but certainly Ghost in a team fight can be devastating when you can't escape from that Vladimir. Viper and Mako, very aggressive positioning to start this lane off. LWX kind of alone in this lane, and Mako tries to find the all-in, but will just get jumped away from. But Viper does get 3 procs off the back of his W, I believe.
That is the one window you're going to get for Mako to be able to land a W. As soon as LWX hits 2, I don't think you should ever get a chance again unless LWX is like messing up or eating free Ws from Viper. So good opportunity to punish and take that Flash, being that early summoner. But ultimately, this should be a pretty safe lane on both counts just to scale up and be relevant later. Mid lane matchup is a more interesting one.
You said there was only one window. It's going to be another window there as Mako actually takes way more than half of his HP for his trouble. So I don't know how good of a window it was, but it was a window.
Yeah, and this is kind of the skill expression that you can have on a Yuumi, which is like the difference between just your sit on someone and do nothing Yuumi, and you're actively playing the game and doing things Yuumi. And Hung jumping outside to tank the W from Senna, then jumps back in onto LWX. And sure, LWX still gets rooted, but it gives him sort of, it means he's not taking that damage, gives him time to sort of move away and reposition.
And also the passive from Yuumi as well, giving you that shield. So it's important to tank some of that skill shot damage, use the shield effectively instead of just, as you say, sitting on the shoulder of Ezreal. So nicely done there by Hung. Good to see him playing well on that Yuumi, using the actual full toolkit here. But pressure coming out from Viper and Mako, as you'd expect. They do, generally speaking, have the advantage. They've got a lot more upfront damage in the early stages.
Yeah, and especially if you can combo the CC, burn the Ignite, that's when it can be really threatening. But again, at this point, LWX with the Arcane Shift should be pretty comfortable. Now, top lane, we're seeing Flandre having a pretty good time in this matchup. Remember, Ignite advantage means he has that all-in pressure. Does have Shalahu trapped under his turret for now. My big talking point I want to highlight is the mid lane matchup, though. When we first saw Ari come into the LPL last split, Scout, I remember his series was one of the first that I saw, and he played both sides of the matchup, LeBlanc and Ari, Ari into LeBlanc, and won both of them. So definitely, I feel like a lot of skill expression in this matchup, and I've seen it go both ways depending on the execution and also the players. Scout definitely proficient on both sides, and would expect him to give a fair bit of challenge to Care.
It's crazy to think about the fact that, you know, Ari and LeBlanc coming into the meta, that was the start of this year. That does not feel that long ago, and we're already into Summer Split. This year of League of Legends is just flying by, at least for me. I don't know about anyone else, but Scout, as you say, doing really well in both sides of the matchup there in the mid lane. Flandre so far so good in the top sides. Minor TS lead for himself. His JJ just clearing away. Let's talk for a second about this Vi that we've got coming into the game as well, because, you know, Vi versus Wukong, it's not a matchup that we see often, but JJ actually going with the Conqueror. Quite often you see Halo Blades on Vi and a lot of damage built. I'm not anticipating that, right? You'd expect JJ to be going for a bit more of a tanky build, maybe Divine Sunderer, that kind of thing. Maybe even a Gore Drinker, honestly, if he feels it needs to be that front line. Yeah,
I think Divine Sunderer is usually a decent shout, and then you go for like more bulky items. After that, Dead Man's can be pretty good. Obviously gives you that extra empowered auto, but also helps you get him ranged ult. Ultimately, like, Wukong is so hard to pin down, and you can essentially just use your W to never really get hit by Vi Q, so it's quite hard to punish. I feel like the Vi, as much as we said it was good, he had like an active mid to pull out of his pocket. It's hard to find pressure in these lanes pre-6 because everyone is so mobile. And ultimately, Fiora also has a W that can obviously turn the CC around. And Vi's Q is very, very telegraphed. So unless you're predicting things, I feel like he shouldn't be able to find too much activity until he hits level 6. Unless we end up getting like a big clustered fight in a skirmish, maybe around a Herald. But to be honest, by Herald, he will level 6 anyway. So can look towards that. But Vi does have a decent amount of damage when you get up close to it. She can lock you in place and just beat you down.
Yeah, and also, crucially, sets up for the rest of the team to do damage as well. Like, if Vi can shred your armor and then Senna can get a few hits on you, you're just going to get one shot. Because Senna, very regularly, you'd assume, will build the lethality build. So the less armor, the better, as far as Senna is concerned. So lots of opportunity there. I am curious to see how the rest of the EDG composition is going to function later on. Because when you think about this whole team holistically, like Vi, very single target. You've got Ari as well, very single target. But then when you think of things like the Vladimir, not necessarily a pick champion, much more about the big 5v5 team fights. Do you feel like this composition is a little sort of going in multiple directions, or am I just reading it wrong?
I feel like the single target pick is definitely an element of it, but I feel like it's also the cleanup potential. Like one weird thing to think about is the fact Vlad has Ghost actually really contributes to his ability to like move the team and clean up, because Ghost has a reset mechanic. Like every time you get a takedown, you get that extended duration. So I imagine the team fights would play out if someone oversteps or someone like mispositions from the side of FPX. They'll pounce on them if it's with a charm or a Vild. They'll take them down and they'll just like be chasing forwards, using the slows from things like Tom and Senna, and just trying to pick up more and more kills and get some momentum on the back of that. Whereas for FPX, they have the side lane pressure from the Fiora. They also have the poke potential, not just from the Ezreal and the Yuumi, but also from the LeBlanc, who can be quite a potent threat at like laying down poke before fights over a wall and then putting EDG in a position where they can't even take the fight.
We'll see if they're going to be able to find those threats and find that positioning to be able to exert their will onto the map. 5 minutes on the clock, though, which means Drake is here and JJ immediately starting to get some deep vision. Won't be able to spot that ward, though, and will start this Drake off. Can pull it out of the pit. You can see Scout moving over. Big pressure in the bottom side, too, so I don't think even with vision here, I'm not sure this is something that FPX can contest, but maybe Clid could go for a steal here. Remember, Wukong, with the changes, can dash over the wall now with his W, but would be very risky to do so. Might end up costing his flash. He's not going to commit. He's not going to go for it yet.
Doesn't go for it, but Viper will move over, pick over the pair of souls that get dropped from it, and a good early start to get that dragon for EDG in case things do start going later. We've obviously seen souls come in quite a few times so far today. I believe we had the Mountain Soul in Series 1 and then the Ocean Soul, but now
Mako is very low on HP right now. Bit of healing coming on through. The heal as well. The Summoner spell used by Viper to keep Mako safe. Good attempt there as it was Clid sliding into that lane. And now JJ tries to find him in the river. It's going to be the Honey Fruit there to get JJ back up on HP. Mako over the wall as Care jumps on it. Big damage from the distortion. The follow-up is there. JJ low on HP. Care flashing forwards, but Scout has arrived. Can they turn things around right here? EDG are damn tanky in this fight. Viper flashing away. Clid now going to be rooted up with a Yuumi on his shoulder, but Hung charmed means he can't jump onto his teammates for now. Viper has to back away. Scout is out of mana, but Mako is just marching forward relentlessly and kicks FPX out of the jungle.
Such a messy fight overall. I think the Yuumi for FPX allowed them to survive so much damage. Hung as well, tanking the charm, very risky, but ended up saving Clid in the end, who would have certainly gone down if that had connected. So a scrappy fight that goes back and forth, but ultimately just a 1-for-1 in the end, but so many summoners burn across the board.
Yeah, very messy. Advantage to FPX so far in this one as Clid. Almost getting caught out there, but I like the decision to just stay and juke with JJ there. Dodges a lot of skill shots.
Yeah, and it looked like, I felt here, JJ would just be dead. Didn't quite have the damage to finish him immediately. And then the root catches on to the LeBlanc. They're able to follow up. And here, the moment where Hung steps in front to block the charm, you have to think if Clid ate that, he would just go down.
Yeah, really nicely done by Hung. Blocks it. Obviously meant that he couldn't jump onto anyone's shoulders for a little bit, but the damage wasn't there from the rest of EDG to finish him off. So very nicely played. And it means that we are actually dead even on the board right now. The first kill of the game, or the first kill for EDG went on to Viper, though, which is very positive for EDG. Obviously, you don't get to farm on Senna, so getting kills is very positive for that AD carry.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the fasting center. Any extra gold makes such a massive difference in terms of hitting your spikes, especially when you have things like the Unblocked Glaive, which are super cheap and really easy to pick up. It makes such a big difference as well. I talked a bit about how like there's the pick potential for EDG, how there's the poke potential for FPX. Vision disparity will make a huge difference. So the Unblocked Glaive on the center, being able to dictate that battle for vision, will make a massive difference.
Certainly will, as Clid going to clear some vision away. 2 minutes until that next Drake comes up, but Herald is on the map. JJ knows all about that. He's grabbed it already at this point. Flandre is consistently just pushing Xiaolahu underneath the tower. This is the issue. When you blind pick Fiora, you end up in a tough matchup. Scout dodging away from the chains by moving forward as Care cannot escape from this one. Oh, the charm is gorgeous. Very nicely done. Threads it through the minions. Clid, though, just turns it around and goes for basically a 2v1, finding himself a kill.
Just didn't quite have the damage to finish off the LeBlanc, despite the fact they connected with the ultimate, allowed the charm to come in. The passive coming in from the LeBlanc makes it really hard to finish off your target. And then they just didn't have any gas left in the tank. The Wukong and these extended skirmishes can really flourish. We'll see some reprieve given over to Xiaolahu here, just going to help him out and shove in this wave. He hasn't been having a fun time in this matchup, but I will say that the Fiora being able to farm up, as long as you're not falling too far behind, isn't a massive issue. It's not like the Gnar into Kale where you're just going to get completely eclipsed. I've got that replay coming in, so, you know, a lot of damage done to Care. The ult does come through, but then just don't quite have the damage. The invisibility comes out, and then with the knockup from Clid buying time, allows Care to reposition, and they just had nothing left.
Yeah, and that's JJ dying twice now so far this game. Not having a fun time of it on the buy, and, you know, something that's meant to be extremely strong in the early stages, but so far, not able to make that happen. And on the other side, Clid, one of the best junglers on the patch is this Wukong. He's managed to get that in his pocket. He's managed to get 2 early kills. It's absolutely huge. And now LWX denying a reset from EDG's bottom lane as well. And off the back of that, should be able to get 1 plate for himself. Should be able to deny a lot of CS as well.
This just reminds me of like in spring when we'd have Jinxes just ulting off cooldown to stop resets, and it being the most annoying thing ever. But yeah, a great opportunity to stop the reset there. It doesn't have mana, so won't push in, but we'll be able to crash the wave. Mako can pick it up, but obviously you're not getting the souls for Viper. He's just going to move out towards the mid lane.
Yep, so trying to retreat from that on blue buff in the pocket of Scout, so he can just spam those abilities to clear the wave. Care not able to get that buff himself. It looks like Clid went for that one. Oh, so clone at the last possible second right there. That was a little dicey for the side of Clid, but he'll be okay in the end. And man, what an annoying mid-jungle 2v2. Wukong and LeBlanc. Like, how do you ever hit the right target with the amount of clones that are going to be coming out in these fights?
I mean, it just feels like it's so hard. I mean, this is kind of what I was talking about with the Vi. Like, we saw that first gank with the ultimate not already work out, but before then, everyone feels really difficult to pin down on the side of FPX. I don't think there's a single person who you'd deem like an easy kill target. And maybe that was a thought process behind the Vi, so at level 6 you have that. But regardless, they will move up towards the top lane. Shallow has to respect this, despite the fact we said, obviously, dives are a bit harder. 3 members would certainly be enough. And they will take that tower with the Herald. So big influx of gold to those 3. And in return, a dragon is picked up by FPX. It will delay the dragon stacking, but a big cost to pay in return.
Certainly is. That's a lot of gold into the pocket of Flandre as well. He's over 1,000 gold up in that top side already. Fantastic start to the game for our EDG top laner. And we'll see what he can do, how he can convert that lead, right? Because Vladimir is one of these champions who, generally speaking, won't have that big of an impact in the early game and then comes online later on. Well, if you're having this kind of impact this early on, it's a very positive sign for what's to come in this game from Flandre, especially when his bottom lane also managed to get that early kill. Oh, Scout. Oh, no, Scout. He's been knocked up. He's been chased down through the jungle, but Clid can't quite find the second knock up here, and will be found out himself. Scout, turns out he was just baiting all along. He was completely fine.
So hard to pin down the Ahri as well. You know, they go for the CC chain, and it's the chain from Care that doesn't actually manage to connect. The ult plus flash from Scout creates enough of distance to break the tether. And then the end result is the Wukong goes down. Bit of a shutdown as well over to the other side. So GG happy with that one.
Yeah, it's going to be Mako forced to use that Devour to keep Viper safe. will just be support ult for support ult in the end, as the wave is going to be cleared away. Mako just has insane amounts of sustain. It feels like both of these bottom lanes, unless you kill them in an all-in, you're just never going to find a kill.
And at this point in the game, Vladimir is kind of hitting a pretty solid spike. So level 9 is when you have your Q maxed, and it's the lowest cooldown you'll get from putting points in it, which is really significant. You also, at level 10, you get all the nice cooldown reduction from Transcendence. So he's in a pretty strong spot to really start putting some pressure down on the Shallow. But for now, Clid trying to make something happen here, but no ultimate. I don't think that's going to work.
No, and Mako happy to be the one on the front line as well, because he can always just use that Abyssal Voyage to get himself to safety there. This Scout just continues to push his wave. Very slow and steady in game number 3 here, and you can understand why, right? Both of these teams want to start the split off strong, but also, remember, these guys played in playoffs. Game number 1 felt personal from FPX with that aggressive comp that they ran for themselves, but it did not work out. And now game number 3 feels like slowly but surely is leaning the way of EDG, but it's not that big of a lead just yet. I'm just a little concerned about the scaling elements in favor of EDG.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there's the Fiora in the side lane, there's the Yuumi, who's obviously a really big issue. I feel like both teams are strong options in the late stages of the game. It just comes down to how they play around them, how they execute. Now, Herald is spawning soon, and Clid is fishing.
Knockup comes out from Clid. It's going to be answered by JJ, though, as Clid looks for a little bit more. JJ will fall in the end. True Shot Barrage comes on through, but Clid will die and hung. That is not where you want to be. A lonely cat in the jungle taken down by a fox. Gobbled alive. And now Mako moving over to the mid lane as well. It's 2-1 for EDG. They want a little bit more as Care needs to be cautious. Oh, the charm comes through onto LWX. Is the damage there to finish the kill? Walks away with his life. Dawning Shadow not available. And it will just be the 2 picks in favor of EDG.
Yeah, Senate ult not quite available to try and follow through on that. And ultimately, FPX end up losing out. Clid felt like he was so tanky diving in with the Yuumi to back him up, but when the Yuumi's cooldowns weren't available, just ends up getting picked off. And that's the problem if you're going in for those plays with the Yuumi attached, is you're not just committing your life, but also the life of your support as well. And they both end up going down. And now Herald going to be picked up by EDG, the second one for them. I expect this to be used mid lane to try and crack that mid tier 1, get some more pressure on the map.
And once again, we have to return to kind of the pros and cons for EDG, that when they are ahead coming out of the laning phase, that's usually when they do a good job of controlling the map and taking over the rest of the game. Feels like at the 15-minute mark here, they have a minor advantage. They have another Herald to work with. They got one of the early Drakes with the next one coming up in 50 seconds, and you can see the resets coming through from EDG's bottom lane. You know that they're going to want to contest that next Drake.
Now, though, just going to be trying to set up for it. I think the vision control around mid is something really big to highlight for EDG. Just the sheer number of wards. And it's kind of surprising considering we haven't actually had the Umbral Glaive come out from Viper. But clearly doing a good job of setting up that initial vision. And now Clid's going to move and try and set it up with Hung. And one of the nice things about Yuumi is the fact that when you attach to the Wukong, you essentially get the Wukong safety net. You get the Wukong's ability to dive away and get away from tricky situations, which, you know, typically squishy supports like, well, the Senate here, who is the one warding for EDG, don't have that same ability to have a safety net.
Yeah, quite often can be a little more difficult. Interestingly as well, Viper not going for that Umbral Glaive. Early on, heading straight towards that Eclipse with a little bit of healing reduction mixed in there as well. Certainly a different build. I think we've seen every Senate today go for the Umbral Glaive first, so deciding to change up the way that he's playing.
This is Viper. Viper's a carry. He wants to do damage. He doesn't care about wards.
Well, you say that. He built Umbral Glaive in game 1 of the series.
He doesn't care about wards anymore.
He once cared about wards. Never again. Although they did win that game. So, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe he goes Umbral Glaive second. Maybe he cares about wards. We'll have
Maybe
to
he cares
find
a bit,
out.
but less. He cares somewhat to an extent.
It's one of, he can take or leave wards, you know. You can take it or leave it.
But I do think one thing to be said is like he's a massive portion of the AD damage this game. JJ's not really going to do that much damage. They have AP mid and top, so Viper needs to be kind of pumping out the DPS when it comes to these fights, especially when you have champions like Fiora, who can build the Mortius. LWX can build it as well. Like, you already got Wukong building a Hex Drinker. It could make it very difficult to take down targets if Viper isn't able to shred whoever he sees.
Yep, that's definitely true. And
Plus, forget the wards, man. Wards are for
yeah, wards are for idiots. He's an AD carry, not a support. Come on now. 2-0-2 though so far on Viper. Definitely a good position to be sat on. Only 18 minutes into the game when you're playing a champion like Senna. Certainly do well from the scaling side of things. And like we've talked about, limited income from Senna because you don't go for the farm. So having early kills often can feel even more beneficial than it usually would on most champions. So nice stuff here from EDG. Oh, that's a chomp coming out from Scout. That's the follow-up from the rest of the team. Not even Yumi can save you now, but JJ went a little too deep on this one. And Xiao Lao, who wants to punish? Mako saving Scout's life. Has he sacrificed himself, though? Another charm comes on in, and Viper there with the damage, but they can't quite follow up on the kill here. The tower went down, and here comes Flandre. Time to turn the tide, says Flandre, but won't be able to close the gap in the end.
Yeah, ultimately, there's so many dashes, so much disengage from this FPX lineup. And Flandre had no TP, so he's always going to be later to join. Scout makes a really aggressive play, and it works to get LWX, but they end up committing so heavily, they have no way of getting out. JJ just basically said, I am committing with my full body. And that's kind of the difference between a champion like Nautilus and a champion like Vi. Nautilus can just press R and keep a safe distance. Vi kind of has to put a life on the line. And we're going to see that, so it's a great Charm Flash coming out from Scout. Even though the Arcane Shift is buffered, he still gets CC and it's layered. But then JJ says, I am... just lets Jesus take the wheel and goes for it. Yeah.
My life for EDG. It does end up sacrificing himself, but ultimately they got the kill. And Xiao who just about getting away with that one. It was about as close as they come. But ultimately, he survived, and that's all that matters. Flandre continuing to scale up here, but not able to have that much impact on the game just yet. Like you said, is a little bit late to the play, and it will mean that yet to find any advantages off in that side lane. A minor CS lead, 3 assists, but can't take over yet.
Here's a bit of an issue, right? So, Fiora, pretty good at split pushing, right? That tends to be something she's pretty strong at, especially later in the game. Yeah. And Flandre doesn't have TP, so that might be problematic later in this game. Scout does, but I would not want to send an Ahri up against a Fiora late game in the side lane. Not if I want to win, at least.
No, doesn't feel like a great situation for them, so we'll have to wait and see. Flandre maybe just needs to try and find a... I mean, look, you've got Vi. It's not like you're lacking engage, so maybe EDG's just... okay, Shallow, who's on the side lane? Just go. Go in, JJ. Sacrifice your life again.
You say that, but like it's kind of hard to really pin anyone down in FPX. Like if FPX don't want to be engaged on, they really shouldn't get engaged on. Everyone's got like a million dashes. They should be far enough away. It's kind of on them if they get caught out. Now we do have Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. Would be the third for EDG, and I feel like there are, you know, decent amount of bulkier members. Vladimir in particular will get a lot of value out of that Ocean Soul. I feel Vi as well will be quite tanky as the game goes along. Kench too. And up to FPX to see if they can contest this one. I did say before, being able to poke members of EDG out can have a lot of value. Their composition really potent at doing so. Ezreal on the 2-item Spike is in prime position to start connecting some Mystic shots.
Here's the Scout, tries to contest a little bit of vision here. 8 seconds on that Drake. Cleared front and center, has the cat on his shoulder, so the sustain will be there. And Cleared has had some excellent ultimates so far this game as Flandre will get rooted up. Bit of damage coming out from Care. That's actually going to be the ultimate used from Care as well, just to get a bit of harass onto Flandre. I'm not sure if that's worth it or not. Does EDG just group up and start DPSing down the Dragon? But Flandre's on the wrong side of the wall. He can't actually join the fight just yet. It's going to be a smite fight, and it's won by Cleared. True Shot Barrage does big damage across the team of EDG. They're forced away. They can't find a pick, although the chomp comes in onto Cleared. The root is there, but again, no follow-up damage from EDG.
I think ultimately the... Oh, I see Care go for something more. I think ultimately the chunk out onto Flandre worked, right? The poke we were talking about, Flandre wasn't really able to enter the fight anymore, even burnt his ult to try and survive. And so as a result, EDG knew it was going to be 4v5. They just went for the Dragon Flip. Clid ended up winning, and EDG will find ability to get prio on this mid tower, but won't really get more than that.
can't take a mid-tier 1 tower for them, tier 2 tower, sorry, for themselves. So at least they get something. It increases their gold lead to 2,000 here. As Xiaolao Hu tries to get this tower in the bottom side, should be able to do so. Scout moving on over, but I don't think he'll get there in time to stop the Fiora, who is so quick at finishing these objectives off. So Xiaolao Hu managed to get that one. Trading tower for tower here. Still an advantage for EDG getting that tier 2, but ultimately, still with the Drake going the way of FPX, I'd say they won the passage of play.
Oh, for sure. I mean, denying the 3rd dragon from EDG makes such a difference. And now, both teams, even in dragons, the earliest we'll see Soul is like 31, 32 minutes. So quite out of the way. And to be fair, I feel like both teams have a lot of scaling elements in this game. So I don't think, I think both teams are happy for this to be a slow-paced one. Whereas game 1 and game 2 is like very explosive, very fast-paced. This one, I think it does come down to how the execution comes out, and particularly EDG, whether they're able to find these critical engages when it comes to those fights.
We'll see if they can find those engages. Like you say, it's really difficult to find a good target. It's really hard to lock someone down, and especially if Xiaolao, who is kind of frontlining for the side of FPX, well, you use the big ulti from JJ from that buy. Well, you just riposte it. The CC never lands. The stun comes down onto the team of EDG. It's a difficult situation to deal with at that situation.
They've been sending Scout to answer Fiora, which, we said with the TP, that's probably going to be the logical response. I feel like Xiaolao Hu can just go more next item, and you have so much MR, you have the Merc Treads, possibly Tenacity and Runes. I'm not sure if that will be the case or not, but either way, like a lot of CC reduction for this Fiora. And both of the people they'll send in the side lane are AP, so mobile multis will be fantastic. And I think at that point, that's where you start to get really quite scared for whoever EDG sends to hold the side lane. Not sure it'll necessarily come into a dive because both of them are hard to pin down, but if it gets to the point where Fiora can kind of just brush off your damage and heal off the wave, that is where things become painful.
Yeah, it certainly is. And it feels like things are gradually becoming painful for EDG. Like this side lane threat could become an issue, and so far that's not been the case, but it's very possible later on. And we saw that Xiaolao Hu more than happy to find towers. We saw that in game number 2 of the series, which feels like a very long time ago now. As we hit 25 minutes in this game with just 10 kills on the board. Big true shot barrage. Look at the damage onto Viper. Feels like LWX hit like a truck now.
First strike,
yeah.
First strike, that's it. Long day. First strike from LWX.
First strike barrage.
Gets a bunch of gold in from landing that, obviously contributing. And now looking for an engage.
Final chapter comes through, but Mako with the Devour. Ult for ult out of the supports. Not much going to come of that.
But they should be able to get this mid-tier 1, maybe. At least get it close. But be cautious about if the Vi does connect. You ain't getting out of that one. They are putting a lot of pressure onto this mid lane tier 1. Meanwhile, Xiaolao Hu pushing in the bot lane.
Yeah, it's going to be the route coming on through. Dawning Shadow across the team. EDG want the fight for themselves. Clid trying to play back line as Scout jumps in onto LWX. But the damage isn't quite there to finish it off. Flandre in his pool finishes it with the Hemo Plague. And now charging forward. Scout wants more. The charm actually lands onto Clid. And a route to follow up as well. The final embrace, but it's not quite enough to finish a kill. They're onto the clone instead. But Drake up in 40 seconds. And EDG, I think they've bought themselves that opportunity.
Yeah, LWX does spawn in time and has TP, but doesn't really have much extra. So EDG should get control of the area. They found the engage, and ultimately it was a really nice TP from Scout. This is the issue, right? You overcommit onto this mid-tier 1, you overextended, and as much as Ezreal doesn't die to the initial engage, with an Ahri behind you, you aren't able to get away. Should be EDG picking up this dragon. We'll get the replay. So initial engage comes out from... I think, yes, the Vi. So flash ult to shorten the time in which LWX can react. He has to use the Arcane Shift, flash away from the Tahm Kench, and then you're left right next to the Ahri and the Vladimir. Hung even disconnects. He knows that he's dead to the Vladimir ult. And at this point, FPX just have to disengage. Now, again, LWX is respawned. Han has made it here in time. Oh. Flandre chunked out.
Big trade between Flandre and Care, but luckily Flandre has a center and is Vladimir, so he's back to full health. He's fine on this one as JJ takes a chunk as well. This Drake is everything. Whoever gets it gets onto Soul Point. as now the fight for vision continues. EDG staying grouped up using that sustain. Xiaolahu not opting to split push here, opting to be with the team, wants to be that team fight. Fiora and Flandre's the one to get the Drake of all players. Manages to get it with the transfusion, I assume, as Care takes a big chunk here. Flandre forced into his pool. Xiaolahu wants to take the 1v1, but what is that healing onto Flandre? That is insane. JJ forced back, eaten up by Mako, kept alive as FPX are winning the fight. They're pushing EDG back. The health bars bleeding down, but the sustain is nuts. Flandre finally falls, and it's 1 for FPX.
Managed to find the kill. This could mean they could go towards the Baron. A lot of sustain for the Yuumi can keep everyone topped up, and they force EDG to contest. Flandre's down for a while, and no TP means you won't be able to get it clear near anytime soon. Care is looking for JJ.
Yeah, JJ over the wall and just gets bopped. Hung the one to finish the kill off there as Care, with the big upfront damage, is able to set things up. Scout pushes away from the mid lane, but there's no way they can try for anything more. And FPX, it looks like they will just get away with this one. Baron in hand, 7-6 on the score line. Orcs, dare I say it, we may have a blue side win. Is it possible?
It might just be FPX are trying to make it happen. They already instantly use that Baron to take that top lane tower. You could see EDG were thinking of going for the answer, the collapse around, but didn't end up doing so. And we'll get the replay. You know, the dragon ends up coming down to just a flip, and it's somehow Vladimir who ends up securing it. The empowered Q does the final damage. But you can see in this fight, it's not really an ideal circumstance for Vladimir. He ults 2 people, and sure, he gets a massive heal here, but the commit isn't really there. JJ goes in, but there's no follow-up because Flandre was split to the side. And then EDG are like, right, we've used most of our tools. We kind of just need to get out on this one. And it allows FPX to keep chasing down the mobility they have coming in really clutch to connect there.
Viper not really having that much impact. Ouch.
Well, I think the problem is, right, is with Fasting Senna, you're going to be down in items, you're going to be down in levels. Level 12 when you have like Xiaolahu level 16, LWX level 14. And I know they're ahead with the Baron, but even so, he was always down in levels. And the problem is he's the only AD threat who's really doing damage, right? JJ isn't really doing much AD damage in the fights. So look at the itemization from FPX. We have 3 Moors, 2 Merc Treads, and a Banshees coming out. Flandre and Scout are just neutered at this point, and Viper's not finding a position to really do damage here.
Certainly not. Xiaolahu can now use this Baron buff we talked about in the previous game. How Xiaolahu, if he'd had that Baron, it would have been lights out for EDG. Well, now that very nightmare is coming to be a reality for EDG. As his bot lane tower sieged away, I swear there is no cooldown on LWX's ult at this point. He's just blasting true shot barrages out every couple of seconds. The cannons will finish the bot lane tower. There goes one inhib tower for the side of FPX. LWX went for a reset, but he has TP. He can rejoin the team anyway. Care now the target. The follow-up is there, and they find a pick. EDG onto the map finally, but that final chapter is massive for the disengage.
They find the pick, that lockdown comes in, Care overstepping a little bit, and that allows them to play defensive around their base, but still not able to get much more than that 1 kill. Care will be up more than enough time for that dragon. They did, however, burn the flash from Xiaolahu, so that is one positive, not able to have that tool in team fights. And next dragon will be Ocean Soul if EDG can secure it. That could be a win con.
Yeah.
Would make it a lot harder to deal with their team if they're able to secure it. But I still feel like the chances in the fight are rough. They're down in gold. All that magic resist is massive. And once again, Viper's level 12, right? LWX is level 15.
Yeah. It's a tough one between the 2 AD carries here.
And especially,
LWX doing a lot more damage.
You got to factor in one of the big thing with the buffs they did for durability. They gave 70 flat HP, and then they gave scaling HP, armor, and magic resist. So it's even more painful being down in levels than it was before the durability patch. So Viper seriously lacking, and he has to do so much damage for this lineup.
Yeah, he really does. He needs to be the carry, but as you say, struggling to really have that level of power. We'll see if that can change as LWX move down to this bottom side alongside Care, trying to find priority and control as Clid gets deep vision. No vision here for EDG, aside from that 1 ward that conveniently everyone from FPX has currently stood on. So EDG with full information. Oh, that's convenient for them. As they're trying to get something done in the mid lane, getting the souls for Viper, getting a bit of healing as The True Shot Barrages are a bit of a pain for the side of EDG, but now they can move into this river. Drake up in 5 seconds, and this could be everything if they can find the pick for themselves. Big damage coming down. LWX turns golden. JJ on the backside of the fight. He goes down. It's 1-for-1, but the jungler falling for EDG is crucial. Scout has to be the carry. Flandre in the backline trying to do what he can, but Viper's still untouched for the time being. Flandre goes into his pool and survives. Clid forced away as Scout looks for a little bit more. The riposte is there. Care 1 HP as Xiaolahu in the middle of everyone, buying time, buying space, but falls in the end. And EDG, they finally win a fight.
And I do not care about the scoreline. JJ 1-6 absolutely carried that fight. Finds the CC and the LWX. Flash still available, but it does not matter. The charm follow-up is there, and as much as he survived a while for the stopwatch, the momentum was found for EDG. Could start getting those resets in for Scout, and I think the main thing is watch Viper in this fight. Able to just free hit throughout because FPX from the back foot. So finds that big combo. Scout follows up, and yes, the stopwatch buys time. But Viper repositions up here and just is free hitting this whole fight. You can see Shallow who comes in, doesn't want to go towards Viper because he knows the ult is still there for the Tahm Kench. And so Viper just constantly hitting this whole time. We get to see the damage coming out from him, and it makes so much difference.
Man, even in the replay, I'm struggling to see what's happening in this fight because the amount of stopwatches and the amount of clones coming out from FPX with the Wukong and the LeBlanc, like, I don't know how EDG are able to function in these team fights, but it is damn impressive to witness. They are currently down in gold, but with that Ocean Soul, it finally feels like they might have a foothold in this game. It finally feels like they might have an advantage to work with. As Baron up in 12 seconds time, and you can see complete control of this top side in favor of EDG.
Something to mention, Flandre didn't have his Rabadons for that fight, has now completed it, so he is very powerful. Void Staff as well means he will be doing a pretty ridiculous amount of damage, and they're confident just to start the Baron.
I don't think there's any way that Clid can get here in time. This should just be taken before the contest from FPX. Scout moving over as Care in the brush, but EDG can burst it. Oh my days, that was so close. JJ managing to get the smite. Now Care trying to stop the recalls. Shaola, who was in the base, but he's backed away. He's not committed. Now Clid finding knockups across the team. Final chapter is there, but Clid doesn't have the HP. Hung is without a partner. He's taken out in the pit, and Clid is alone in the world. The monkey falls outside of the jungle, and now Scout chasing for more. A great charm onto Xiaolahu. And everything had been going so well for FPX, but when it matters the most, they apple crumble.
This is so painful for FPX. It felt like they had the momentum, felt like they were able to find this game. Xiaolahu, though, not having the impact he had in that previous Fiora game, not able to find the presence in the side lane, and EDG are just operating on another level. LWX, Ezreal should feel untouched in this game, but he keeps getting shut down. I want to give credit to JJ on the Vi, constantly finding him in all these fights, but now EDG in the position of control. They're 2,000 gold up, they have the soul, and they have this Baron. You can see Mako actually waits because his recall wasn't actually stopped, but he waited for Viper to make sure he could go back. In the end, he couldn't, but he's there to save him. Look at the size of that shield, by the way. How disgusting it is. No way you're killing them through that. And we start to find the momentum. Scout again with these fantastic charms.
Tahm Kench is an incredibly strong champion, especially when you let him get to this point in the game, and especially with an Ocean Soul on side, a Senna, the Vladimir. The amount of sustain EDG have in these fights is absurd. It's like, I feel like we're watching TFT team fights here, with like the amount of shields and healing coming on through. It's like Enchanters versus Enchanters at this point. Innovators galore.
Such a big problem, as we said, FPX wanted to land that poke before fights, right? The Ezreal and LeBlanc could chunk people out. Ocean Soul just makes that so difficult. You have the Senna sustain as well. Vladimir has built in sustain. Ari has built in sustain. Tom has built in sustain. Like the poke just isn't sticking anymore. And it's EDG who have the engaged tools to find the windows.
And the first strike really not going to be valuable in team fights either. Like when you've got the lethal tempo or the press the attack or the conqueror, you get a lot more value out of that for Ezreal in the team fights. But first strike not really going to work out in that regard. It's going to be a mid inhib taken here by EDG as they just start brutalizing now.
Oh my lord, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah,
He's
it
got
doesn't feel like
Banshees.
there's anything that FPX can do now. Oh, Xiaolau, who I don't think you can stay here, buddy. Although, it feels like EDG are afraid to go for the dive.
Yeah, I think don't want to risk it at this point. You have the Baron, you have a wave coming. You've taken the top 2 inhibitors. They are just going to tank it up, though, with all that sustain and finish it off. But with the wave coming in, they should be looking to continue this push. Poke lands, but again, this is a Vladimir. He will heal up very quickly, use the wave, 400 health, and you get the health from the Ocean Soul coming through, and he's back at full HP.
Yeah. Yep, that ultimate not able to achieve all of too much. Viper there to keep healing him as well. And now this will be the 3rd inhib tower that they go for, while Scout pressures in the mid lane to push those supers home. Feels like Flandre in a little bit of trouble here. Viper low on HP as well. Maybe a chance for FPX. They look for the all-in, because the Shroud comes through from Viper to keep his teammates safe. And that Ocean Soul is paying dividends in these long, drawn-out fights. Another True Shot Barrage, but again, the damage just won't stick.
And EDG are unrelenting at this point. Scout looking for the flank, but so is Clade.
The flank from Clid, is it going to be in time? A Scout onto the back line here. LWX force. Clid trying to trade, but he just doesn't have the damage. And once again, the Ocean Soul. These EDG players are invincible. They just won't die. There's nothing FPX can do as they are cut down one by one. And the world champions EDG, they make it messy. It's 3 games rather than 2, but they get the win on the board. They are 1-0 in the LPL Summer Split.
FPX definitely giving them a challenge, not making it easy, and that final game felt like such a slugfest, but in the end, EDG managed to clutch it out, managed to find the windows, and I want to give huge credit to JJ and Scout. I feel like so many fights, JJ would engage on LWX, and Scout would always be there to follow up on the charm. That final one where you see LWX Arcane Shift and then flash away, and still Scout ends up there with the charm ready to finish him off. I just gotta praise that performance. Like, even though the Vi was just like getting trashed in the early game, still knows his role in the team fights and made it happen. And the Ezreal, a pick that we normally see as being so safe, so hard to pin down, got kind of bullied out in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, exactly. And ultimately, the fact that JJ has that ult that is going to follow no matter what the Ezreal does, and you've got Scout to follow up, you've got the Dawning Shadow that will come across the team and also follow up. Feels like they had just enough to be able to chase him down no matter what and finish that kill off onto LWX, who, let's be honest, LWX had a really hard game for himself. Like, it didn't feel like he could operate in these fights at all.
No, it felt rough, honestly. And I think there's 2 sides to it. I think one is that he definitely played a bit overconfident. Like, Vi has to be within a certain range of you to be able to ult. And there was definitely times where Vi was able to like flash ult and instantly like knock up with very little counterplay. I think LWX was relying a bit too much on being able to get himself out of danger. And as a result, put himself in dangerous positions, and then it just didn't work. So maybe a bit of disrespect towards the Vi, which is a pick we don't typically see. But ultimately, I mean, FPX did a good job in the early mid game. And I feel like the Ocean Soul was like the turning point, because that sustain just meant all the poke, chunking people out made no difference. And we saw the Senna had that fantastic fight where Viper could free hit. And then after winning that fight, getting the Baron, so much experience and gold got put into the Senna, which is like what you're desiring as a fasting Senna.
Yeah, it's the perfect situation for the fasting Senna, where you can just be fighting all the time, because partly just you actually have an influx of gold, but partly as well, you get all of the souls in the fights. Like, you could just consistently stack your souls away, and the ulti will apply the souls as well to everyone. So very nicely done here from the side of EDG. And Viper doing his best on this Senna. That's much more like it. Like, we saw the Senna damage in game number 1, didn't really feel that impactful. LWX doing his best, but I'll be honest, a lot of that was just ult damage outside of the fights that didn't really lead to anything.
Yeah, I mean, initially it was like quite relevant in terms of getting that poke damage down. I mean, able to chunk people and zone them from fights, but then after that, it just really didn't add up in the later stages. And man, all right. Viper 100% kill participation. I will say on a champion who can Q and like heal the whole team, it's kind of easy to get like a lot of assists. I will say that, but still, phenomenal game from Viper. When I felt there was a point in the game where I was like, look, this Senna just cannot hold up. This is the AD damage. This is what we need. And it just wasn't able to do so. Viper found that window in that fight. Really solid positioning. And a big reason why I was so hyped to see him in this meta where we see these hyper carry AD carries.
Yeah, able to have a magnificent performance there from Viper. And, you know, we look at that graph, it's like, let's see if you can figure out who the MVP is going to be with the 5 red statistics. I feel like we already know that one. as Viper having an amazing game for himself. To be fair, though, Scout also, I think, a reasonable candidate for MVP on that one. I think the follow-ups that he had onto the engages from JJ. Mako as well. The only reason a lot of these plays were even, remotely even, was Mako getting great devours during the fight. So really, really nice stuff coming out from the side of EDG. And once again, it always feels like EDG, it's a team win, right?
Yeah, I feel like that's one of the things is that during spring, there was definitely individuals, I felt like this person's underperforming, this person's underperforming. I think particularly top and jungle, there was a lot of games or series where I felt like they were kind of letting the side down. But, you know, it's early days in summer, but this definitely felt like everyone knew their role, everyone was playing it. I'm not saying that everyone had a flawless series. In fact, I feel like no one had a flawless series, but a lot of positives to be taken away from every member. And it felt like, as you said, these wins were about them as a team.
Yeah, definitely. EDG showing that they can dominate when they have the right compositions. Game number 2, though, showed that FPX certainly no slouch. I've been impressed by FPX in this series, and I'm hoping that this is a sign of things to come from this squad. You know, game number 2 getting a win. Game number 3 was very competitive. Like, I genuinely thought FPX were going to win for a good portion of that game until those late game fights. And honestly, if EDG don't find that pick, I think it was onto Care when they're getting sieged in the base, that very easily could have been an FPX win. So a little bit sloppy from Care getting picked off there, but ultimately a strong performance out from FPX and a sign of good things for the summer split.
I think so too. I think, you know, for FPX to put up such a fight to EDG, who a lot of people expected coming into summer would be stronger, more practice, scrimming regularly against RNG, who are MSI champions and coming off spring, best team in the world. The fact that EDG were like, you know, their regular scrim partners. The expectation is EDG would be coming into summer stacked. So FPX definitely putting up a good fight. And there are mistakes, there are problems, but it is day 1, right? There is ample time to work on that. And I'm just glad to see we're still seeing a lot of those positives from this team. And in particular, Hung, I just love that set game when he was flashing on cooldown just relentlessly. It's just very much what I love to see from him.
I love that he was flashing on cooldowns to try and get Viper, and Viper was right there with him. Instant flashes. Like, the reactions on that guy are inhuman.
You just ping your own flash and you like set flash, same cooldown.
Yeah. Set flashes up in 34 seconds, I can tell, because I've got a little timer here available for me. Yeah, fantastic stuff coming out from both players. And I feel like that was a treat, that bot lane 2v2 consistently. I'm kind of sad that the last game was a little bit more passive just due to the matchup that we had. But exciting to see that matchup play out in front of our eyes. LWX versus Viper is always going to be exciting. Apparently, we have our MVP. It is no one that I expected it to be. It's JJ on the Vi, grabbing himself the MVP. Great engages. He found LWX every time.
I honestly respect this because I think that, like, the main thing is it's easy to look good when you have a nice KDA. But JJ he's not a KDA player. We certainly know that. He was forfeiting his life for the cause, and he consistently found LWX in these fights, shut down the Ezreal on repeat, and Scout was always there to follow up. But yeah, I mean, I respect the MVP for JJ.
Yeah, MVP for JJ. Congratulations, mate. Does manage to get himself that one, and fairly deserved. I would say, I don't know if I'd necessarily give him the MVP on that one personally, but I definitely think a commendable performance.
I mean, you did just say if Care didn't get caught in front of that base, it might have been a win for FPX. He was the one who caught him, so, you know.
He was the one that caught him. I can't deny that. I'm not saying he didn't have a good game. Like, I'm trying to take it away from him. But yeah, fantastic stuff. The one to start each of these fights, the one to find LWX each time. And, the flashes on the ultis to make sure that they were quick enough that the rest of the team would be able to follow up as well. There was a lot of great play coming in.
Yeah, I think that's the thing as well, is that, like, especially a champion like Vi, who we haven't seen a ton of, just being able to know the mechanics so well and being able to play it proficiently and finding those windows to engage that give the opponent so little opportunity to counter. Really good to see. And I just love that clip, the fact that it's so deep under the Nexus towers and still Scout is there. Scout is always there to follow up the charm on the knockup from the Vi. It's just a consistent theme for this game.
Yeah, Scout knows no limits. He does what he pleases. And showing that in that last game, him and JJ just dive buddies forever, and then the dawning shadow across the whole team as well. Really, really beautiful to witness. Fantastic game coming out from EDG, and a win on the board for them. And that rounds out our day. So let's take a look at the results as we finally have two teams on the board here. They're going to be tied at the top of the table. It's Weibo and EDG, both with a win on the board. And how the mighty have fallen. IG and FPX, ex-world champions, now joint last place in the LPL.
Devastating.
But granted, they are the only 2 of the 4 teams to have played, so let's not go too hard on them. But yeah, fantastic games here. And a fun day one. Like, let's be honest, it's been a long day one, and we have had a lot of bangers, but tomorrow there's plenty more coming your way. Anyone's Legend up against Rare Atom, and then JDG versus Top Esports, which is one of the classic LPL matchups.
That is a sick series. I mean, I feel like ALRA will guaranteed be fun, right? I will definitely enjoy that one. But JDG Top Esports, that is a stacked matchup. 2 teams in our top 4 from last split. Top Esports obviously being there in the finals and losing 3-2 to RNG. So I expect that one to be a good one.
Yeah, it's a modern classic. JDG versus Top Esports. You know, 2020 was the year of both of those teams. And now, a couple of years later, they are still fighting for the top spots. Both of them doing really well during our spring playoffs. But that is going to be it for us. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Orcs. Thank you on our behalf and from production as well. But we will see you guys in chat tomorrow.